echoes of pain. Vi sörger, cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, fields of the fallen, blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world
Hello and welcome. We are here at the pre-show. It is me, Valdez, with Cronny, Wani, and we are getting into a totally new week, the last week actually of the regular season here at the LCK, but also it is a big patch, a huge patch. So we do have a lot to go over here in the pre-show. But first off, how are you doing, Cronny?
I'm great. I had a really good time. As per usual, during my weekend, I instead spent 10 hours watching challengers, play video games. It's great. Really excited. I think the new patch has really had a big impact. We talked about a lot of the POC state, which I think releases tonight as well. If I'm from the top of my head, don't quote me on that. I'm very bad with release dates. But I can't wait to see what competitive play is going to bring.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a huge change. We've seen it already in a lot of the other regions that they don't play exactly like we do here at the LCK, but we've definitely seen a little bit of the differences, a lot more Pantheon, a lot more other stuff, which we will definitely get into. But first off, let's talk about the LCK. We do have the standings here after week 8, and we can take a look at that now. And it is a pretty good spot that we're in right now, as we're actually going to take a look at playoffs.
And yeah, with these 6 teams locked in, order still to be determined, but these 6 teams are the ones that are going to go into the playoffs. Very similar to what we had last time around, where if you make it to 1 or 2 first or second place in the regular split, then you get a bye for the first round, which is great for your Worlds points, which is really what you're looking to get in case you don't end up winning the split. And then with how it's looking right now, it'll be Sandbox, DRX, Damwon, KT, but I would be shocked if we don't see at least some switch up there. And personally, I would love Damwon to face off against DRX. I think that Live Sandbox KT was a banger every single time, and I really, really liked the DK DRX matches. Beryl personally has a really big grudge. He stays up till like 4 a.m. every time before every Damwon match, so best of 5 of that I think will be really exciting.
Yeah, and I think there's a decent chance that we do get it, but we will have to see. Of course, everything can still shuffle towards the bottom of round 1.
Yeah.
As you were kind of alluding to, Live Sandbox are 2 wins ahead of everybody else that's in round 1 at this moment in time, so they're in a slightly better spot. And speaking of which, Prince tied with Ruler and Zeus for first place here in the POG standings.
Yeah, and I was talking to some LPL people yesterday. They've had a ton of mid MVPs. Not here. We're a bot lane. It's a bot lane meta.
Yeah.
It's a bot lane and then Zeus and Zeka. But aiming, Prince, Ruler, all of them playing out of their minds.
Yeah, it's kind of insane to see what our AD carries can do here. And, we still have other guys on the list like Gumayusi and Duck Dom. They're not even on the top standings. Teddy. These guys are insane AD carries, but they don't quite make the cut just yet, which is just insane because they're so good. Let's take a look at the pick ban percentages that we do have here so far after week 8. And you'll notice that Callista is the only one that's 100% presence.
And she's gonna stay there with Dragons and the Herald both being buffed. Callista's not going anywhere. Champion is sticking around. She gets some nerfs on 12-15, which we're not going to see in the LCK at all. So it doesn't matter. So for the remainder of this week and as well as for playoffs, expect to see that be a 100% pick and ban. The Wukong, even though he dropped off slightly after his initial nerfs, has reclaimed the spot as being one of the highest pick banned champions. The only one that is doing, I think, truly abysmal and is not that strong as the Gwen. Talia's win rate is relatively low, but I do think it's a case of teams leaving open Talia against weaker teams, which as a result kind of pushes the win rate down. Champion is still incredibly strong, and expect her to stay that way on this patch.
Yeah, note the ban rate of Zeri has gone way down, only banned 6 games out of the 26 that we did have on the week, and also not even above 50% win rate. So actually, the Sivir counterpick has been working out a lot, and it doesn't even get picked all the time, even when it's left open. So definitely a huge change for week 8. Here are the big high win rate picks, and surprisingly, this week we get Azir on the list.
Yeah, Ari is another one that kind of, both those two are surprising because we saw them like, I think at like 25-30% win rate in previous weeks. Reason of that is, of course, I think Azir is just a premier mid laner that it just depends whichever team gets him. The team that's most likely to win will pick Azir first and then win with him. Ari though, very pick game dependent. Zeka, Chovy obviously look incredible in the pick.
Yeah.
Vikla really likes it, but has been kind of hit or miss outside of that. And Lulu just benefits from the fact that Sivir now exists. And every time that Sivir gets picked up, it gets traded for Zeri, and then it's Lulu Sivir, which is great. And then, of course, yeah, Kalista Amumu is going to remain banned because it's busted.
Yeah,
It's
really
really
good. Don't let it through. We've seen that over the course. In the beginning, when we were seeing Amumu and Kalista, we're like, I don't know, it seems strong, but we're not sure. But now we're like, oh, that's strong. Don't let it through. Some beat picks here. This is pretty big. Aphelios at 0-6 did not have one win last week. You already talked about the Gwen, but also the resurgence of Renekton coming in here alongside of Talia, who has not had too much fun.
I think Renekton's good, unfortunately. Yeah, I think he's actually good. I think that win rate's going to keep going up. He's been picked in some awkward situations. We've seen some experimentation with a build that's very successful in high solo queue, which is the Blade of Ruin King Proudest build. But if you go Sunfire, or if you actually execute that build well, I think maybe it can work in competitive. Otherwise, Renekton's the pick. Always going to be strong. Skarner suffering a little bit here, but I think that is very much still. It's a good counter pick, but don't blind it. It's really, really punishable. Karthus was the most notable one that we've seen, but there's been a couple of other champions that can really make him unhappy. And yeah, the Talia win rate to me is the most surprising one. But for example, I know two of those are Kwangnan Freaks games. Fate got the champion twice, and do feel that the sample size of that one is relatively low.
Absolutely. And guys, this is, I think, the biggest part of this week is that we're moving into 12.14.
Oh, yeah.
So if you've been watching other regions, you've already seen the strength of the dragons coming in. You've seen the health of the second Shelly. We've seen a lot of different picks coming through, so we can definitely get into the patch notes here for 12.14, starting off with Gangplank.
Yeah, Gangplank nerfed early, which is good. He's already been dropping in priority. I'm just very, very happy that Gangplank is now a scaling pick, like he should be, instead of a I win lane early and then kind of coast to free items. Crit, now building anything but crit is actually troll.
Yeah.
Now that they added so much additional scaling with his both his most notably his passive. So I think Gangplank will remain a counter pick, which is where he should be. Nila also is in the game at the moment, which I think is quite cool.
Yeah.
Pretty excited, although I don't think the champion's good, and I don't think we will see her at all. Wukong changed a little bit, so power of his passive tuned down, and then in trade-off his base health regeneration. So I don't think it will make a big difference for like why the champion's picked, why he's good.
Yeah.
Gonna just remain the same way. And the champion picks are kind of, or the champion's buffs and nerfs are kind of cool. Most notable, obviously, is the Pantheon buff, which means that now theoretically he's a jungle mid flex pick. And LeBlanc buffs, which a lot of our AD carries will be very happy about.
Yeah, we got some Jarvan buffs as well. That means, I guess, here in the LCK, maybe Life plays it more. Other than that, I don't know. I saw a little bit of it. I think it was Wonder was playing it in the top lane in the LEC. I'm like,
yeah.
Get the Sejuani.
Hey,
I don't know about that.
Emax with Scorch and Airy in top lane.
He got, yeah. Anyway, champion nerfs here. Yuumi and Zeri did get nerfed.
Hey, guess what? They're still gonna get picked together if they're open. Yeah, the AP scaling nerf is nice, but Yuumi still is Yuumi, so even though it feels a little bit less oppressive, I think it was 5% AP scaling, which in the grand scheme of things doesn't matter that much.
Yeah.
And Zeri got nerfed, except for W.
Bonus damage taken off of her ult. Yes, you heard that right. On each auto, but you know, it's not enough to really hit her where it really counts. I think
W.
the LCK.
It's W.
Yeah.
It's the laser.
It's the W. And it's the mobility. Taking a look at some of the other nerfs here, there was a big base health nerf to Renata, which I found pretty interesting. Gnar also got nerfed, which I think should definitely affect us here in the LCK.
Yeah, these nerfs are kind of boring, but generally base health and AD nerfs are huge for how a champion is able to actually win games. You can see that like like 2 AD nerfs can have like a 1-2% difference.
Yeah.
Really is huge. As Campung Chainsword nerfed because of the Campung Chainsword Sunfire Rush, which has been built numerous times. Sunfire though, not actually that bothered if you are a tank or if you actually do stack notable health. So
Yeah.
I think it's a light tap to the item. I think Campung Chainsword now is just
Chanter items,
good.
though.
Yeah, I know. Less enchanters. Hopefully, maybe. It's not looking good thus far. But we can dream.
Wow.
Yeah.
Way to stamp out all hope. But yeah, it has not looked good. They did get hit across the board on all their items, and a bunch of them did get nerfed. But we have more. There are sustained nerfs across the board and buffs to stuff like Scorch, and this should make laning more
Yeah.
important.
Guardian, hugely nerfed. Very big nerf. Sustain overall nerfed, so this is actually just Chovy buffs with extra steps.
Yeah.
The only nerf that I think is... I really liked conditioning. It is a bit of a boring rune, but it was one of those runes in the right position could have a really big impact. But it's just an overall result of Resolve being really, really brought down. Trying to make sure that if you actually hit something in lane, you can't just go second wind, Doran Shield, cookie, and be fine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That sounded like some kind of cheat code in a
Well, it might be.
video
It
game.
actually was. Yeah.
Shield.
Don't forget Time Warp Tonic.
Second win cookie, and you get the special car. Let's take a look at some of the other runes. As you mentioned, second win, the heal did get nerfed, and of course the more aggressive stuff like sudden impact did get buffed. Less damage reduction on the exhaust, less target damage
Smite as
reduction
well,
on the
yeah.
challenging smite, which is pretty huge as well.
Yeah. And we've had so many changes already, but these are the actual big ones, which is the Drakes. All Drakes take way longer to actually take down, and the effects got buffed immensely. Secondly, 200 local gold, extra swing for Rift Herald, so it takes you 3 plates now at the very least to trade even, and arguably even more, depending on where the team can drop Herald, if they can actually get a lot of value off of it. So overall, I think these changes are meant to incentivize a little bit more early skirmishing because there's been a lot of objective trading. Whether that will be the case, we never know. Maybe teams will be like, now we just don't fight. And we'll make sure you don't get it, but we're not getting it either.
Yeah, I think the LCK has a big chance at kind of just looking at all these changes and saying, no, we're not ready for this. Let's take about 3 weeks and maybe we can get
That
to
will
it."
happen, yeah.
I'm not, I don't know. Maybe some teams will take it to heart. We do have some more aggressive teams here now in this season. Let's take a look at some of the changes that we do have to the rosters. Speaking of which, there is one change.
Yep.
It is Perfect.
And interesting thing about Perfect is he didn't actually play in Challengers, playing behind Castle there. And he is kind of a similar situation to Peter, where supposedly he was already getting ready to join the main team. Don't expect that he will start over Rascal, mainly just to be able to scrim with them, to get more experience, because I don't think Rascal warrants subbing out. But, you know, for a player themselves, I think changes like this are always really cool. He gets to actually experience the LCK.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's good for Perfect. Might not see too much of a change in the LCK. Let's take a look at the schedule for Week 9, because this can be huge, especially starting with today.
There are 4 different picks for
Yes.
Match of the Week. That really says it all. There are so many matches that are either impactful, like Sandbox T1, for how do we look at these teams going into playoffs. T1 trying to set themselves apart as that 1-2. Live Sandbox trying to show that they're actually part of the upper echelon. But then also DRX KT, huge implication for the standings. And might even see these two teams face off if KT can overtake Sandbox. So overall, I think really, really fun. A lot of exciting moments as my faith and lacking faith of Sandbox actually somehow both working out.
If you just had faith,
I
you would have been
have
10 out of 10.
I know.
Just have faith, Chronicles.
I get
Stop
punished.
dilly-dallying, going back and forth.
I did it this week again as well. I'm just going to give it out already.
Yeah, but I mean, seriously, it was kind of hard to know the form of DK in that first match. Taking a look at this, actually, Atlas win for DK over T1. I think
brave.
that's really the biggest one.
I like it. I think
Very
it's
brave.
fair. I think you can make that argument based on the form of the teams we've seen thus far. And then Nongshim Kwangnong again is a classic coin flip.
Down the middle.
Yeah,
Play-by-play is
unsurprisingly.
probably going to get boomed again. Guys, for ticketing for the summer finals, if you are here in Korea, of course, make sure you do go to Interpark and get those. It will be on August 28th, starting on Sunday at 1:40. And it's not in Seoul. I think it's about an hour and a half drive away-ish. So make sure you're planning for that. Make sure you get all the information before you do decide to make that trip. And make sure you get the tickets if you can. Earlier is better because it is incredibly difficult to get tickets here in Korea, as we have seen before. But that's going to do it for the pre-show. Thank you for joining me, The Chronic. And we are going to go over to the intro and the casters for the beginning of the LCK.
Don't go out.
메나가 아니면 이렇게
Shut off your light. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here. Don't let it run wild. They can feel you. They can feel you. Don't hold
자 이거 파이널 생각 지원해
think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final week of the regular season here for LCK 2022. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf here for the first day of the week, and every day's a banger, Wolf. Every single day. We're blessed.
It's really, I always say this, I feel like since I've joined this tournament, I'm like, the last weeks of regular season, they're usually really boring, a lot of meaningless matches. We're very lucky. We just keep getting lucky, all right? And this one is arguably more exciting than some of the last because sometimes we've had these really tight matches to decide, will this team maybe squeak into playoffs? Do we even want that? No, we're talking about where these teams are going to stand before we go into playoffs, what the seeding will be, and whether some of these teams are going to get qualification rounds for Worlds. So a lot on the line, and it's on a new patch. So a big preview for what playoffs is going to look like.
Yeah, exactly right. This is, of course, 12-14, and therefore the playoffs patch, and so very, very important, as, of course, was illustrated in the pre-show. Let's get into our points of the match, though, and get into this first one, as I imagine most people have their Giga Chads at the ready. But Fred and Brian are up against Gen G, who are about, trying to break multiple records here. The highest differential in a single round, and also the highest game score at the end of a season. This is another time where we're having the conversation about will that plus 29 be broken, much like we were with T1 in spring.
Yeah, and the expectation is tonight they will look for the 2-0 to push themselves 2 points closer to that. They're on a 9-match winning streak, only really hindered by that one Dam-Won Kia game on their road to first place. Gen G definitely the favorites tonight. We'll see how they want to draft and what they show us going into this new patch. As for Fred and Brian, we've called them the Giant Killers, the King Slayers. Will they break expectations and play for an upset? I think they're definitely playing for an upset. The question is, can they pull it off against a team that doesn't mess around, a team that doesn't hide strategies? They just play standard, and they beat you in less than 25 minutes. So a tough matchup here for Fred and Brian.
It absolutely is. Of course, Fred and Brian, a team that hasn't been able to take down Gen G since they became an organization, since the franchising in 2021. So this would be an absolutely huge moment for Fred and Brian, but we can... there's a lot of ways to say it's extraordinarily unlikely that Fred and Brian win. This is one of them, as the General Nut versus the General Look, I'm not sure about that one, but on this new patch, I wonder who is going to be able to take the advantage, of course. I think the smart money's probably on Peanut, just
Yeah.
because he has always been very good at adapting just in general. And now he's going to be all that more important for Gen G as far as these Dragons, these Heralds, and it's going to be very interesting to see where the priority is going to lie on this new patch.
Both of these junglers will, of course, be more reliant on their teammates to take objectives as well, with the increased stats to the health of the Dragons. Taking it by yourself puts you way more open to being caught, and it gives the enemy team a lot more time to react. So very likely we will see, as was mentioned on the pre-show, a lot more priority picks on the bottom side of the map, especially for the early game, to keep those junglers ahead. As Lehens is nearing 3,000 assists, he'll be the 4th player to do so if he could pull off 15 tonight. And usually in a best of 3 like this, we say pretty likely, but especially when it's the favorite. But I don't know, it might be so one-sided potentially tonight that it's not likely, but we'll have to wait and see.
It depends how bloody it's going to be on their road to picking up the 15 assists for Lehens. We'll see whether he's going to be able to get there, like you say. I think, the likelihood's feeling pretty good, but it all does depend on whether or not Fred Brion are going to do some Fred Brioning, which may involve slowing the game down a whole lot and denying Lehens his ability to get there this time around. However, I don't think he's going anywhere in the next little while, so he should be able to make up those 15 assists. Let's have a look at some of the team stats here. A lot of firsts on Gen G's side, sort of what happens when you do a whole bunch of winning. And Fred Brion, middling, but actually not as bad here in round 2 as you could expect from a team at the very bottom of the stage.
They really are turning it around. Unfortunately, as we've mentioned many times, it's too late, but still, Gen G, the way more dominant stats in the early to late game. But hey, Fred Brion, it's better than it has been. Let's just say that.
Yeah, exactly right. But let's introduce Gen G to LoL Park here. They also have the home team advantage, Wolf, if it couldn't get any more dire for Fred Brion and their chances of winning in this game. This is a team that has looked just better and better and better as the season has gone on. We were kind of expecting it after this roster was announced at the beginning of spring. Took some time for them to get it all together, but now that it has, man, they are so scary.
I am so disappointed also that, at the beginning of the season, we had the preseason press day, or media day, where all the teams show up, and every team votes collectively on who they think the strongest team is going to be. Everybody voted for T1, except T1, of course, who can't vote for themselves. They voted for Gen G because they didn't want to vote for Damwon. There were a few other media people who were like, okay, Damwon's going to be the #1 team. Basically, Gen G got the T1 I'm not voting for Damwon vote out of all the teams, and I think it should be less surprising to everybody now that this has actually come to pass that they are #1 based on the fact they didn't have to travel to MSI. They built synergy in spring. It's a super team, and now, I mean, they are undisputed #1 in the standings.
Yeah, maybe the most winningest team in LCK history as well. Like, they're going to even out with that game score if they pick up a 2-0 this evening. But you can hear that Fred Brion fans are ready for the upset. They're ready for the Kingslayers to come out and deal out their punishment. I don't know whether it's going to be today. I personally don't have any faith that it's actually going to happen. Not making any bets or anything like that. However, they often play to their opponents.
They really do.
And if you want to, play to an opponent, any of them, it's Gen G.
Yes.
They have definitely looked the best. So I'm hoping that at least we get some competition out of Fred Brion here.
Fred Brion's last match against Hanwha Esports definitely was an eyebrow raiser for a lot of people. Their game 1, 7,000 gold lead, they tossed away by repeatedly trying to push the issue too far, flanking in inopportune moments. Then in games 2 and 3, sometimes missing the mark on win conditions in their composition. But I think that series is more indicative of what you're saying, is playing to the strength of your opponents, because it was not indicative of their past several series. They even recently, of course, took a game off of T1. So Fred Brion, a team that really is difficult to track what their current form is because it varies so wildly. They will, of course, not be in playoffs, but stealing a game here could upset Gen G's record.
No, exactly right. They are certainly playing to spoil a lot of the stats and things like this. Our key player matchup will be Morgan versus Doran, the Lord versus the guy that's now been able to pick Akali a bunch of times and looks so much better here in round 2. As you can see, some firsts up on the board as well, and this was where the majority of the Gen G question marks were, but Doran really has sort of silenced a lot of his critics.
And his laning stats here are pretty good. CS difference at 14, gold difference at 14. but I think those stats might be misleading if you don't know that the team plays so well around the top side of the map. I think that's one thing that Gen.G does. Not every team will just say, okay, we're going to play Poppy and dive repeatedly with our Kalista lane or our Lucian lane. And Gen.G is a team that will say, we'll do that a little bit, but then we'll also keep Doran on the top side a little bit protected. He's not got a lot of isolation on top lane. He's not always left on an island. So the other gold difference you see there and CS difference is because his lane opponent has been dove repeatedly by Peanut, who makes an impact, frankly, everywhere. It's kind of unbelievable how strong this jungle player is right now.
Yeah, and he was playing around the bottom lane a lot in the earlier parts of the season, but has moved towards this top side where Doran has received the rewards of a lot of Peanut's attention. I think a lot of what we say is just going to come back to talking about how good Peanut is, to be perfectly honest, which is a crazy thing because we've been talking about that for many years here in the LCK, that it really does feel like a renaissance here for the guy. But they are up against the Lord himself, and we are on a new patch and a time where laning feels like it's going to be a bunch more powerful. Maybe that means that Renekton first pick is just going to come through here for Fredabreon, and they're going to see whether Doran can be put in his place by Morgan up there.
It's really interesting because Doran also had, you know, a really good Renekton game against Damwon Kia, and I think he's looking very strong on the pick too, nearly able to turn that game around, that Karthus game that we, you know, all got to enjoy last week. But Morgan, definitely a player who plays a lot more historically. So the priority on the Renekton, I think, very high in this series compared to where it would be on average. I'm not trying to say that it's going to be first picked or anything like that. Might not even be touched in the draft, but certainly something to look at for these two players. As it is growing in popularity, we did see that even Zeus picked it up last week. Didn't like the build on it as much, but
yeah, we may not necessarily be prowling as much, depending on what the draft is going to look like. Gen.G will choose the blue side. It's been the most common. I talk about their blue side win rate, but I don't have to. You just know that their win rate is good on both sides of the map, guys. It's just kind of how it goes. I think they lost on blue once throughout the whole season. Yeah, that is 11 wins and 1 loss on the blue side. On the red side, catastrophic actually, Wolf. It is 20 victories and 3 losses. So 3 times the amount of losses on the red side. So this is a huge, huge advantage for Gen.G.
Going into this, we will definitely be breaking down some of the jungle picks, I think, that are going to I think shape how the early game is going to be played around those first 2 objectives, because as has been mentioned, and as you guys have been watching in other regions, no doubt, especially if you're up in this time zone, probably a lot of LPL, is the Drake health and the additional gold on Herald means that you want to play around both of these objectives early, and what it's turned out to be most of the time is it actually slows down Drake takes, because the amount of resources committed now to a Drake means that your opponent can make big cross-map plays. So as a result, you have to make sure you have a lot of control on the map before you actually make the commitment to go for a Drake. And if Herald's up, you're giving up additional gold if you're going to make that trade this time around as well. Yeah,
I'm feeling like the Herald priority is going to be like spring T1 levels. It's what it's sort of feeling like to me. The first ban going to be a bit of a nod to Delight. His Rakan going to hit the bench. Silas also going to be taken down, and very interested to see what the bottom lane is going to turn into now that we've moved over towards this new patch. Zeri being slightly hit, as well as the Yuumi, I think won't matter. As Chronicler already pointed out, the Yuumi obviously worth ban, especially against Lehens.
Yeah, I don't think the way we draft in the early phases is going to really matter all that much with this new patch. I don't think that that's really changed a whole lot, unless someone has a pocket pick they want to prioritize highly here, as Poppy will be taken away here from Umpty. This is a Gen.G ban, so not targeting Peanut. Wukong will be traded over. With that Poppy gone, definitely don't want to be giving that one over to Peanut. It's definitely a strong matchup for the Poppy early. And Gen.G here have the pick of the litter. We could see the Azir picked up here for Chovy. Could definitely see priority on the Kalista that's open. And Kalista, as was mentioned, you definitely don't want to be giving this one over to players like Ruler, very likely, if you're going to be prioritizing Drakes. And I think the idea for Fredabreon is it's Henna's best champion. Maybe they pick up the Zeri, you get Kalista into Zeri. But no, Gen.G won't make that mistake.
Back to an old favorite here as Henna brings out the Varus. Now, you were talking about this in the Pog State, actually. The fact that Varus got some slight buffs, and already Henner is going to go back to it. Of course, was one of our biggest advocates. We know that he loves going back to Lethality Xayah. Lethality Varus, I actually think is relatively good. Or at least has been in the past. Xayah was locked in alongside it.
He also played a lot of Varus, actually, and played Varus when it was popular. Then after it fell out of the meta, he was still playing it, like, as you're saying, and liked to play Lethality Varus into Ezreal. So it's a strong pick for him. Now, his win rate, you know, it's not going to look amazing because, unfortunately, it's on Fred Brion, but still, it's a comfort pick for him. Now, my concern here is Chovy gets LeBlanc. That's been buffed on this patch, a late game distortion damage. The explosive damage that LeBlanc has versus a Varus without any good peel here can be a big problem. Plus, they have the hard engage of the Amumu we knew was coming with the Kalista. Hex Flash disabled or no, this pick is insanely strong right now.
Yeah. Oh, man. Already, Gen G's composition looking absolutely terrifying. If you guys were peeking in towards the LPL, there are certain players such as Rookie who had some pretty pop-off performances on this champion that got slightly buffed on this patch. So, yeah, already Gen G are playing for the earlier stages of the game, and it's looking like the way to be here on 12-14. Sejuani going to be banned away, though, trying to shore up some of that possible front-to-back.
Tahm Kench, a common pairing with the Varus, like I said, has very little self-peel or ability to defend itself against Kalista, Amumu, LeBlanc. Like, these three picks feel designed to make Henna's life miserable. We'll see the Trundle taken away here, too, to prevent those heavy dives from happening when the Kalista Amumu does have prio in these lanes. I love the Renata ban here, too, because Gen G are basically going to be looking to run at Frederick Brion's comp and blow people up early. And the Renata ultimate, plus her ability to bail somebody out, could be such a big problem and frustration. Well, I think Leona and Nautilus the best options here at defending under turret here for the Varus.
Yeah, plus so much chain CC for that bottom side of the map. Of course, the setup for Umpty in that lane will be pretty insane, assuming they can catch Gen G out and unawares, especially before that level 6 does come through. This is there's going to be a lot of fireworks, I think, towards that bottom side. And Nard, despite the nerf, looks like it's possibly getting considered here, but no, Gwen will be picked up instead. That's the blind Gwen into Morgan, a little bit of a scary prospect. We'll see what Morgan has for Doran here, as Lahen's going to round out this roster now with a jungler, most likely, for Peanut.
Yeah, see what this jungler ends up being. There's a lot of options here. I think something that could additionally peel for this roster would be great. I was going to say you could go all in even more on the dive with the Vi, or you could go with something like this Xin Zhao, and it'll be Kennen. Kennen, I think, is a great pick considering this draft. You have defensive options with the kick, of course, Azir's Emperor's Divide. You could survive through those mid-game fights pretty well with this Kennen ultimate too. Then later on, you're going to have pretty good scaling in the poke department with Varus, but also the Azir damage. He'll probably go Ludens this game around. Could go Crown as well, I think, with the amount of burst damage that's on this team. But going back to the Varus pick, why we were talking about it in Pog State and why it is suddenly going to make a big return, I think, here in the LCK is a lot of our players love Varus, first of all.
Yep.
But more than that, Varus offers you consistent poke damage on objectives that now have to be fought over longer and have to be committed to harder by both teams. So his extended poke in those types of exchanges will gain value over time, especially in the mid game. So if you're trying to hold Drake aggro and then try to rotate somebody over in that interim, Varus is going to be hitting you over and over and over again with that arrow poke, and eventually that damage will stack up and you can get an edge. You can then turn that poke into a hard Kennen engage, a Leona engage, and be decisive in team fights. I still think we have to talk about the nameplates. We have to talk about that it's Ruler's Callisto, and this probably should have never been allowed to happen. But I do like the draft that Fred Brion put together just the same.
No, I enjoy it as well. I think that they, certainly have a lot of options, and it's about how it's going to work. Do they have a little bit too much scaling in some of their lanes? Of course, you mentioned the poke, but I mean, LeBlanc is a poke champion as well. She puts her face into the battle and then pops out immediately afterwards after doing a whole bunch of damage. Sad Amumu. I was about to say happy Amumu because he's just always crying. So maybe he cries when he's happy as well. It's absolutely untrue. I've seen that the video, the Sad Amumu video that Preshow composed. It's absolutely beautiful. Anyway, Gen G with pretty standard composition, I think, for this patch. And Fred Brion trying to add a bit of scaling there. A lot of AoE, just a lot of those circles and things like this that we like to talk about, and a lot of CC available if they can make it to the later stages. Fred Brion fans, it always impresses me with their passion for this team. Even though there's still no chance for them to make it to playoffs or anything like that, they're still here, they're still supporting, and it's absolutely fantastic to see. Great, I assume, to see all of you in chat as well participating in Fred Brion fandom, which I assume you are doing.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable assumption. I've peeked my head into the Fred Brion chats a few times recently, and
if you need some catharsis, it's always a good way to go.
yeah, I mean, it's not the most varied chat, it's not the most diverse, but you know, it is definitely very passionate and very positive.
If you're talking about the diversity of emotes chosen,
yes.
I would say definitely low. Frequency of emotes posted, very high though.
Yeah, there you go.
As Umpty's going to start here by himself on his red buff and in full vision.
This is, of course, the LeBlanc thing that you could do. You start Distortion, you put a ward down in the red buff, and it's very annoying. There's not really any counterplay unless you're all grouped up to delete a ward. LeBlanc could just dash back to her clone, or her starting point, rather, and it'll be totally fine. Yep. Varus in the early part of this lane will be pretty okay, but once level 2 is hit, or Lehens gets a nice hook opportunity where he bandage tosses in, that's when things start to go awry. Kalista long-term will be able to do way more damage when she's in range. Is the Varus that's trying to maintain distance while putting poke out in the early levels where he might be able to trade up, but again, it's Lehens and Ruler, so I wouldn't bet on it.
Yeah. It's actually a very interesting choice as well. It's lethal tempo picked up here by Henna, so it might be more of the attack speed variant. I was largely expecting, just based on the player alone, that we were going to see a more lethality-based version. Doesn't seem to be the case. Lehens going to get a ward down, and Umpty is just spotted. Lehens is just going to do some jungler shenanigans here. Isn't going to be able to steal away the Grump, and now Umpty is chasing after him. Red buff in hand, so this is going to be a real tough one. But Umpty had the Sonic Wave landed already. Chovy's going to rotate over, looking for Lava here. As Lehens does get a bandage toss, Lava might pay for it, but no, not going to come through. Peanut over the wall, though, and he will get the kill onto Lava. Still, Chovy trying to work out some funny business here as Delight and Umpty fighting it out here with the Vi, and it's already shenanigans. Okay, Chovy gonna flash on forward, finds himself a chain onto Delight. Denting blows stacking up here as Chovy gets on over, and Ruler's in here as well. Umpty not going to get rendered, as I don't believe the reset came through there for Ruler. But break it down for me, Wolf.
Most creative way to get the Kalista ahead I've ever seen. And look, I thought the idea here for the Lehens check on the Gromp and the normal pathing for Umpty is a good idea. But Umpty is, of course, able to use the Gromp to block bandage toss and sit behind there, so I don't think you're really going to be able to find the angle there. Plus, there's not enough controller prio in the mid lane, so did end up looking very badly for Gen G for just a moment there. Lehens has to flash, is of course still picked, but then Gen G all commit, they all rotate in. It's a hands diff here, and Chovy just showcases his mechanics as they turn it around. Peanut comes over unseen, ended up picking up 2 kills here to the 1, and notably, of course, the Kalista is the recipient of one of those. Notice Umpty's positioning here really well played. The bandage toss, of course, blocked by Gromp, so he just uses the Gromp against Lehens here. Lehens still commits, does have to flash the Fat Wall here, but Umpty's already queued him. He also commits both summoners. The exhaust comes through because he wants Peanut to come over here and save him. Fortunately, just a little bit too far away. Notice where Peanut is on the map. And Chovy gets back his Electrocute, I believe, here in this exchange. Fakes him out with the clone. And then it has the Electrocute coming just back up, so they call to go back in. And the damage here is unreal.
Oh, it's just crazy how they navigated this fight. It's just in, out, in, out. Gen G making sure that they keep that aggro in check, and unfortunately, Fred Brion just a little bit outplayed, but Umpty's going to look to do the same thing. Jumps on top of Chovy here. Q will connect as he gets underneath the turret, and there is the kill. Umpty's going to go down, though, so the trade back is definitely not ideal, but giving Lava more opportunities here in this early game, definitely good.
Yeah, Lava about to hit level 6, going to be very impactful in these upcoming fights for objectives, but I don't think either team is going to be able to start this Drake up early here as it has spawned, because a little bit more tanky on this patch, and it's Kalista Varus down on the bottom side. Peanut will catch this wave. Chovy already used teleport, so unfortunate he does go down here. Trade up for gold, but still some tempo gain for Fred Brion right when this level 6 is coming online for Lava, and the really impactful fights are about to begin here.
Yeah, Peanut going to be able to take down this little bit of Shellfish here towards the top side as we check in with the top lane, Morgan and Doran, just having a decent time. Morgan, of course, just with the early laning advantage of being Kennen, is definitely having a good one, and also has his cull stacking down as well, so feeling fantastic is Morgan right now. Peanut going to get spotted here by Umpty, but Umpty is not going to say hi. Will be spotted on this control ward as well, as we get a bunch of pings that do come out in response. So far, none of the early objectives or anything like that have been looked at here. 2 minutes until the Rift Herald is available. And I think that might be where we see most of our battling.
Look at the win rate here for Kalista for Ruler. Again, it's a pick we've talked about so much. He didn't play for a long time because it was perma-banned against him.
Yep.
And his win rate is very high, but I think the numbers themselves don't even showcase how dominant he is on this pick. You know, whether he wins the game or not, he wins the lane. He makes a huge impact in the game. Grabbing that early kill this game is massive for him. And yeah, he's got CS parity here, but that's not what's important. What's important is the prio he's going to have when that Rift Herald does spawn and when they are going to commit for it. By the way, Peanut is just taking that extra aggression up to put mid and turning it into a huge CS gap right now. He's massively ahead, and Farm is going to take this red buff away here a minute before the Herald spawns, so they've got a lot of extra tempo right now, Gen G do, around the map. Yeah, maybe not the most impactful ultimates for a team fight here versus the Cannon and the Emperor's Divide, but they may yet be able to actually win a Rift Herald fight if they can have the better group up here, better map control.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're starting to do. Of course, no joy from Umpty with that little trip towards the bottom side. And so therefore, with that ping coming through from Umpty, he's going to have a bit of a sad reminder about the location of his Brambleback. Doran able to get a shove here towards the top side, nails that cannon minion as well, which always makes us feel good. Chovy has a CS advantage once again. Actually kind of dropped down a little bit after that death, but has since been able to rectify the situation, as Chovy generally does.
Certainly does. And for Umpty here, you're really frustrated because losing all that farm on the death for the dive mid, like you said, that camp bottom side that didn't lead to anything means he doesn't have 6 right now. There's nowhere to make an impact for him. He cannot actually easily hit 6 because the red buff, like you said, was taken away. So he's going over to do Krugs. Krugs will finally have that, but he's not able to threaten any ganks here before this Rift Herald spawns. And now a little bit of extra prio in mid, top side here. And Fred and Breon, their comp would love to group up first and actually fight for this. Umpty is going to go ahead and start. But the map control here, not a thing for Fred and Breon right now. Umpty is just going to hope to get away with this. As we see, he is spotted on this ward.
Oh, the control ward doesn't actually spot it out as well. So Peanut actually thinking about going for a bit of a trade. Just going to look to start off this Drake instead. And so Gen G valuing the dragons a little bit more here at this point in time. And if you don't get the full rotation over, you don't get as much gold from taking the Rift Herald. So keeping Henna and Delight here towards the bottom side, keeping Lava away from the Rift Herald, is a way of sort of limiting that extra advantage that you can pick up.
Yeah, Morgan will grab the local gold and then just go straight back to lane. And unfortunately for Gen G, yeah, they will get this Drake here, which is much more, impactful on this patch. 3% more resistances here on this Mountain Drake, so good solo Drake to pick up. But they're not able to set up for the dive bottom side I think they really wanted, because it is a Leona pick. The defensive options are there. Delight knows there's a possibility.
Okay, well, Lahen's not going to find the bandage toss as Chovy's fighting with Lava here towards the top side. Chain doesn't land though, and Chovy's going to have that passive procced. Lava still taking a little bit here, but definitely a very happy Azir at this point in the game as Morgan dashing forward, looking to get a bit of extra pressure down towards Doran. And so far, Fred and Breon just having a really good time. I mean, look at Morgan's lead. Yeah, it's huge.
So he has a massive lead. Lava had a lead for a little while, but has control over this lane. Has pushed Chovy down. Chovy's clone has already expired here, and Lava does have the Emperor's Divide. Doran's catching waves topside, and the bottom side advantage that Ruler picked up with that kill in that crazy, fight that Lehen started off when they were fighting over Gromp hasn't really led to any advantages. This is going to be plate gold plus the local gold that Morgan picked up topside. So at the moment, Fred and Breon's lead is pretty immense. But let's not forget that Gen G's composition is going to work a lot better in straight-up 5v5 team fights where they can threaten the backline, where Ruler can actually pop off and carry. They have really strong engage. And Fred and Breon's comp is way better on first Herald, so Gen G decide to try to make something happen bottom side. Don't get the dive, get the Drake, but this is par for the course of where these compositions should be. But still, for Fred Brion, doing everything their comp is supposed to do against Gen.G isn't always a given, considering how strong this team is in the early game.
No, exactly right. Henner as well, building towards that shield bow as well. I had a look at what he's been doing in solo queue a little bit, has been going towards things like Ginsu's Rageblade and the Kraken Slayer at times, but it looks like he's going for the more defensive option here, which I kind of respect. As Peanut up here towards the top side, we'll see whether he is going to figure something out up against Morgan. As you can see, the Poro was discovered, and Peanut's just going to wait around actually. Back to come through, or at least channeled here for Doran for now, as Umpty gets a ward over, and Chovy's going to poke his head in as well. A lot of wards, just barely out of range of control wards.
What Gen.G I think have identified is the tempo advantage that Peanut has in the jungle right now, and instead of trying to force dives on a Cannon who has ult and flash and trying to force dives on a Leona Varus, what they're trying to do is get Peanut accelerated in this game, so he's going to be a stronger engage tool. And Umpty, if they push him down enough and he falls far enough behind in farm, the composition that Gen.G are running are so much stronger when they work together with a Vi than Lee Sin is going to be for Fred Brion's comp later on. So just trying to maintain that advantage right now and hold on to Drake advantage is definitely going to be the name of the game. I love the defensive wards here on the bottom side of the map as well for Henna and Delight.
Yeah, a lot of them are going to be cleared out here as Gen.G do realize that 2 minutes until the second Drake of the game, and that is where Gen.G are going to try and get their advantages. Certainly with Drakes becoming more powerful, with the souls all being buffed and things like this, means that it doesn't really matter whether you've got a scaling comp or not. If you get all those Drakes, you're going to be really strong, is kind of how it works.
Yeah.
There is a chance that we get the Ocean Soul, and it has also been buffed, but of course, regen, things like that, not necessarily as prevalent on this patch. So I feel like even though it's only 1%, it is relatively a lot stronger as far as that is concerned. Bit of a fight here towards the top side as Chovy. He's rotating up. They're looking to try and take down Morgan. Doran's in a bit of trouble, though, as Chovy will take the cannon for a walk, and he does end up falling down. Great ult there from Lehens defensively, as we've got the Vault Breaker to allow Peanut to make it out of this little kerfuffle on the bottom side. And Gen.G will survive. Ruler gets tagged there by the Q. Nice aim there from Umpty, and Lava with some spare time in the mid lane going to get some work done.
Yeah, Lava's going to try to grab some plates here mid, but is, of course, traded bottom side here. And Gen.G win out on this exchange. Morgan's dead. So you have so much power down on bottom side right now to push this wave and set up for the Drake faster. Morgan does have teleport, and we're 45 seconds away from the Drake, so Unleashed Teleport actually gets a huge buff on this patch, basically for second Drake fight. It is going to be massive because those are much later now. So we have a dive set up.
Exactly, Lehens very, very low. Ruler does have Fate's Call to try and keep him alive, but the bandage toss is going to get him in there first. There's the Fate's Call now as Delight taking a lot of damage. 3-man knock-up, and Lehens just breaks his stopwatch, flashes away, and he's going to be fine. Delight trying to be the noble sacrifice, and he will, but I don't think it's going to save them as the chains connect. Chovy missed by the Emperor's Divide, and Umpty does survive, as Morgan here towards the top side will grab some plates.
Yeah, Morgan's going to get some extra lead here on the top side of the map, but Gen.G getting a 2 Drake lead right now I think is way more significant, especially if we consider how that bottom fight goes. Now, this is the fight that happens before this where Morgan dies and expends his ultimate. So despite having teleport for the fight we just watched bottom side, he doesn't use it there because he doesn't have slicing Maelstrom, or rather get value in a side lane, as this was just incredible. Peanut is so good, flashes away here after using his ultimate to avoid being blown up. Then this turn, also Lehens, Fate's Call into the re-engage, stopwatch broken instantly, so there's no way he can be traded. He just flashes out. Delight's trying to peel because they know this is a zero-sum game for them. There is no way they're going to benefit from this whatsoever. Cannon's already teleported top, and that's going to be second Drake going over to Gen.G.
Yep, so they pick that one up, or at least they should.
They should be able to. It's, again, it's not always a given on this patch.
Yep.
Very tanky.
Indeed, indeed. We've got a reset now for Fred Brion as Gen.G are looking for second Rift Herald, of course. Shirley, very, very strong. Look at all of that health. That's just, it's a lot of numbers.
She's mini Baron now.
Yep, that's just how that one goes. But she's going to be started here, Gen.G, with control of these lanes for now. And Lehens is rotated up. Ruler's over here as well. So theoretically, they could go for this, but they don't want to trade it for the Drake. And Chovy here towards the bottom side, looking to clear out some vision and make sure that they don't lose out on that one. Sentinel does spot Umpty. And so Gen.G is going to now return towards that dragon.
Fred Brion's team fighting here is so muted without Cannon. Notice he's walking down slowly here, and the team is just trying to buy enough time for him to be there. This is where the Varus can get a lot of value. Unfortunately, not in position to do so right now, and on a ward.
Yeah, well, there's an ulti to come through. Fate's Call, not going to be used, is in fact not off cooldown just yet. Emperor's Divide is going to find a lot of damage onto Peanut as they've just singled him out. It's a double kill for Henna's Varus. And Ruler just unable to get anything back that's meaningful. Yeah, did a fair bit of damage in the fight, but not able to pick up any of these kills, and that should be a Drake going over to Fred Brion.
And Doran is going to get top turret, but again, these Drakes are so important on this patch, and I think Genji's composition really needs to be getting Drake leads here, because if they do not, the game slows down to such a state that the Azir, the Kennen, and the Varus will scale up incredibly well, and then your only option is going to be Chovy carrying in the late game, picking people off. It's possible, but it's very difficult, and this is going to take a long time to take, but they should be able to secure it. Genji decided to reset and look for a team fight setup on this Drake instead of taking the risky call and actually doing it right after that successful bottom side fight. And I think this may have come back to bite them because they are just not set up and coordinated for this fight. Because as you mentioned in the draft, yeah, Fred Brion have some poke, some scaling, but they also do have hard engage on single targets if you are split. And that's exactly what happened, unfortunately, to Lehens.
Yeah.
When so much of your engage and disengage isn't a support that's tied to Fate's Call, if a Mumu goes down first, your team fighting does fall apart very rapidly. Because remember, Doran is also not here, doesn't have teleport, so you know you're fighting a man down when you know that Cannon isn't top side. He's not involved in this fight because it's really just a collapse onto the Mumu.
No, exactly right. There was no Fate's Call available, so really beautifully done. Peanut then out of position as well, as biting off a bit more than they can chew. This, however, is not that case, as Morgan is in a whole host of trouble. Slicing Maelstrom does come down. Let's see whether he can take one with him as Peanut takes an extra turret shot, and he will make it out. Fred Brion now going to be counter-pushing in this mid lane, and you mentioned cross-map plays. It's not even necessarily around Drake and Herald just yet, but Fred Brion have been able to take back anything whenever, you know, Morgan falls down in a side lane or something like that.
Yeah.
Very nicely done.
They have. They've gotten, of course, the top turret down, mid turret's down now as well, and they're even going to try to teleport to defend this bottom turret. Lava should be able to pull it off. Chovy's going to have to back out. And, you know, we talked about how Genji's comp was going to look better.
Doing a strong click. 8 health. Wow. Whoa.
Big
All
save.
right. Yeah, exactly. So, Morgan's death not in vain.
No.
It's that turret's alive. Absolutely going to be alive for a really long time. Don't you even worry about that.
Well,
it'll be totally okay.
We've talked about how Genji's comp has a lot of power in straight up 5v5 team fights, the Gwen side laning angle, and Chovy is going to be able to potentially assassinate Henna. But Henna took Cleanse, does of course have Immortal Shield, but a lot more difficult to kill than a lot of lethality variations of the Varus will be. And at this stage, you know, I mean, we're really relying on the nameplates, I think, a little bit here if we're going to say that Genji is okay in this game, because I really don't think that is true. Lava has his crown online, is going straight into Shadow Flame against a very squishy composition here of Genji. Doesn't have a ton of magic resistance outside of those Merc Treads coming through. And, you know, plays like this are great when you can get kills, but when the enemy team is buying time, getting side laning done, and also getting cross-map objectives, doesn't matter as much. Still great mechanical play from Chovy here, using the Everfrost, grabs the chain, and there's enough follow-up here. Diving under turret with a cannon, always difficult to pull off, but when you have this much dive in a comp like this with a Vi, you can do it.
Yep, it's very nicely done, but still costs them the outer turret in the mid lane. And Fred Brion with a lot of line wave clear as well. Varus certainly very good at that, especially one that's slightly accelerated. He completes his Ginsus. So Henna getting to that 2-item spike, feeling pretty good about this. And the way that Fred Brion's comp works in teamfights, like sometimes you talk about Varus as a champion that doesn't necessarily have a lot of scaling. However, that is largely attributed to the lethality build.
Yeah.
That is countered by extra armor and things like that, just in general. But the on-hit variant does a hell of a lot of damage if he can stand there and get autos down. And Genji, not a lot of range on their composition. Yes, Chovy has a lot of assassination potential, but Fred Brion have so much CC that Henna might actually have an opportunity to just stand there and like right-click people.
What's really cool about Fred Brion's comp on that note is it's a lot of defensive CC, a lot of peel. But also, as we saw in that fight where Lehens was picked and the Drake went over to Fred Brion, they also have the ability to blow up somebody's single target. I wouldn't like to see them hard engage onto a wide variety of Genji players because the damage on Genji's side is so high. But if you find a Mumu, or a Mumu tries to engage, you instantly kill him by CCing him to death, then you win the front to back. And Varus shouldn't ever be assassinated by anybody but Chovy in this game.
Yeah.
And that's a scary thought. I mean, Chovy is, you know, our best mid laner in the LCK right now, and he's on one of his best champions in the block, does have 6 sacks of Darkseal. But putting all that pressure on one player here means the composition of Gen G has somewhat failed.
This is a huge zoom out. Thank you very much for that one, Jonas Strong.
It's a tanky Herald.
Yeah, noting as well that there is a huge minion wave towards the top side as well. Everfrost does come down. Delight just exploding. The chains will come through. Fate's Call relatively early here as Shirley gets a charge but is going to be taken down. And now, the setup for this first Infernal Drake is exactly what Gen G are looking for. Rule are going to have to move back, as Delight very, very low does mean that the ability to engage is going to be lowered just a little bit.
Morgan doesn't have a good teleport ward here. There's one right in the middle of things here, and they are going to use it to control some vision here, but doesn't have a flank angle unless he goes bottom.
Well, Chovy over the wall. Delight's just going to explode, but does have the stopwatch available. Oh, attempted kickback is just denied by the Assault and Battery, and now Doran is going 1v3. Delight is very dead as the Flash Vault Breaker comes through, or Vault Breaker Flash if you want to nitpick. And Gen G going to just head back down and grab themselves the Infernal.
We can forgive Morgan dying in side lanes and not making impact in the first few team fights, but in this case, while that wave that you mentioned the observers were highlighting top side is up there, he decided, okay, we're probably going to play a longer fight for neutral here, use that Varus poke, a little bit of a Azir poke, and try to fight around these choke points. And I'm going to be able to teleport in and slicing Maelstrom. But you can't be missing your Maelstroms in every fight. You can't be absent in every single fight because these team fights are so reliant on the cannon. And by the time he shows up here, the fight is already over.
Yeah, a little bit of a attempt from Umpty denied as well, which I think was the biggest part of that, because maybe if he does get that kick play off, you mentioned single target CC and things like that, it could have worked out. But in the end, all of the damage put into Delight earlier on in that fight really does allow Gen G to roll over.
If Morgan is there, even just standing on top of his teammates, that play from Gen G is impossible to pull off. But he wanted to teleport in. He wanted to grab that wave topside. They didn't want to lose more resources because Herald crashes through and you lose multiple waves top feels terrible. But now losing a team fight and giving over that second trait to Gen G feels even worse. And it's a tough call to make. I think the observers didn't like it either. That's why they're showing it so hard. But he needs to be with his team if they're going to function, especially in this critical mid-game where Fred Brion are going to start to scale up.
Well, Chains of Corruption coming down here as Lava misses the Emperor's Divide. Oh, it's a disaster, and now Chovy's back over the wall. Not really worried about it. Mimics his Distortion, gets himself back again as well, and oh, that could have been such a huge pick if Fred Brion had been able to get that Azir just a little closer.
Yeah, it was crazy how close that was. It looked like it hit, but it definitely did not. Chovy is going to be able to escape here. No flash expended or anything like that, and big ultimate down here now for Fred Brion 2 with nothing gained.
Yeah. Baron
is up. Gen G do have a 2-item, soon to be 3-item Callista. Start setting up vision.
Well, Lahen's just fighting Lava here. Imumu probably not going to win that battle. Is just going to walk on out. Yeah. Of course, you do a lot of little hits of damage if you're auto-attacking as the Azir, so I kind of like the Imumu passive in that particular 1v1. However, he has 0 money.
The more champions you touch, the more chances you get 3,000 assists tonight.
Hey, that's true. That's true. He's just got to do more battle. As much battle as possible. Right now, sitting on 3. So we're going to have to times that by 5.
Yeah.
If we want to get to the record.
It's, you know, it's baby steps, okay? Still a lot of gameplay left in this series as Gen G, like I said, grouping up here for Baron Vision because they can clear this so fast at this point, way faster than Fred Brion can. And with the extra prio they have on the map, it's warranted. They have control over the pit. And if Fred Brion are forced into this choke point, that's when things can get a little bit awkward, especially if Morgan isn't there for a slicing Maelstrom. Once again, still has that teleport, but with no flank angles, he needs to be with his team and not splitting if Gen G decide to push a fight.
Well, Morgan now just going to clear out the Wolf Camp, so at least Peanut's not going to be able to deny them that one. It is only about a 3,000 gold lead. It's not end of the world or anything like that for Fred Brion right now. But with Gen G having so much control of the map, it's likely that Soul Point is going to be theirs. And as these Drakes start to stack up, we will get demonstrated the 12-14 special, which is Mega Dragons that are very, very scary, especially when it's the Infernal. I like how here in the LCK we have a lot of oceans, a lot of clouds, a lot of Hex Tech, actually. But we don't have that many Infernals.
Yeah.
But that's going to be our first one.
It almost feels like Infernals, too, just becomes series-based. Like, we have, like, oh, we don't have a lot of Infernals, and then 3 games in a row of Infernal Soul.
Yeah.
this might be one of those cases. Don't want to spoil it early. Doran?
You're going to connect here as immediately Doran's going to get the dash away. Umpty taking so much damage here as the needlework flies through. So Umpty's going to have to go for a bit of a reset here, a little bit of extra control of the map. However, still 1 minute and 20 on this Drake, so they can afford to have him go home.
They don't have good side laning here, Fredit Brion, to actually get control of a side to actually approach control of this Drake, as Peanut might just look for an all-in here onto Morgan. Get his ultimate, I think, even would be huge, too.
Yeah,
Doran's trying to beat this.
Yeah, exactly. Doran, of course, with his Riftmaker is going to be pretty fine in this right now. Ruler's going to rotate over. That ward getting a lot of value as Chains of Corruption are here. Ruler, of course, just with his finger on the R button. And Lehens is absolutely going to be okay. Chovy tidies up this wave. Lava as well, just going to trade that one back. Oh, okay, bit of a fight as Chovy's just going to walk this one out or dash this one out. As the real Chovy does have to escape. Doesn't use his flash or anything like that. But good aggression there from Lava.
Second one in a row, though, that narrowly takes Chovy.
Oh, there's the flash kick. Does finally come out as Ruler's looking to try and trade. Oh, the fail flash is not what you want. And Ruler, pretty uncharacteristic mistake here.
Yeah, puts his head back in his chair as well. He knows he goofed. Unfortunately, is picked off here. Now this is an opportunity for Fredit Brion to actually get control of this side lane here and do Baron. They have a lot of Baron damage now, more than they did last time we were having this discussion.
Yeah, that was the Ruler position as well, making a bit of a comeback as teleport to come forward. Doran looking to get himself in here as now Morgan takes advantage of the fact that there's no Fate's Call. The ulti does come through here from the Amumu, but not going to do anything because there's just not enough members of Gen G in the area. Now, 12 seconds on Ruler, and Fredit Brion, they just want to get a pick, and Peanut would be absolutely the perfect one. Vault Breaker does bring him out, as now Henna has to be very, very careful. Vault Breaker's really good at trying to interrupt Umpty here, but another teleport will come through. The Gwen's going to come on over, and here's the Assault and Battery. Gen G looking to try and turn it around as Umpty is the one that's going to be taken down. Morgan trying to get himself towards his backline. He has the flash, but he just can't find his way in. And now Chovy is corralling them. He flashes forward, trying to pick up any sort of opportunity for aggression on this LeBlanc. But Fredit Brion, they went from doing the Baron after a pick to walking out without their jungler.
There is no reason why Fredit Brion needed to actually chase there and try to look for a pick onto a Vi after getting the initial pick on Amumu, who's the best engage for Gen G to contest this Baron. They take him out. They have control with still slicing Maelstrom available, choke point control. As the observers are scaring me here.
Yeah, Jonas Strong is, like, he can see Peanut has flash up, and he's like, well, he's going to go for this play, isn't he? He may still go for this play, isn't he? Yeah, there he is. There's the flash in. Emperor's Divide once again going to miss. Not exactly Lava's best day here, but it's not over yet. Chovy over to the side. Does have the chain connecting as the Amumu is going to be brought out to relative safety. Lehens looking for the re-engage, actually, as Morgan down to about 500. Has to be a little bit careful. And Gen G are running rings around Fredit Brion right now.
Yeah, the engage, though, gets the slicing Maelstrom out of Morgan once again. Hasn't been able to have an impactful use of this ultimate this game. We're talking about a cannon who's sitting on 3 items. Has dash cannon, which has been used aggressively 0 times.
Yeah.
And a Void Staff here, and Banshee's Veil. This cannon should be getting insane amounts of value, but Gen G are just constantly forcing fights. As we're going to go all the way back to when Ruler died here.
Why are we watching
I don't want to watch this again. But what happens next, of course, is more impactful here as Fredit Brion are trying to start this Baron up. Then they go, okay, we could grab Lehens here. And they have complete control. At this moment, they should turn back to Baron against the extremely mobile Gen G composition and force them to come to you.
Yeah, it's 3v5. As now Fredit Brion, they're on the Baron yet again. Peanut in the area. It is going to be a 50-50 as, okay, Lehens just going to throw his life away. No Fate's Call available or anything like that. The Baron secured here by Fredit Brion. The Vi also taken down. Bit of a fiesta here as we come out of our replay.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how Fredit Brion got that much control on Baron because we were watching Ruler fail flash again. But either way, the setup for this, they do have good damage for Baron at this stage in time. And even with Morgan not having slicing Maelstrom up, Gen G failed to actually engage. Lehens, you know, he's looking for 3,000 assists today, but he has not had the greatest game of Amumu. Remember, this is the guy, along with Beryl and Vista, who have played the best games of Amumu this season.
Yeah.
But he's just a little bit left out to dry here. His teammates don't follow up as quickly. And we're going to watch this one more time as, okay, this is how things went wrong.
All right, so
they were just doing Baron here, 2-man. Lehens is at 0 health, and Fredit Brion are like, okay, I think you guys are over here. Lehens has no health as a result. goes in and ults Umpty. What? Yeah. Okay. I mean, sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction, Atlas.
Yeah, maybe the Deskers could break this one down. I think we've got Cubby as well. We might need 3 people in order to get to the bottom of Lahen's thinking there. But
yeah, we were like, how did that happen? How did we get to this scenario? We watched it again. I'm like, I'm still confused.
Yeah. Not the greatest. Anyway, Ruler does go back, completes himself a Zeal. He's got a stopwatch here as well. Henna elected for a dagger instead of a stopwatch, but otherwise it's complete item parity between these two AD carries. I'm looking at Chovy though, and he has got a Rabbidan's Death Cap and a Void Staff, and a lot of damage available, but Lava has a CS advantage. And that is not something that we get to say against Chovy all that often.
Yeah, I mean, they have Baron, they have this mid push coming through. Ruler's over there dealing with that, so the siege is real here on bottom side. They have a flank angle here with Morgan. I don't think Gen G should try to hold this turret. They should definitely retreat back to the inhibitor turret, as fighting this one into Slicing Maelstrom, all this extra scaling, Emperor's Divide would be a disaster. Frederick Brion will just go ahead and reset here. I feel like Frederick Brion's some weaknesses in macro here, very on display with the advantages they have and the free Baron they were given, as they should have been able to have pressure really in all 3 lanes here, with Morgan having Slicing Maelstrom and his Unleashed Teleport available here. But still, they group up, they force down that turret, and they're able to maintain almost gold parity here with Gen G. And once again, this is a Gen G game where if you're watching this, you've been watching all season, you're like, well, I think Gen G will probably still win in the end, but it was damn close. It's Frederick Brion, they have all these advantages, but they just can't cross the finish line when it matters most here.
And it's Runon's Hurricane now completed for the Varus. I kind of feel like Frederick Brion are getting to a point where their composition will just be able to run headlong at Gen G and probably do more.
Like, we're starting to get to the point where I'm like, how do Frederick Brion lose this game? I just don't think it's possible.
Peanut. There's 4 people here. Lava is going to head forward. Doesn't throw out the ultimate this time around, which is probably good. Now Lahen's might be in trouble. Ruler's going to rotate over. The ult does come through. He's kicked out of the way of the Fate's Call opportunity, but it's support for support. And Gen G now have them exactly where they want them. Emperor's Divide and the Chains of Corruption still up, though, as well as the Slicing Maelstrom. So Frederick Brion still with a bunch of tools, even if they don't have their Leona.
Yeah, and Morgan here does have his Banshee's Veil up too. Like, he should be able to force a slicing in whichever way he wants it. No flash though, no dash cannon.
Yep, this Drake is going to be spawning. Is now Morgan looks for the solo onto Chovy. The Q comes forward. Chovy trying to get himself out of here as Doran. He'll go golden as well. The AoE damage is massive. Emperor's Divide comes through, but he is still going to fall down. Peanut hits the R button, and now Umpty's running for the hills. Sometimes Gen G just find the fight they're looking for as Lahen's. He's denied the assist, but he gets the kill here on Umpty on his way out.
And Morgan on this cannon, you know, he's 0-3-3. I think this pick was so critical for the composition of Frederick Brion, and his dying moment is trying to Slicing Maelstrom a LeBlanc solo 1v1. The rest of his team needed that peel so badly as Gen G just take a more decisive fight. The Gwyn untouched, Doran 0 death this game, and he wins the final fight.
Yeah, Peanut was mid-Vault Breaker when he was hit by the ult out of Delight here, and I don't think Delight's going to stop these Nexus turrets from falling down. It was definitely closer than expected, but Gen G will take game number 1 against Frederick Brion here.
Yeah, very much a game that Score is going to be, you know, waving his finger a little bit, and zooming in on parts of the replay. Lahen's in particular, I think very much having a for fun game in certain parts of that one.
Yeah, I think the early game he played very, very well, and then had some whoopsies, let's just say.
The 2-man Baron was, I think, the most egregious because, yes, you do a lot of damage. You have a Kalista next to you, but the Amumu gets knocked up by Baron, goes down to about 15% health, and then the ensuing fight, he tries to go in and ult while the rest of his team isn't there. I think that this game was a good look for Hannah overall. I think it was a really good look for Lava on the Azir. His peel was really good. His damage output was solid.
R button.
Yeah, he could not quite lock down Chovy. But otherwise, in team fights, looked good. It was, for me, I think Morgan, who really did not find anything on this cannon. Yeah, you're laning against Doran. He took control of your lane after the early game. Or you were always behind the tempo on those Slicing Maelstrom teleport plays because your team didn't have wards for you to teleport to. But man, you've got to be there to protect your carries in these 5v5 fights. You can't let them get caught and split up like that, and trying to all in a LeBlanc was just not the right move.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out, and we saw so many times that it was almost like they were teetering, and then Doran finds an angle, and Needlework rips everyone to shreds. And then it's not even close. I think the Gwen was very important in a lot of those team fights in the later stages of the game. No surprises here that Chovy is the leader as far as damage is concerned. He got a lot of poke done in this game, but Umpty doing a lot of work for his team, trying to get stuff done, and we saw that Fred and Brion were able to create some advantages for themselves. So I'm excited. Looking forward to game number 2 here, Wolf, because Fred and Brion aren't going to go down without a fight.
Certainly not. Very excited to see what happens as we switch sides here as well.
Yeah,
Genji going on red side, what those counter picks are coming through.
Yeah, exactly right. Let's head over to the carpet space after a short break for the breakdown of game number 1.
우리 3명만 여기 있고 르블랑이 포킹하면 될 듯?
이거 나 초식에도 있어서 나한테 걸면 빨면서 할게.
나 위로 올라가 볼게 얘들아.
야 리신 방금 빠졌다 형.
리신 초식에 있다 얘들아. 한번 살고 텔로 오면 돼. 아
맞아,
싸움 좋다. 싸움 좋다. 나이스. 내가 잡을게 리신도.
끝난 거 같은데 미드로 갈게.
내가 리신 마무리할게.
끝나나? 나 미드 갈까? 나
끝났어,
미드 갈게. 끝났어.
Now, that's there. He is there. Can he make it into the pit? The answer is no. As the Rend and the Smite is going to be good. And take a look at this. Are you getting away from Zeka in this case? Everybody is turning up to him, but he has a Zhonya's, and he has insane amounts of damage. You can't take him down. As the Kingslayer will just keep him alive bit by bit. Finally, they do kill the raid boss, but it's not going to matter because everybody else on the side of Nongshim
which he's done better than, I'd say, any other AD carry within the LCK. He's always been at least on item parity. He is very far behind the curve right now.
Yeah, not sure why they're here. Bible hits a delicious ultimate onto 3 of them.
천천히 전령 빨면서 다이브박을 생각할게. 스카 하나 타고 들어가서 아진 들어갈게.
Couple of minutes as well.
Okay, so they're just going to try to get Peanut here, who is going to get a very nice flash, but straight into the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but immediately Amumu goes down. Doran goes forward, and he's frontlining for his team. What a huge play, and Toby gets a massive sweep into 4 of them, and Genji, yes, they will still lose 2 members.
죽었다. 안녕 얘들아.
Oh, he's just playing with his food now. That's what I was talking about, this top lane. I'm like, this is not very close when it comes to the individual ability of these two players to play out a lane. And Rascal is just dunking on him.
Conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Hello and welcome back to the Alice Carpet Space and Collaborative Chairs, and also with a guy in the TV named Cubby. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler and Cubby, of course, back here once again for this week. That was a very interesting game, very back and forth. Fred Brion actually looking like one of the teams that had the best chance against Gen G so far, which is insane to say, outside of course, T1, who did take them down. Let's take a look at the draft, though. Chronicler, what do you think?
I saw this one, and in theory, the Fred Brion draft quite strong. I love the comic of the Varus. I think that Varus Leona is just a really strong lane, always has been, always will be. Good setup, but at the same time, like you look at the Gen G comp and you see Kalista and Mumu, which we know how hard that snowballs, especially with the current state of the game. And then you have Gwen and LeBlanc as kind of insurance policies, but even in mid-game, LeBlanc provides really good setup and follow-up to Vi. So overall, I just expected Gen G to get an early gold lead, stomp every lane, and then take every objective and win.
And I thought the idea from Fred Brion to, have this cannon on R5, it seems pretty sound in the Gen G, who are really looking to blitz the game early. I think the one thing that was missing from Fred Brion that really hurt them in the mid game was the fact that they lose both side lanes with LeBlanc and Gwen. They just weren't able to get push once Gwen's able to get some items. And we really saw that hurt them as Gen G were able to have a full court press in 3 lanes and were able to deny a lot of camps and resources from Fred Brion in between objectives.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I think that, the power of friendship worked for a little bit until it did not. But we do have 3 highlights. So let's get into the first one here. And Cubby, I want to ask you about this specifically from the point of view of Gen G. What did you think about this early aggressive play from Lehens?
So whenever I see a Kalista bot, especially on blue side, I love when you attack enemy jungle camps. And for the Hens, this seems like a crazy move, but if he walks away with a Gromp, Umti's game is over. Because Peanut is able to rotate after that. Umti would have been stuck at level 2. Unfortunately, it does not work out for the Hens, but we see some of the early power of Gen G's composition really come to light here, as Peanut had a great follow-up from Fog. And that is really what helped turn this skirmish in Gen G's favor.
What I loved is the confidence with which Gen G played here early on. But this play by itself looks like, okay, Gen G, Lehens goes a little aggro, but then, man, Chovy and Peanut played well. Brutal also joining the fight, getting an early kill. But in the context of what happens later in the game, some more question marks, I think, will be drawn at that play.
Yeah, certainly pretty aggressive there from Gen G. Let's take a look at highlight number 2, which was a skirmish around 21 minutes into the game. And what did you think about this one, Chronicler?
It really showcased, I think, most notably that this was a game where Umti knew that there was a lot of onus on him, especially because the light got bullied out by Chovy here. And Umti trying to go for a hard play on the Gwen while his Leona is in stasis. It's just not going to work, right? And you see that the Frederian comp does have some difficulties if they're not able to actually get the backline access that they need. And I thought from that point, then G gets another Drake, and it all looks pretty done. And then Frederian got a Baron.
Yeah. Cubby, any thoughts on that highlight yourself?
No. Chovy created a really bad situation for Frederic Briand, and I thought Chovy's LeBlanc was fantastic. His ability to bait skill shots and cooldowns out of Frederic Briand, and then also play it around the chain range. I think it's something that Chovy just does superbly. No surprise, really, watching Chovy pilot yet another champ, the great proficiency.
Yeah, I think it's really scary now that LeBlanc is kind of back in the meta with some of those buffs. Let's take a look at highlight number 3, as this was the final fight. And this one originally looked okay for Bro, but not quite towards the end.
And love the kick from Umtier, making sure that Ruler cannot save Lahens. And then we again see, I think, some of the overconfidence that Gen G have very much Lahens most notably displayed throughout the entirety of the series, with them looking to hard engage into this play when so many powerful ultimates are still up. Really big risk. Love the pull from Morgan here.
Yeah, and you know that phrase as a kid where it's don't run with scissors? Yeah, in League of Legends, it's don't run into scissors, as Gwen shreds everyone on the side of Frederic Briand with the overextension. And Doran, I would love to see the team fight damage numbers from Doran in that fight. That was absurd, as he just shredded everyone in Frederic Briand, guaranteed the win for Gen G.
Yeah, he was pretty steadily getting fed throughout the game as well, so he really used that well. Got in front of the Lee Sin and then just kind of did Gwen things. Frederic Briand probably not, probably want to take that one back. But let's take a look at the POG from game number 1, as there can only be one, and it will be Doran on the Gwen. Thoughts on this, Chronicler?
I think Doran and Chovy were the frontrunners for this one. Doran had a very clean Gwen game. I think Doran overall, in my opinion, generally is considered one of the weaker parts of Gen G, which he's still really good. It's Gen G. So being a weaker part still is pretty decent. But the reason why he got POG is just this play. He not only saves Chovy by making sure that the rest of the team can't go for him, but really nice stopwatch timing, great needles, and then this is the team fight that solidifies the win. So I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Cubby, any thought on this one?
Yeah, I was kind of team Chovy because I feel like Frederic Briand just ran straight into the scissors, as we were talking about before. But hey, props for Doran for picking that up, turning it around. And again, yeah, don't run into Gwen. You might be immune if you're outside the circle, but if you're in the circle, you are under threat of the scissors, and Doran really showed that there.
Yeah, kind of got owned by the Gwen at the end. But that's going to do it for this episode of the Carpet Space. Let's go back to the casters for game 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. One of my favorite episodes of the Carpet Space, not going to lie. And Doran picks up a well-deserved POG. I liked the split. I liked how everyone was on the same page. It's one of the solo lanes that are getting it, and that is it.
Yep, the side laning issue that Cubby mentioned that we were talking about a little bit in the cast, I think was one of the biggest problems of Frederic Briand's comp, just no vision. If you watch that second highlight they picked after the invade there on the Gromp, also you could see the vision control was amazing. Like, Peanut scries the whole team.
Yeah.
Chovy is sniping in the back line. Just Gen G are the stronger team tonight, despite some disadvantages there in the mid to late game. So we move into the draft for game number 2. Frederic Briand will have blue side priority here this time around for first pick.
Yeah.
And I do not imagine Gen G will allow the Kalista to go over to Henna because, as mentioned before, it's his best champion, strong on blue side, really strong for Drake Cryo. So my expectation is Gen G takes that one.
Yeah, the Azir is going to be banned away here as well by Frederic Briand. I thought that maybe they'd gone for a bit of a first pick or something like that, but Lava did have a little bit of a rough one with a few of those ultimates, and so just going to take it off the table. Like you were talking about, the Kalista is just going to be banned away here by Gen G. They're not wanting to take that risk, and I respect it. And there's the Yuumi ban on blue side. Of course, denying Yuumi from Lahens is one of the oldest tricks in the book.
Yeah.
Definitely a good move.
Henna on Zeri, not something you're, as Gen G, probably going to be too worried about. And we've seen a lot of teams just allow the Zeri to go through. Prioritizing things like this Wukong, which was my expectation that Gen G would ban last. You don't want to have that Cyclone spinning around in team fights. Also has a power around those mid-game objectives. As we'll see Poppy get left through the draft here, so prioritized here for Frederic Briand. I think more as a pick away than anything else. But again, Hannah, consistency this season has not been it. So prioritizing a jungle for one of your stronger players while taking it away from Gen.G is, I think, a smart move. But this does mean Gen.G now get to choose between the Lucian lane, the Lucian lane, Sivir lane, or the Zeri lane.
Yeah, it's going to be Sivir. Of course, she was banned. She was nerfed a little bit on this patch. Of course, not able to quite have the wave clear as early, but still dangerous. As Peanut is thinking about locking away Ahri for Chovy. Chovy has never lost on this champion throughout his career.
It's insane. Yeah, he is so good at this pick. Now, it's blind, but even the best Lissandra players aren't beating Chovy
No.
when he picks it blind. Plus, Fred and Brian don't necessarily want to show Lissandra early in this draft, and if they're trying to run a Zeri comp, you don't really want Lissandra anyways, so might actually really mess with how Fred and Brian decided, or were planning on playing the second part of this phase. The Viego is still open, so another strong jungle pick that can be picked up here for Gen.G with the Ahri.
Yeah.
As we move into that last pick on red side, will be the Zeri.
Yeah, Zeri Rakan available if they want to go there.
Also, Lulu, a strong pick here into the Sivir. We've seen so many times. If you're worried about dive, might be looking towards the Nautilus, but Victor has been very popular into the Ahri. Chovy was actually the first player to pick this into the Ahri and says, oh, I've been playing this a lot. I think it's a really nice matchup. Don't know if Lava will find the same success here, but it's also been a pick he's been playing a lot of Crown on. And I love that Gen.G are just going to take away Lulu now and say, no, we're going to actually have a lot of pushing power bottom side. And Lehens now, with this Lulu pick, will empower so many other champions on the top side of the map. Empowers the Xinjiao pick. So I like this, response here from Gen.G, considering the Victor is locked in now.
Yeah, and also it gives Gen.G the opportunity to ban away the Rakan and the Alistar, right? From Delight, take away from a lot of that engage potential. When you have a Victor, right, you kind of want to have a lot of extra CC coming out of your support, just because only Gravity Field isn't necessarily enough. You can, I guess, interrupt things with the Chaos Storm, but otherwise, Victor is largely just a nuke bot, just sitting there with a whole bunch of damage relatively consistently, as Kennen is still going to be the ban here.
Yeah, alternatively, I was going to say banning an engaged top, but Kennen was not what I had in mind. I thought banning Ornn would be a strong option here, but Gen.G do, of course, have the pick priority here on red side, so it could be taken away in that regard, but doesn't look like that's the blind matchup they want to look for here. Will be the Gnar to come through.
Yep.
And for Fred Brion here, I mean, it gets a little bit uncomfortable from this point on because you need a tank, you need a front line of some sort, and Poppy alone isn't going to cut it into what Fred Brion have in terms of raw damage output, hard engage, and pick potential. So I like an Ornn here just simply because Bellows Breath could push your way through a lot of the CC of the Charm. You could just basically dictate the mid-game fights around the Ornn and then scale up better. Like, the ornaments on Victor and Zeri are two of the best champions at picking up value there. Ooh! This is a greedy one, but I certainly think that it could work out. My issue with this pick is not how it works in this draft, but that you're playing against a Sivir, you're a very squishy support, you lose vision control, and clearing up wards later on becomes a nightmare.
Yeah. No, I'm a little bit worried about this as well. I thought that the Delight Rakan could certainly come in there to give them that bit of extra CC. And yes, they do have Ornn Poppy, right, which is already a fair bit of it. But Karma has been pretty lackluster here in the LCK. Often picked just to try and get some lane shove back. And Zeri Karma, I mean, Karma does have On the Hunt theoretically with Mantra Inspire, right? It's like a poor man's version of it.
Yeah.
So theoretically can allow you to move as quickly as the Sivir sometimes. But that is going to be the Skarner locked in here for Peanut. So single target pick is absolutely massive.
You charm somebody, then Skarner gets the Impale, and then Sivir just deletes them with Chovy's help. And, I did like, actually, the Trundle pick because of the Subjugate value, and it would have given them a lot of extra ability to compete around mid-game fights, because that's the name of the game right now with these Elemental Drakes and that first Herald. Ornn being a thing means that, it's a really tough first fight to take because Sivir won't have her Kraken Slayer at that point. So, adding the Trundle, if he hits level 6, gets Subjugate, that can actually turn the fight for you. But instead, they're just looking for more late mid to late team fights with the pick potential the Ahri and Skarner do provide. And you can even pull away the Ornn and burst him down with this composition if you have the proper setup for it. So there's a lot of good targets here on the side of Frederick for Skarner to grab. So don't dislike the pick at all here. And I think Gen G have a much stronger draft overall this time around in Game 2 than Game 1, where in Game 1 we were like, nameplates, yeah, but Frederick Brion's comp is sick. This time around I'm leaning a little bit Gen G's way.
Yeah, I'm also on the Gen G train just a little bit, although Skarner has had his fair share of troubles here in the LCK. I'm hoping to see that Peanut is one of our Flash R players, and that's exactly how we've seen a lot of Zeri compositions get dismantled, is the Skarner runs in very, very fast, and the Zeri can't really do anything about it. But still, certainly a lot of opportunities here and a lot of extra CC to allow the power of friendship to shine forth against this Gen G composition that will excel at picking off a single target. Let's get into game number 2. All right, Frederick Brion fans, you can tell that there aren't quite as many, but each individual Frederick Brion fan is so loud that I think it's actually relatively even here. In LoL Park, as far as the fan chants are concerned. Yeah. Here we are, Gen G on the red side, seeing whether they can get to 21 wins and 3 losses, and Frederick Brion wanted to give them their 4th red side loss.
Very peculiar, the start here for Frederick Brion, much slower out of the gate. And see the Karma and Zeri pushing bottom side, just trying to hide vision on the delayed start here so nobody is spotted. And it is a winnable 2v2 versus Sivir Lulu if they do end up encountering each other, because the damage output is super high. Mantra is available early, and you can take away half of the Lulu's health bar and be like, all right, cool, good luck with your laning phase. But Ruler in the Hen is going to take the safe path down to the turret, will not be spotted out or chunked. And it looks like it's mission failure on the potential setup here for Henna and Delight. Well, failure's not fair. They just don't get the opportunity.
Yeah, Henna just going to be getting to work on these minion waves. As Ruler, now with his Ricochet, able to execute minions, going to be happy about that. The fact that it doesn't do quite as much damage will mean that the amount of push advantage that we've seen in these Sivir versus Zeri lanes is not going to be as pronounced, which could allow Zeri to really find something back here, as Ruler's just doing battle here with Delight and with Henna.
Yeah. Gotta be careful about trading up or trading down like that into this lane, because Sivir is a good matchup into the Zeri, as we've seen so many times, as the classic now. But it's not a free win in terms of just auto-attacking 2 people.
Yep.
Lava, he's saying this is why we picked Victor into the Ahri in the early parts, as Chovy was on the other side of this matchup earlier this season. The early parts here are going very well for the Victor, of course.
Yeah, able to get a lot of shove, and we're looking at Chovy's 100% win rate with 13.4 KDA, but also watching him taking a bit of abuse underneath this turret. Peanut is going to wrap around after clearing his top side, and Lava may have to flash here. Chovy taking a lot of damage. However, Peanut's going to turn up. That's a beautiful charm. Orb Deception's going to get the flash. And Peanut, didn't want to risk heading into a brush that could have had a Poppy lying in wait. Not going to get punished. However, Lava will stay alive even though he doesn't have his flash.
Love that respect from Peanut. You don't know where the Poppy is. You flash forward like that, could be a disaster. You know, even with the Victor that low, flashless, he is going to be able to do a lot of damage back. Chovy's not in a position to chase with you. As, okay, this is not a fight you want to be taking.
Yeah, does manage to claim the Crystal Spire.
That's massive, because with that, it is winnable.
Yeah. Hen's coming on over. 2v2 is going to come on through here, as the chain will connect, and Delight is going to put on even more damage here. Gets a Mantra Q over, and Henna finds an Extendo Beam. Big win here, as Umpty manages to come through and steal away the jungle from the Skarner.
Yeah, this is a pretty big swing here, bottom side of the map-wise, as Karma and the Zeri going to get a little bit more lane control, turn that into an advantage here. Peanut losing some of his farm, and this is really unfortunate for a Skarner who really just wants to race to level 6. We've seen very low impact from the Skarner in the early game. You know, this time he was, of course, able to make a huge one because he got the flash out of Lava. But level 6 is what he's really looking for.
Yep. I was having a bit of a giggle because Morgan's counterplay to the Gnar being forward was stand in that brush and do absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And it worked.
Sometimes that's how you have to do it.
Yeah. Doing less is more sometimes, guys. Learn from the Lord. As Doran just going to dive onto the Horn a little bit, but capable of soaking up a bit of harassment here is the good old Horn.
Chovy's going to come over here and push Umpty out because Lava's wave is pushed through. He just teleported back, so this means that Peanut will not get double scuttled. I think this is a really nice assist here from Chovy. Doran also over here.
Yep.
And this is what the prio in this lane is going to get you on the top side of the map, because otherwise you get double scuttled as Peanut. You're really starting to fall behind on the map where, you know, the Poppy is strong pre-6, you are not as the Skarner.
Yeah, Lahen's trying to get a bit of harassment down. That cannon does go away from Henna.
Yeah, that was crazy how well Ruler and Lahen's played to zone him out of that and make sure he couldn't get it. He just barely was denied it.
Yeah. Does mean now that Genji will be able to get this wave shoved up. A couple of long swords here for Ruler, not going to give him all of the wave clear that he wants, but definitely gives him more than what Henna has. So as you can see, the Sivir doing some Sivir things. Doesn't quite get the boomerang at the right ebb on that one. But still, Genji find themselves exactly the amount of push that they want.
Yeah, knowing that they could see the Poppy, of course, top side is pretty massive for this bottom push. They know they can actually push the issue here really hard and are not under any gank threats. Peanut, of course, top side too. So it's just straight up an isolated 2v2. And Henna and Delight didn't know at that moment in time where Peanut was. So they actually have to even be careful about trading back. As you can see, Ruler is running out of mana here. We'll be able to take it back with this push pretty soon. And, you know, first Drake is up, but like we've talked about so much in just the first game here and on the pre-show, not really a early Drake meta. And we're seeing less souls taken in all regions on this patch too, because it just takes so long to get that first Drake.
Yep.
And this will be no exception.
Especially when it's a Skarner and a Poppy here as well, who don't necessarily, like, we don't have the Olafs, you know, they're just not there. And Genji are going to rotate over now and look to potentially at least get some control of this area. A bunch of pings coming through from Fred Brion. They're not wanting to give this one away for free, as Lahen's might just be able to stop it back, but no, decides to let him go home.
Yeah, he doesn't have vision of Karma. If he knew the Karma was backed already or something like that, could have actually flashed for the delay, and then they commit, delay that back, and then grab a Drake. But otherwise, he's just going to walk it out here. And now Delight is unfortunately caught under this turret here, and it's going to be Umpty trying to start up Drake, it looked like there on the minimap. I think he made the right choice to not do so, considering how little control they have of this part of the map right now.
He's actually going to come through and have a look for Chovy here. Spirit Rush is available. He is going to try and use it, but the Steadfast Presence is too good. And Lava will pick up first blood against Chovy's Ahri.
Yeah, really nicely played here from Umpty with a Steadfast Presence. Will Lava get out?
Oh dear, well, Peanut doesn't have his ult. However, he does get a stun. Great little sidestep from Peanut, but still they need to do some more damage. Ruler flashes and will be able to pick up the kill. The Ornhorn comes down though, and Ruler is punished for the over-aggression. Genji find themselves still in a kill deficit.
Yeah, that was a really aggressive play from Ruler. Flashes for it. Has Spell Shield, of course, available, but take your W's where you can get them. You don't have to force a trade up like this. You could just walk away and be like, all right, well, we lost somebody here, but that's okay. And the Steadfast Presence was really well played from Umpty. They end up getting Chovy away. But Fred Brion, you know, I guess the idea why Ruler looks for this is he's so nervous that with this Herald spawning that Fred Brion is just going to have that extra prio with Chovy being down and teleportless, and they'll take it down. But they don't have the damage to do that just yet. This is a Victor Zeri comp. They will, of course, be able to potentially force a team fight, but they're not going to be able to sneak a Herald out from under your eyes. So Ruler losing a little bit of control here in the bottom side, because not only does he lose Flash with this play, but will, of course, spend a lot of time away from lane. So Zeri picking up a 15 CS advantage right now is pretty massive. As we go all the way back to Umpty, holding for this one, goes over here, does have the Flash available. Steadfast Presence just locks Chovy in. It was really easy for Umpty to actually pull this off, considering how far Chovy was up in the lane without any vision of where the Poppy is.
Beautiful timing as well on the Steadfast Presence, because I thought the Spirit Rush would just be able to be used and get him out of there. Sidestep here from Peanut was nice, but Doran not being able to stick around, I think, was the death nail here for Ruler, and Morgan getting a fantastic rotation over and just calls the Ram to help them grab that kill follow-up. So Lava does fall. However, 2 plates to the Zeri.
Yeah.
And you can see, Fred Brion, they have a 1.3k gold lead here.
It's that. I mean, it's the fact that the top side matchup is going so well for Morgan here, too. He stayed even. He had that rotation over to pick up an assist. And Herald is
before.
Yeah.
This time Peanut does have his ult available. That Impale is going to be up. Peanut secures his blue buff at least. And now Fred Brown looking to take some control of the river. This Ocean Drake has just been sitting here for a very long time.
Fred Brion would love to actually get both if they can right now. Obviously, the top side fight is going to be advantageous for them because they have the Call of the Forge God coming back up. Lava's going to be able to do a lot in this fight. Obviously, Umpty going to have ult too. It's very much more the harder composition to fight on Rift Herald with as Genji here. But I think the fact that the Drake is just so hard to take at this stage makes it difficult for Fred Brion to try to commit to both. And I think the better option will be to just grab that extra gold top side. They already have a lot of scaling in this comp. They don't need to force Drake fights in their favor. Some indecisiveness, though, in that regard so far here.
Yeah, haven't seen Peanut go for any of these flash plays either. Hex Flash is still disabled, by the way, guys, just to let you know, as Chovy's going to get Chaos Stormed. He doesn't want to ult, isn't going to need to, as Chaos Storm doesn't go too fast at this point in the game. Umpty is going to be taking the Drake, while Peanut takes himself the Rift Herald. See whether Doran does rotate down there to grab himself some extra money. He's lit on fire for a moment, as Hannah's skating on in, as Ruler has his spell shield. Delight ignites him, but Ruler is just able to run around in circles a little bit, and that is going to completely dissipate any aggression. Umpty on this Drake, unable to help out for now. But both of these teams able to pick up a neutral objective each. Peanut actually getting the local gold by himself, which isn't exactly the greatest, but that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Gnar who could have, you know, benefited quite significantly from the extra gold, but he wanted to continue to push and keep the Ornn at bay. Peanut's going to come over here, still away at Gromp. He's getting a lot of money. He's getting accelerated a little bit in this game. It's a Skarner, so, you know, what does that really mean? Not a whole lot, unfortunately, for Peanut, but I think that for Fred Brion here, you could have tried to force one fight of the two because your team fighting comp is way stronger at this point before the Kraken Slayer's up for Ruler. You have Ornhorn, you have the Victor damage, etc. You obviously have the ability to... Okay, hold on, Lava.
Yep, Lava is just going to get impaled. He is really dead, guys. Does have Flash just coming off cooldown, but it's off cooldown as he enters the Death Chamber. That's a great heroic charge, though. Ulti comes through, and Doran is traded. Just out of position there. Really nice punishment. And Fred Brion, they've been able to take something back every time Genji's gone for a play.
Exactly. See if Henna can get out of this one, though.
Yeah, it does ult, as Lahen's not wanting to tank this turret for too long, but he will actually do so. Wild Growth comes through as Ruler's trying to trade this one back. Peanut coming down, but Lahen's going to get the bad news. He's going to have to flash here to get himself out of the way. Extendo Beam, and is not going to be enough, but Delight with a Flash Mantra Q will pick it up.
It's starting to look less and less likely tonight's going to be the big 3,000 for Lahen. So unfortunately, tanking way too much of that turret. Then, of course, a really nice follow-up play from Fred Brion. They use the Extendo Beam. I think Lahen's probably would have lived if he ends up getting hit by it, but the slow is a big problem, so he kites left, which gives just enough time for the Flash Mantra Q to finish him off. Really well played there from Delight, who will pick up the kill in the end. Luckily for Genji, it's not the Zeri who does end up getting this. But man, Fred Brion are just winning these out trades, I guess is the best way to put it, where every time Genji tries to be proactive, Fred Brion, like you said, are trading up, and this is not a good thing for Genji, considering the scaling aspects of both of these compositions. It's definitely leaning towards Fred Brion, who already have that extra Drake buffer. With the amount of control they have over the map right now, too, the Herald isn't going to necessarily be big value.
Well, this time Lava has his flash. Charm is going to connect there as well. Orb Deception, just the tip, and that is a dead Victor. Ornhorn coming down as Doran flashes to get himself out of the way of it. Peanut now in amongst a couple of members of Fred Brion, and he puts down Shelly to look to really put Genji in the lead. They will be able to do so. Chovy collects a bunch more money as well. And in that instant, Genji claimed the advantage again.
Yeah, finally Genji really trade up and only up in this one. Able to get Lava there with a really nice charm from Chovy. Also, as Chovy retreats, he's realizing there's a chance there's a turn. There's a chance Morgan's going to Ornhorn him, so gets the charm, doesn't follow up. But I thought this was really beautifully played here. Lava, this is the previous catch. Unfortunately, he's just way too far forward without any vision. Morgan should have called out, hey, I have no idea where Doran is. Then Doran just chases forward here and ends up getting ulted. That's really unlucky. And then Lahen's here, let's see, grabs aggro and then just does not go around the top brush there because he's scared he's going to get caught by somebody else. Wild Growths, and then this is where it gets really nasty because he has flash, uses it over the wall here, but has to go left because of Extendo. I think if he gets hit by Extendo, he doesn't die, but the slow kills him, so you lose there either way. And then Lava here, look at Chovy. Gets the charm as he kites back. He's like, I love the distance Chovy has there. He's just perfectly out range of even getting slowed by the Ornhorn. That's some big gamer brain right there.
Yeah, it's really nicely done. But you could imagine that there was like a split second where Lava could have potentially flashed towards the end of that fight, but wanted to get as much damage down onto Peanut before he flashed away, and that was his demise in the end. But still, means that the Victor will have his flash available for the next potential battle, possibly in 50 seconds time, as this Cloud Drake is going to be spawning. As Genji looking to lock down this blue buff, and Delight lying in wait to try and catch someone rotating over. It's Chovy that claims the blue.
Yeah, a lot of free push here for Henna right now. And he's going to have that bottom side prio. And, I mean, Umpty's here. He's got ult flash.
It's a lot of vision here.
Like, I don't think Genji should realistically be able to force a fight over this. Doran on the top side pushes through, doesn't have teleport. But this is when you've got to be decisive, Predabrion. You know, in 20 seconds to go, you're way too early on the setup for this objective. You either need to look for a pick or find something else. As, I mean, again, Genji cannot get in here until they get that mid prio from Chovy. Now, the fight is on.
Well, Peanut is looking for his way in. He does have Predator and Flash, but Umpty flashes first. Chovy is going to have to try and get out of here. Steadfast Presence is going to allow that kill to come through, and both of them are mopped up. No solo lanes for you, Genji, and Predabrion can now take whatever they want.
That's the decisive call I was looking for. That's the moment where you realize, okay, Predabrion know their win conditions around this Drake fight. They have the better setup, and yes, mid-prio pushes through. Chovy thinks he's free to rotate over. That's when you collapse. That's when you blow up both solo laners and grab this Drake. It will be, of course, at the cost of a little bit of bottom push here, but Morgan can tidy that one up on his own. Really well played here from Predabrion. Now a 2 Drake lead with upgraded elementals for the team that has the Victor, the Zeri, the Ornn composition.
Yeah.
And it's all just off the back of this aggressive play here. Genji think, okay, we can rotate over, and it's just instantly the call to go onto Ahri from Umpty. They slow him, knock him up, ult comes through, and that's a double kill. And they're calling to hold bottom.
But the General definitely able to get all of the information out as Lava is being picked on. This is bullying and it's not very fair. However, he's got friends and he's going to be shielded up by Delight. He'll be absolutely fine as Genji are going to back away. Henna is still just trying to fight this one out. And Predabrion able to stand their ground now.
Yeah, Predabrion in a really nice spot in this game. Chovy's going to get a whole turret, which is what Genji does when they fall behind. In the rare cases they do, is they just say, all right, Chovy, well, they take him off the leash, like, all right, take all the farm. We're going to leave this one up to you in the mid game. And so far, he's getting a lot of value. His Peanut will be interrupted.
Yeah, almost gets halfway through the sky before he's told that he has to come back. As Chovy may have to ult, and he does so. Gets over the wall, but this means Shirley is going to be started here by Predabrion.
Yeah, the timing of this for Genji, I think the idea is Chovy pushes out that side lane. He rotates over. They look for a team fight. But unfortunately, they're not at full health. You know, Peanut's back is interrupted. They're all a bit disjointed here. And now with the wave crashing through on mid, this is going to be a free Herald here. And unfortunately, Genji, yeah, they're going to get this bottom turret, but the second Herald, it's a beefy one. It just slows the game down so significantly. Doran is just going to deny some CS, but it's a cannon wave, so not going to be too impactful here. An Umpty bodyguarding for Lava. They grab second Herald here and might be able to drop it if they could turn a fight.
Yeah, you got Chovy coming on up, looking to get rid of all of these minions. Will be able to do so as now Henna is going to ult on top of Ruler on the hunt. Not available, does have his flash. But Predabrion have no minions. They're against a Sivir, and so therefore taking down this turret is a difficulty. Chovy still just looking to try and clean these waves over and over again. Does manage to lock it down and is now looking for a back timing. Peanut will find Umpty there, as we can see this 2v2 moving over towards the mid lane.
Lava just has so much power, so much backup here on the top side.
Yeah.
And Victor versus an Ahri, it's hard for the Ahri to all in.
Well, now Henna and Delight are taking so much damage from Ruler. He does get snared. Henna hops over the wall, but Ruler gets the wild growth. He takes a turret shot, though. Takes 2 of them, and it's Henna that locks down the kill. Now Doran is going to punish him, but another Inspire Shield comes out from Delight. I take back everything I said about Karma. She's the best champion in the game. And Chovy's up here clearing up mini waves once again. But that's one more time Predabrion winning a fight.
Yeah, one more time they Predabrion trade up, and Lava almost gets a whole turret here on at the same time. So 2 outer turrets very low here. As we're going to go back to this moment here, Lava slowed and pulled over by the Impale, flashes out, Henna comes over, has a lot of damage here, and the Inspire Shield is massive. Then they decide to fight this one out, and I think this was a very aggressive call from Ruler. This has so much damage here. I love that Henna's not afraid. They have the backup here from Morgan. This is just really good shot calling overall from Frederick Breon, saying, all right, if they're going to push this, we can actually trade something back, as it has been so many times. The Mantra Shield does come through to keep him alive. Trade up, almost getting 2 turrets there, both of which will be standing gold on the map here for Frederick Breon to catch up to Gen G. But it's the scaling aspects of this composition that Gen G should be most worried about here. Azeri already has her Phantom Dancer online, was given a free pass to that second item.
Yeah, no, exactly right. I think as far as 2 items are concerned, I think Ruler is a little bit stronger with the fact that he does have that Kraken Slayer for the extra damage. But still, he can't be walking up and taking 2 turret shots.
Yeah.
Trying to kill Delight that doesn't even go down.
Not to mention that, I mean, yeah, I agree with you. 100% Ruler is definitely spiking harder right now, but you still have 2 Drakes of buffer to get into before you can threaten fights.
Well, Ruler is in Ruler position and he's dead. This is some very interesting play to come through from Gen G. We haven't seen this out of Ruler. Certainly making some mistakes at this stage. Gen G trying to hold on to this minion wave. This inner turret is in trouble as Chovy going to hop on over. Gravity Field just to try and deny the entry. And that is a dead turret. Now, Frederick Breon, they can just walk it out. And they're just staying grouped up as 5. And they can do this so confidently.
Yeah, 20 seconds until this spawns. Ruler will not be here. So as long as Frederick Breon control these choke points, they should be able to start this one up. Much tougher to do so, of course, on this patch. But the Drake damage itself is nerfed. So someone could hold that aggro. And with Henna starting to hit these extendo beams through these walls, it can be very difficult to approach.
Well, there's the knock up onto Peanut. Has to move out of this gravity field as well. As Doran off to the side, just trying to stop them from killing his Skana. Death Ray is going to do a lot of work. And now Chovy and Ruler find themselves together. All right. Gen G grouped back up as 5. Their health bars have been in better order in the past. And now Extendo Beam is going to land onto Chovy. Good Charm connects onto Morgan. And they can't take all of this free damage. They're going to have to back away. And Gen G are going to pick up the aggro on this Drake. Frederick Breon.
They dropped the ball. They dropped
did.
the ball. And they are able to kill Ruler. They have the Drake controlled, but they don't start it early. They want to force a fight around these choke points. The Oran Horn is used in a really inopportune moment. It lands an Extendo Beam, but there's no follow-up. There's no lethal damage. The rest of the team is not on the same page.
Shirley?
Yeah, she got dropped. It's all right. Well, she won't be, but, you know, yeah, it happens. Time's out, I guess. So the pick onto Ruler here is so important until it isn't, because Frederick Breon use all of their tools before starting Drake. If you start the Drake first and then watch them walk at you, then you force the fight in the choke point. That's how you do it. But if you Oran Horn away from the Drake, and then once Ruler's back and everyone on Gen G is up and has better ultimates than you, then you start the Drake, that's not the way. Gen G will win the fight, will take their first Drake of the game. A lot of the momentum here for Frederick Breon now lost. I think Frederick Breon, we're so used to the old Drake style. Because remember, this is a team that controls Drake so well, even in losses. They're used to, okay, we come to Drake, we have better team fight for Drake. The other team just walks away. It's not that world anymore because the Drake is so much more difficult to take. And Gen G have a lot of ways to buy time, especially when you're ulting an Ornn through a wall and there's no follow-up damage outside of an Extendo Beam.
Yeah, it just wasn't quite enough, and then they ran out of buttons and couldn't really fight after everything was sort of reset. Chovy is able to clear out waves very, very comfortably. 50 CS in the lead now. Side laning, once again, a thing that Gen G very capable of with this composition. The Aria affording them that one alongside the Gnar very effectively. And we'll see whether Frederick Breon have an answer for it, because they still have a slight gold advantage, but as we crest, you know, the 25-minute mark and things like this, it's going to mean less and less. As Ruler, possibly caught out, does have his spell shield. It's not actually procced, as he takes a lot of damage and the slow from Delight towards the end there.
Yeah. Will get out this time, luckily for him. Has to ghost, as Doran is going to be the biggest winner of this on an individual level, as he's going to try to push for this down here on the bottom side. There's no real Baron take angle, unfortunately, for Frederick Breon, despite pushing the 80 carry out and Doran being down here. He has teleport anyways, so it's really quite a lull state that we're going into right now. And in some ways, this favors the scaling comp for Frederick Brion, but it has to be with good team fights. This comp just doesn't win by default because the game goes later. It has to be everybody's grouped up, has to be the ultimates used correctly together. As looking for a pick.
Yep, Doran's going to crush his way out. There's the on-horn. Not going to hit the first time around. There's the flash. And so, Gnar without a flash, definitely far less scary. Moving into the next fight, whatever that may be. Baron is available, has been for 4 or so minutes, but with the game state this close, it's very difficult for any one team to really lock that one down. And Peanut has flash, Predator, Chemtank, like, Henna has to be very, very careful. He does not have the ability to get out of that CC. Needs to buy a QSS if he wants any chance of that. Doesn't have it yet.
Genji carefully trying to steal his blue buff away. Will fail.
Health.
And have this choke point controlled. And this is when Impale value goes through the roof, is when a team has to walk at a Skarner trying to get into that choke point, do the damage with their hyper carries. The Victor and Zeri are closely becoming here. The Zeri at this stage very close to the IE, but not close enough just yet. We'll need probably about 20 or so more CS before Henna will be able to pick that one up. Ruler, on the other hand, still also halfway to his third item, but this is where things can really start to go downhill for Genji. If Henna can actually start to consistently land that poke damage before a fight starts, not, with some setup CC, but then that's all he does, unfortunately, as the rest of the team is retreating. Like, I think Frederick Brion haven't even really utilized the advantages they've been given this game just yet, and I do think once that IE is hit for Henna, we'll start to see that come online. Actually just only has the pickaxe and crit cloak here, just barely not enough money.
Very close to recipe completion, but not quite there. Ruler is taking a timeout for a last whisper, possibly Lord Dominic's, which you can understand. There is a Poppy and an Ornn in this game, and so shredding health bars certainly going to be made easy with the armor pen.
Let's see if he has the money to buy. I think he's doing Wolves right now. He pushed that wave in. I think he's also very close, but he might not have enough time to back now and get it, so I guess he's just going to be... Last Whisper is all he's got here for this Drake fight. Frederick Brion would be getting the sole point if they win this.
Yeah, Morgan going to get charmed though. There's the Everfrost. Can they get enough chain CC as Umpty doesn't quite have an angle. The Impale going to be used onto the Ornn, and he will be taken down eventually. Umpty now trying to run his way out as Doran was tanking for a very long time. Henna looking for that Zeri angle as Lahan's getting out of the way of the extendo beam nicely. But it's just the Ornn that goes down. He's got teleport, but Chovy fishes for a charm, and he will find it onto lava. Not lethal damage, but still will get them low, and it's going to make it difficult for Frederick Brion to go for a fight around this Drake, and they might have to give up another one.
Yeah, without the Ornn here, without those health bars, they are definitely going to have to give this up, and Ruler's in mid catching this wave wasn't even really involved in that last fight. He just wants the money to grab the third item. And Genji here, this is what I was talking about with the Skarner. Like, you can actually just kill the Ornn. You can just grab the Ornn. Sometimes it's at a high risk, it's at a high cost of the enemy team then turning while you use all that CC, but Doran was there to stop a collapse through. And while Lava and Henna were doing a lot of damage in the choke point in the interim, they still end up trading back a lot here with Chovy just doing so much in these fights. Look, Ornn's gone. Look at the extendo beam here. Not getting a ton of value. Chovy is able to cleanse with his unsealed spellbook, get away. But then as you chase here, you can't get Doran. Chovy bringing people low, and that's the end of this fight. Like, Henna does not have the ability to actually just straight up carry here without his ultimate, without his Infinity Edge. He does have it now, but Genji will even up the Drakes.
Exactly, it's just a little bit too little too late as far as Henna's damage. And looking at Chovy in that fight, like, you could see how much respect Frederick Brion had for the Ahri. There was like an Orb of Deception's range length around Chovy of the zone of control that he had. It was very impressive. Morgan, once again, not going to quite find the CC here. And he will get punished, but not too much. He's an Ornn. He's got his Force of Nature and his Thornmail, and he's very, very tanky. Ornaments starting to be dealt out as well. We've got upgrades for most people, just Umpty and Delight looking for theirs.
Yeah, Force of Nature is super strong here against the Shadow Flame Victor, and he went Chem Tank as well, so when he does go in for a grab, he basically has impunity, not to mention a potential wild growth that could be used onto him if anyone does try to collapse through.
Yeah, Skarner with AoE CC, who knew?
It's pretty crazy, as over here, Genji do not have any control over this Drake. Doran does have teleport. They have a control ward in here. It's time to turn.
Yeah, Doran actually going to go back first, as Baron's doing a fair bit of work, but Chovy diving on forward finds another charm onto the Ornn. Boomerang doing a fair bit of work as well as Chovy is tagged. by that extendo beam. There's the flash onto the Zeri, though, as Doran's looking to lock her down, and they will be able to take out the hyper carry. It's Chovy that's awarded the kill. Morgan's going to go down as well as Ruler picks that one up. And Gen.G, there was so many things that went wrong, but this fight, absolutely not. And now Fred and Brion are completely routed. It will be a Baron over to Gen.G if they want it, and they're not going to lose anyone for the favor.
And that is basically a game-winning fight here for Gen.G. Now you have so much control over the map. You're always going to have, with this Baron, so much vision control too. And for Fred and Brion, this team fighting composition needs great setup. And once again, it's just the more proactive plays coming through from Gen.G. We talked about the tankiness of Peanut. He has Merc Treads, Chem Tank, and Force of Nature, plus Wild Growth. So he can just go, you know what, I think I will try to kill the Zeri. I think I will try to impale the Zeri. And you shouldn't be able to, with all the peel, with all the CC. But look at Peanut's positioning here. They're doing damage on the Chovy. Peanut's still at full health, Bullet's still health. It's still at full health, and he's like, all right, I grabbed her. And look at all the damage they try to put onto him. Doesn't even go below half. Doesn't even go below half. Chovy's here on the flank. Chovy's like, okay, once you kill this area, we're just going to make sure we kill all of them, right? I'm already on the flank. I got you guys. Nobody's getting out of here alive. And that's a Baron, a decisive team fight. And Zeri should never be catchable by a Impale at this stage in the game. But when you're trying to make these calls, you're trying to be decisive around Barons. You put yourself at risk against this extremely tanky Skarner. Watch Peanut.
Yeah, let's hear from him. I think he sees his angle.
Don't think I need to translate that one. Meanwhile, he's doing it again.
Yep, he is not going to find the Zeri, but he finds the Poppy. He's going to get his Sivir killed, unfortunately. Not sure quite what the... Okay, strange situation there. Okay. Sometimes you get the right Impale, sometimes you get the wrong Impale, Wolf.
Yeah, this one was onto a very tanky Umpty. And that's not the one that you normally want. That was not a Zeri Impale. We just saw it in the lower third, and I was like, I don't know, it looks exciting. Yeah, not quite.
Now we can see the setup of how this one sort of happened. So, great gravity field placement.
And look at the damage here. He just is blown up by the Chaos Storm. The gravity field slows him down, and Umpty's like, you guys are going to try to kill me? Where's your damage? Where's the rest of your team?
I mean, Chovy and Doran were bottom lane, I think.
Yeah. So, bit of a thinker there.
Yeah.
It's like Gen.G's just trying to keep it interesting. Who's the real Giga Chad in this
No, exactly.
series?
Well, I think we all know that it's Morgan. That's just, I think, the rule. Henna has a last Whisper now, though, and we're looking for IE for Ruler. That will be a huge spike when the Sivir does lock down that item. Chovy's feeling himself. He's got 5 pages in his Magi Soul Stealer that he just upgraded to. And he's got a stopwatch as well. We're looking for the next fight. And it's going to be around this Drake. 14 seconds on the Infernal. As Fred and Brion, I'm going to have to deal with the fact that this Crystal Spire is giving the Skarner a bunch of cool stats.
It's going to be trying to take that one away. Lava has a lot of poke he can put on in this neutral fight with his Death Ray.
Yeah, look at how fast Peanut is with all the help from his friends. Most notably Lehens. But On the Hunt is going to be available here as well.
Lava has red buff, and he's very far back. This time, Peanut's not going to be able to look for a flash play. Doesn't even have flash.
Look at Chovy.
Moment.
Yeah, Chovy in the back of the pit, looking for his flank angle, looking for his opportunity. They do get all the vision that they want as the Impale does come through, but Umpty is dragged back with him. And now Chovy finds the angle. They're looking to lock down the jungler, and they should be able to do so. Wallop connects onto Henna, who then immediately has to flash and get himself out of the way. But it's Morgan that's going to be going down first. Chovy's dancing in and out of this battle, but Henna is still alive. The rest of his team, however, are just evaporating. Sometimes you go for the Zeri first, and I guess sometimes you wipe out the front line as Lava is going to flash nicely out of the way of that charm, but every other button's going to connect, and it's a quadra kill for Chovy in the end.
Chovy played that so perfectly from the flank angle threat to the charm targets. There's so much CC towards Henna, and even though they don't blow him up instantly, they put enough threat on him and lock him down long enough, push him back far enough. He's just not able to do a lot of damage in that fight. Ruler gets set up by Chovy, and he spikes the damage in. What a beautiful team fight from Gen.G. There were certainly some hiccups in this series. There were certainly some poor trades and some aggressive moments. Ruler gets caught in the Ruler spot few too many times, but they win it in the end.
Yeah, and it's all off the back of this mid laner. Chovy having an absolutely awesome performance. Ruler now flashing to pad that KDA just a little bit. And they will be able to lock down a triple kill for the Sivir. But there is the 2-0 for Gen.G. But my goodness, Fred Brion made him work for it. There were some great moments in that game, but unfortunately, the crispness of the team fighting for Gen G, those last two team fights, were just too well executed.
Yeah, and I think against a stronger team, Gen G might have struggled more.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
But it's Gen G just showing that scaling damage numbers don't matter if the scaling of this team's coordination is just already on point. It's always going to be stronger. It's always going to be better when you have Chovy on the Ahri. He just will not miss. He will not lose. And I think this is another stark reminder, like the T1 series we had against Nongshim last week, the Damwon win where they stole a game. He will hit 3,000.
Oh, he manages to get it.
Just barely.
And I think it was the last 3 kills.
Yeah.
Because I think he was on 4, and now, yeah. So it was those last 3 kills from Ruler that allowed him to get those assists.
This is a stark reminder that at the end of regular season, you know, preparation for Gen G for Fred Brion, not as high as it is going to be in their last series, and of course the playoffs, while they're going to be spending so much time getting ready on this patch. Because yeah, sometimes the games don't look as clean, but I don't think we should read too much into this for Gen G. I think more so, we should celebrate Fred Brion having really good knowledge and power around early Drake control, especially in that second game, knowing the strengths of their composition very well. And I think it was a much better game for them in Game 2 than Game 1. It was much closer. And when Fred Brion, a eliminated playoff team, is putting Gen G to the brink, that's when you know you're getting some bonus games here in the final week of regular season.
And it's also what tells us that Fred Brion are just peaking a little bit too late. It's right at the very end that they've managed to figure out what makes them good. And yes, this was a 0-2 loss, right? But it's against Gen G. Of course, off the back of this, Gen G make it to plus 29. So depending on what happens in their last series, if they're able to win in any way, they will break the record that is currently held by Damwon, T1, and SKT of 2015.
But they cannot tie it anymore, Atlas, which I know you're very sad about.
Yeah, that's true. Something's going to have to change.
Yeah.
They can only break it.
Yeah, they can only break it or
fail to break
lose.
it. Yeah.
or not tie it. So they're tied with it right now, but the only one that matters is the final score, and they could go down.
No, they could.
As this is the early game where, I mean, Gen G were playing with their food a little bit here, got punished several times. Fortunately, Lehens was one of those casualties here. But it didn't matter in the end because when we get to these later team fights, Chovy is just so good. He's once again picked here. This was just an amazing call from Umpty. They look for the pick. They get it.
Look at all these highlights. They're all Fred Brion highlights,
I know. Like, Umpty had such a great game. It's a saddening thing that we won't actually get to hear from him tonight because that's what you're fighting for, really, as Fred Brion here is not even where you are in the standings, but the ability to actually have some final words to the fans who came to watch you here in the studio.
Yeah, they'll have one more opportunity for that, but you're exactly right. It is going to be the last time that we'll see Fred Brion. They're not going to be going to the Worlds qualifier or anything like that. Even though they do have a couple of points, they're not quite able to get enough to qualify there.
Yeah.
This is their last week.
Chovy plays this one brilliantly. His team sets him up for it. He chases them down, and then the final moments here.
Yeah, Chovy going from 0-2 to definite POG is pretty insane to me.
Umpty used his steadfast presence while he was pulled away here by the Skarner, so unfortunately he doesn't actually have the ability to shut Chovy down or block him out in any way. And Chovy just does a ton of damage with Orb of Deception while Ruler is popping off in this fight.
Chovy's positioning throughout this entire fight was just gorgeous. Barely missing out on the pentakill in the end.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a quadra he picks up here on Ahri, and against a scaling damage composition here for Fred Brion that has so much peel, he just finds those angles, and once again it comes back, I think, in some ways to the Karma pick here for Fred Brion. Just not any extra peel angle there. Delight's like, I'm not going to be the one who's stopping this guy. Morgan's already in the front. Umpty is pulled away by a Skarner. Chovy has free reign. He takes it. Ruler does the damage.
Yeah, and there were some of those times where we saw the power of the Fred Brion comp, right? Like with the Chaos Storm being able to do so much work there. If they get on top of the Sivir, they run out of a lot of consistent damage and things like this. But I think it was honestly just being better and better coordinated for Gen G in the last couple of team fights that really got them over the line here. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to head over to the gentleman in the carpet space to break down exactly what happened in that series.
Hello, and thank you, casters, for that wonderful one. It is a Genji 2-0 in the end, but Fred Brion putting on a nice show. I thought that especially might have been the best player on the Rift, if not for Chovy coming in huge at the end. But let's go through the draft, guys. What did you think about this one, Chronically?
Main thing is that this is a clear sign that Genji is actually the best team in the LCK right now, because like Damwon last year, if you're the best team, that's what Fred Brion really throws down. Overall, the draft here, I think the Sivir Zeri handshake just continues to happen, as this time around Kalista's not available, so then we go on to more of the normal track. The Gnar blind is something that, even though I think Doran piloted it well, on this patch, I am not the biggest fan of. For Morgan, I don't think you'll be too worried, but things like the Sejuani and the Camille, especially with jungle attention, can really punish this pick now, as he's been pretty suitably nerfed. And I like the Skarner pickup on R5 as well.
Yeah, and I think the interesting part of draft for me was actually the Karma grab. I know it kind of perplexed our casters. I'm not a huge fan of the Karma going later into the game, but one thing it does do early, it guarantees you get push as the Zeri plus Lulu, or I should say, the Zeri plus Karma into the Lulu. So I was really curious how Fred Brion were going to utilize that to make early plays. It felt to me they were mostly using it to get Poppy ahead. I thought of course, had a fantastic game, but I think something that I would like to see in the future, maybe use that Poppy to get Zeri ahead and try and dive bots. Something that Fred Brion were not able to accomplish in this game. I think it really hurt them as the game went on.
Yeah, and absolutely didn't see too many dives down there on the bottom side, whereas they absolutely could have tried to. But let's go into highlight number 1, because this one was about 15.5 minutes in. Chovy does get picked, as does set this one up.
Just again, when Fred Brion looks good, there is one constant, no matter what, and it's this guy. Found like 3 or 4 picks in this exact position, got Ruler once as well. And this is where you see scaling drafts. Lead for Fred Brion, and you're like, oh, hold up. This might be exciting.
Yeah, and I think what Wolf was talking about towards the end of the cast too, about, the Fred Brion players playing, to say something to the fans, or just, put on a really good performance before they're done for this season. Had a fantastic game. I was kind of bummed that Fred Brion were not able to make this a win, just because of how well played, I think, the early stages and the mid game as well. So I think that while it is their second to last match of the year, at least it's a lot of good things to take away. We're going to try and end the year on a win.
Yeah, it's really good to see the guys on Fred Brion always trying their hardest no matter what. And let's get into highlight number 2, which was the last fight here. Just kind of an insane setup from Genji. What did you think about this one, Chronically?
Obviously, it's going to be all about Chovy, because he spaces. There's a reason why he's 14-0 now on the Ari. He spaces so well. Also, the reason why we see the Skarner picked, if you hadn't seen it yet, lovely interaction, very, very fun. And without the front line and Morgan kind of disjointed from the rest of his team, Ruler can just auto. And I think Chovy is the most important part of this fight, because he creates such a threat in the backline that everyone else needs to respect. But when you looked at the damage numbers afterwards, it's just ricochets, right? At this point, item breakpoint has been hit, and Ruler kind of chews for everyone.
Oh. And looking at how Chovy utilizes the Spirit Rush to reposition the Orbit Deception 2 on the back half, I mean, he is the best RA in the world, and it was really on performance. Doesn't matter if it gets counterpicked, if it gets set behind early, he's going to bounce back later into the game. Also, just want to give a shout out to Doran. I think some of his top roams mid did really help Chovy get back in the game, and his Mega Gnar there was actually an alley-oop to throw Henna into the double Orbit Deception, which forced his flash out early. They were able to clean him up in the back half, so I think it's going to be a Chovy pog, but definitely shout out to Doran on a really good 2 games today.
Yeah, definitely had a really fantastic performance. Was good to see him in a good form, even though Genji as a whole, I think, kind of coming into this one having a little bit of fun. I don't think they weren't trying, but especially guys like Ruler just going super ham when they didn't necessarily need to, like diving turrets, looking for these very far away kills where they could have just sat back, played like they do against some of the other top teams, but definitely did make it interesting at least. But guys, we do have the POG ready. Let's see who does pick it up, if it is Chovy or someone else. Yes, it is Chovy who does pick it up.
Yeah, job very easy today. Come in, vote Chovy twice.
Not Rob.
Nothing else to do here. As, yeah, understandably, every time we see his Ari, this kind of happens. And I agree with you. I think we've talked so much about Chovy already. He has been, especially in summer, the constant for Gen G. Generally, the entire team is constant, but today, like, Lahens didn't look that good. Peanut had a couple of great moments, but overall, I think, for the first time, was actually pushed as the Skarner in this matchup, which a lot of other teams have been able to. We also know Umti, when he has a good day, can kind of run over everyone. And yeah, that's... Come on, Chovy. We're used to way better from you. Shared fifth?
Yeah, and I think for Chovy, you know, this is a player that has taken second in the LCK 5 times. Now, he usually stacks up a lot of pog points, but him being lower on the leaderboard, I think it's unquestionable that Chovy is the strongest mid that we have in the LCK. Gen G does have one more regular season match, but we're going to have to start talking about that Gen G playoff curse. And if they can shake it this split, it sure seems like if there's going to be any split that can shake it, it's this one at the hands of Chovy and how this team's playing as well. But we'll have to see come playoffs. You never know.
Yeah, certainly does feel like that. These guys incredibly dominant. But let's hear from the one and only Chovy and also Ji-sun for the translation for the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview, joined by Genji's solo laners, Doran Chovy, picking up POG after getting a 2-0 victory over Freddy Brion. You guys are confirmed to close out the regular split on the first place. How do you feel, Chovy? With this 2-0 win, we are confirmed that we're gonna be the first place team of the split, so it feels great. And Doran, I heard game number 1 was your 300th game of the LCK. It feels like I just played in Griffin yesterday, you know, but time flies and I got so much older. I hope I can keep the ball rolling, you know. And Chovy, well, even though it was a 2-0 win, it was actually not a one-sided game. Freddy Brion was able to show a great potential this series. So how was this match in general? Yeah, it was definitely not one-sided in favor of us. And Freddy Brion did some great early game plays, and today we were not playing well early, so I think it was a combination of both of that factors. I think we have to keep working harder. And you guys were able to kind of pick up a huge win around the soul fight, which allowed you guys to get the win as well. So let's take a look at this replay. Well, Kenneth started off this fight by trying to get a kill onto the LeBlanc, but Doran, you were able to turn the fight around. I was not quick enough to acknowledge that there was a fight happening behind the Drake, but Gwen does a great job in that kind of a narrow angle, so I was able to pull off a great fight. And Doran, you were like blocking the Lee's Q and stuff like that. You were a bodyguard for Chovy. I was gonna flash away from it, but he then stepped in to take the Q for me. So I want to say good job, Doran. And after making that play, were you confident that you're gonna win the POG? No, I did not, because I thought LeBlanc was gonna get the POG. So I was so happy to find out that I'm the POG for game 1. And that LeBlanc player got the POG in game number 2. And today, we had the first match on the 12.14 patch, and we had a lot of nerf around the potions. Did the lane change much? As someone who goes for exchange, you know, it doesn't really matter, but if you are taking that trades, you know, like Cannon or Gwen, you know, with that nerf of the sustainability, it's pretty much harder, to be honest. What about you, Chovy, on the mid lane? I'm definitely unhappy about the nerf, but it doesn't really matter, you know, because other runes also changed much, so it's become way much harder to get through lanes, you know, if you're just holding on. In addition to that, we had a lot of changes around the Drakes as well. It's now a lot more tankier, but at the same time, it gives a lot more buff. Well, speaking of Drake, you know, Gen G, we have Peanut, who's really interested in Drakes. After the buff, right? Yes. What about you, Doran? It's giving way better buff, but also it's become a lot more harder to take the Drake. So I think you actually might be able to see a lot more unusual plays and kind of playstyle around the Dragon fights. And should be you won another POG on that Ahri, and your Ahri is still undefeated 14-0 so far. Well, today Freddy Brion was bullying that Ahri on the mid lane early on, but still you were able to set up for plays in the later phase. Were you still confident because you are so good at Ahri after dying multiple times? I mean, I knew that it's gonna be a rough early game for Ahri looking at the comp. So I was like, if I do better, we'll win. If I play bad, we're gonna lose, and that was it. I mean, Ahri is not a best pick to play into Victor. Any tips on playing the lane? I mean, it is hard. It was hard, but after this 12.14 patch, it's become way harder, you know? She can't really hold on to the lane, you know, with potions, but it depends on how you play it. Is there any power spike where Ahri becomes stronger than Victor? Well, usually, I was expecting to get kills with the level 3 ganks, you know, but we were not able to get the kill this time around. But usually you play around, you play together with your jungler for the early ganks, and then you start roaming around the map. Well, in that game number 2, Umti was all over the map, you know, adding pressure to all 3 lanes. So, as a Nar, Doran, what did you focus on? Is that why you rotate towards mid a lot? Because Ornn is also just trying to hold on to the top lane, you know, he was just trying to survive. So I kind of figured that there's no way I'm gonna make plays on the top lane, so I decided to roam towards the other side of the map. Genji is our first place team of the summer regular split, and your next opponent is KT Roaster. If you get a 2-0 win, you'll be able to break the LCK's highest game score record. I mean, setting new records is also always great, but that's gonna be our last match before the playoffs, so I'm looking forward to having the cleanest performance possible. So I just want to focus on our form and performance. What about you, Chovy? Well, I mean, last match does matter, but still, playoff is just around the corner, so I just hope we can continue to improve our performance and participate in the playoffs with the best form possible. And this will be the end of the interview from Chovy. Doran, back to the casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Let's take a quick look at the standings now. That we have Genji secured in the first place spot.
Yeah, no surprises. Was a bit of a rough road, but the end result basically what everyone expected. Freddy Brion, of course, they look so much better, and it is another story where you're like, what if they played like this for the entire split? Because they made playoffs last time around. That was for a reason. And I'm just glad that at least they look happy, they're fighting, and you know, getting the wins would have been nice. But at this point, just playing well, I think, is a victory in itself.
Yeah, so is this the part where we're going to start talking about the next match we have now? Because it might be 5 a.m. where I'm at, but the next match is a Gigabanger coming up here.
A Gigabanger indeed, Cubby.
Yeah.
We had Giga Chat, and now we have Gigabanger. They're in the next one. Live Sandbox up against T1. This is actually going to be very close in my mind. These two teams very evenly matched, but you're going to have to wait about an hour to get to that second match. So guys, we will take that break and we'll be back with the second match of the night.
헨리, 뭐 고민 있어? 제가 지금 전공 라인을 어디로 갈지 고민이 돼서. 아니 동진아, 당연히 원딜을 해야지. 너 주인공 되기 싫어? 너가 캐리하려면 데미지 나오는 원딜 라인을 가야 해. 데미지로 팀원들 다 이렇게 지켜줘야지. 어? 주인공 해야 될 거 아니야. 원딜. 원딜? 야 서포트! 뭐해! 룰루 내 옆에만 있으라고! 나 대신 앞에서 대신 맞아주고 쉴드 써주라고! 아 진짜 원딜 위주로 하면 게임 이기는데 왜 그걸 몰라? 왜? 이런 롤할 못해. 진짜 게임 너무 못하는 것 같아요. 이기적인 새끼들 안해 원딜.
야 원딜이 뭐냐 원딜이. 탑으로 와 탑으로. 우직하고 듬직하고 묵묵하게 1인분 하잖아. 탑? 합류하라고? 응 안해. 로밍 오라고? 응 안가. 바텀펠 타라고? 응 복귀텔. 응
아 탑신봉자 새끼들 안가. 나같이 착한 성격은 정글에 가야 되는 거 아닐까? 그게 맞지 않을까? 아 안돼 이건 아니야. 아 이건 아니야. 정글 아니야. 그렇다면 미드?
야 완전 환영이지. 너같이 못하는 애들이 미드에 많아져야 내가 캐리하거든. 에?
최선 새끼 도대체 멀쩡한 라인이 없어. 어디로 가야 되는 거야? 아 여보세요? 아
자 오늘 주제 달아보기 전에 팬 애칭 후보가 몇 개 있어. 그래서 짜잔.
부딱, 실딱, 골딱, 닷딱? 살짝이들?
애칭 한자들 어때요? 질병 게임 하는 한자들이잖아.
제일 귀여운 거는 살짝이들.
살짝이?
살짝이.
남자들은 너무 우리가 인정하는 것 같아. 이 게임이 이게 뭔가 문제가 있다는 거를.
나는 근데 솔직히 마음에 드는 거 없어. 아니 나도 그냥 팬들의 기대를 지금 하고 싶다.
얘가 했던 그 네루미들도 괜찮지 않나?
네루미?
아이 그거는
그거 왜 안 돼요 네루미? 라이엇은 그쪽이랑 싸우면 지렇게 먹어.
오늘 왜 이렇게 맨날 싸우는 거야?
그럼 뭐 활짝이?
살짝이로 갑시다.
활짝이를 안녕하면서 넘어갈까요? 뭐 카메라 보면서 하면 되나요? 하나 둘 셋 활짝이 안녕. 자, 그래서 오늘의 주제는 라인별 성격 유형인데 유저들의 성격, 성향에 따라 가는 라인이 달라진다고 생각해?
어떻게 보면 요즘 유행하는 뭐 MBTI.
오.
그것처럼 라인도 그 MBTI 따라서 좀 가는 느낌? 원딜은 데미지 잘 뽑고 싶은 사람, 캐리하고 싶은 사람.
탑은 일단은 1대1 좋아하고 뭐 승부욕 강하고 게임을 지더라도 상대 탑을 이기면 살짝 만족하는 듯한 느낌?
아니 근데 그런 게임 할 거면 철권으로 가지 그래.
근데 철거는 내가 이겨도 알아봐 주는 사람은 상대방 뿐이잖아. 롤은 이제 내가 상대를 이기면 거기서 날 빼면 9명이니까 날 봐라.
원딜은 그건 맞는 것 같아. 자기 주관이 뚜렷한 사람들이 요새 원딜을 가. 그냥 자기가 영웅이 되고 싶다 이거야. 그냥 막 무조건 자기 라인 오라고 1렙부터 2렙부터 그냥 동비 빵빵빵 찍으면서.
동진아,
갑자기
너는 또 너무 단편적인 면만 보고 있어. 아니 이 원딜이라는 라인은 우아한 나비 같은 느낌인 거야. 한없이 약간 애벌레였다가 단대기의 그 과정을 거쳐서
디라인이라고.
나는 근데 계속 듣는데 나는 이게 성격에 따라서 나뉘는 거에 대해서 잘 모르겠거든. 왜냐면 난 혈액형이랑 MBTI 이런 걸 안 믿어가지고.
너 무슨 형이야? 무슨
난 내가 탑 가거나 내가 원딜 가도 그냥 다 비슷한 느낌으로 하거든. 어떤 성격이기 때문에 그 라인을 같다라고 정의하기 좀 힘들지 않나.
그러면 각각 라인이 이렇게 다르시잖아요. 그러면 본인이 게임할 때 성향 혹은 뭐 본인의 성격 이런 걸 좀 듣고 싶어요.
난 근데 웬만하면 나랑 같은 팀에 있던 사람들 다 인정할 것 같아. 나로 만난다 탑을 되게 좋아하지 않을까 애들이?
근데 좋아하는 건 모르겠는데 자원을 많이 안 먹긴 해.
자원을 안 먹고
나도 굉장히 이타적인 원딜이다. 11을 장애. 11을 얼마나 이타적이야. 궁을 써서 내 데미지가 올라가는 게 아닌 파티원들이 더 빠르게 접근할 수 있고 딜을 잘 넣을 수 있게.
포장하지 마. 포장하지 마. 너 그냥 11을 좋아서 하는 거고. 너 예전에 11을 했어? 안 했잖아.
예전에 했잖아. 뭔 소리야.
전 시즌부터 11을 했어.
계속 했어.
아 그럼 어떡해. 어떻게 볼까?
내기. 오케이. 내기.
지금 여러분들 각자 라인별 성향에 대해서 말씀을 하고 계신데
네.
그거를 한 번에 정리를 해주실 전문가님을 게스트로 초청했습니다. 전문가님 들어와주세요. 전문가님 들어와주세요.
뭐야 진짜요?
진짜 닥터.
벌써부터 긴장되는데? 너는 이제 끝났다 이제.
저희 이런 거 입고 있어도 되나요?
저는 그 롤을 되게 좋아하는 그리고 오빠 닥터스 그 애청자 중에 한 명인 국가 전문의 박종석입니다.
그럼 롤도 많이 하시나요?
예전에 굉장히 많이 했었고 지금도 매주 한 3시간 정도는 그럼 원장님 LCK도 그럼 자주 보시겠네요? 저 거의 다 봅니다. 되나요? 저는 지금은 브론즈고요. 서폿으로 골드 1까지. 부실볼에서는 서폿이 되게 올리기 쉽잖아요.
오늘 이제 메인 주제가 라인별로 성격이 어떤 차이가 있는가? 정신과적 그 관점으로 봤을 때 있나요? 차이가?
있는 것 같아요. 아니, 확실히 좀 다른 것 같아요.
아 이거 너무 좋아. 저 너무 궁금한 게 많아요. 롤에 너무 이상한 사람들이 많거든요.
그러면 혹시 저희 4명 중에 누가 제일 이상해 보이나요? 굉장히 중요한 게 나는 무조건 너라 생각하거든.
근데 우리 둘 중에 한 명은 맞는데
아니야. 나는 목이 아파서 조용히 하고 있었던 거야.
HTP 검사라는 게 있어요. 집, 나무, 사람 그려보는 검사예요. 한 5분 정도 시간을 드릴 테니까 그려보시면 성격에 대해서 유추할 수 있는 어떤 단서나 클루가 나올 것 같아요.
걔 아주 호화로운 집을 그려줘야겠구만.
나오네.
얘랑 나 지금 벌벌 떨고 있는 거 알아? 큰일 났다.
그러시면 이게 탑 라인 가시는 샤이니. 이게 보시면은 긴장되는데. 집이라는 거는 과거를 상징해요. 백그라운드, 나의 배경, 나의 과거. 나무는 나의 미래를 의미합니다. 사람은 현재, 프레젠트. 과거, 현재, 미래가 다 있는 거죠. 그래서 내가 과거에 치중하는 사람인지, 오늘 현재에 치중하는 사람인지, 아니면 내 미래나 이상의 중심을 가지는 사람인지 이걸 보면 알 수 있어요.
집이 제일 크니까 과거에 집착하는 스타일이네요.
F형제 크기에 이 정도 비율이면 집이 큰 편은 아니에요. 아주 밸런스가 잡혀있어요. 이 정도면. 언덕에 있다는 게 좀 특이한 부분인데 이 언덕 위에 과거, 현재, 미래가 다 같이 있어요. 이거는 밸런스랑 통합적 사고를 굉장히 중요하게 생각한다는 사람입니다.
밸런스 추구형이다.
롤플레이도 좀 그렇긴 하거든요. 아니 끝나지 않았어요. 무서워. 이게 오늘 현재 있는데 이건 뭘까요?
신기한 것 같아가지고 그렇습니다.
보통 이런 애완동물, 그 반려견 같은 게 들어가는 경우는 자기 보조자나 부캐에 대한 욕망이에요. 외롭다는 거죠.
같이 살고 싶어? 요즘 같이 살려고 봐.
저 강아지가 나나?
탑라이너 분들도 두 가지 유형이 있어요. 나 정글도 필요 없다. 내가 혼자 다 한다. 뭐 이런 분들이 계신 반면에 계속 정글 찾는 분들 있잖아요. 어딨어 빨리 와. 뭐 이런 분들.
정글 찾는다.
되게 여러 가지 어떤 재밌는 그림이라고 생각합니다. 다음 그림으로 넘어갈까요?
아, 예, 아주 좋았습니다.
근데 무섭다.
나 무서워. 이거 좀 위험한데?
보시면 특징적으로 상면님 그림과는 좀 다른 게 집이 되게 커요.
그렇네요.
집이 되게 커요. 이런 경우에는 과거에 좀 집착하고 있는.
동진아!
내가 좋았구나.
과거의 영광에서 빠져나오라고!
큐리스가 좋아하지. 내가 해줄게. 사실 정글 라이너들의 장점 중에 하나가 내가 멀티플레이를 잘하고 많은 일을 빠르게 한꺼번에 수행할 수 있다. 이런 사람들이 정글 라인 많이 가요. 근데 문제는 단점이 본인이 생각하기에 본인만 그렇게 느낄 수가 있어요.
근데 이거 정말 날카로워.
이 그림 자체에선 다른 거는 뭐 특별한 게 없어 보여요. 뭐 굳이 얘기하자면 굴뚝이 없는 것 정도? 굴뚝이 없다는 건 무슨 의미냐면 불안감이나 애정결핍 이런 게 보이진 않는다.
근데 그렇다 치기에는 과거를 또 그리워하고 있거든.
네, 맞아요. 그러니까 이 사람은 다른 사람이 지금 필요하다기보다는 과거에 멋있었던 자기가
아직도 LCK 뛰고 싶은 거냐고.
아 이거 좀 매서운데 근데.
이거 감출 수가 없네.
여기까지 할까요?
다음 거 보죠. 이제
재미로만 들어주시면 됩니다.
네.
민성님
문제가 많아 보이는데.
되게 흥미로워요. 집도 평범하지가 않고 나무도 평범하지가 않아요. 사람이 그나마 평범한데 우선 집부터 얘기할까요? 이거 약간 무슨 슈퍼마리오에 나오는
네네.
판타지.
좀 버섯
같은 느낌인데 만화에 나오는 어떤
네네.
그런 느낌이잖아요. 이 사람의 어떤 유아기적 성향을
정신이 애다. 보이긴 해. 보이긴 해.
개인적인 감정은 없어요. 그리고 어떻게 보면은 이 크기가 되게 중요한데 나무가 집이나 사람보다 훨씬 크잖아요.
네. 그렇죠.
그러니까 이 그림의 주인공은 나무예요. 이상과 미래에 되게 집중한다는 거죠.
이거 좋은 말 아닌가요?
네, 좋은 말이죠.
아 역시.
미드라이너랑 잘 어울리는 성격인가요?
미드라이너들이 자기가 엄청 강해요. 자기가
그건 맞아.
책임감도 높은 라인이지만 주인공 되고 싶어하고 캐릭병 있고 단점은 못하면 다른 팀의 영웅이 될 수 있다.
어쨌든 영웅은 영웅이네요.
이렇게 생각한다니까? 자기 듣고 싶은 대로 들어. 형우님 그림.
집 나무 사람이 더 찍었네.
사실 보면 좀 정신이 없어요. 제일 어떻게 보면 통일되지 않은 그림이에요. 네. 그리고 가지가 되게 많아요. 나뭇가지가 사람한테 뻗는 손이에요. 나무에 가지가 이렇게 많다는 거는 다른 사람한테 많이 의지하고 싶다는 거거든요.
말로 하지 그랬어.
원딜 맞네. 원딜 중에 이런 사람들이 있어요. 내가 뭐 3대스로 시작해도 내가 코드라필 따면 되지.
끝까지 플레이하지 나는.
네.
난 던진 적 없어.
이 사람들이 멘탈이 좋은 이유가 자기가 죽어도 자기 책임이라는 생각 별로 안 해요. 나머지 4명이 못했다.
탑이 트랩을 못하죠.
서폿은 지금 없었는데 보통
서폿이
서폿은 어떤지
없어가지고.
살짝만.
서폿은 욕먹는 거 두려워하는 사람들. 회피성, 의존성.
진짜 정확하다.
맞는 말이긴 해.
제가 막 가끔 서포트로 갈 때 약간 그런 느낌으로 가거든요. 욕 먹기 싫어가지고.
서포트 장점은 없나요?
서폿 장점. 되게 인격자죠. 네.
근데 나도 이거 맞는 것 같아.
배려장이고.
배려심 넘치고.
그리고 저는 제가 항상 응원을 해요. 다른 사람들 싸우고 있을 때, 뭐 형님들 싸우지 마세요. 뭐 우리 잘해봐요.
속마음도 그러신가요?
아니요, 나는.
야누스 가면 아니냐고.
관심 있게 찾는 거야, 찾는 거.
라인별로 성격 이상이 진짜 있긴 하네.
너 아빠 없다며.
너무 설득력 있잖아.
저희 코너 속 코너로 룰을 하다 보면 이해 안 가는 사람들이 되게 많잖아요. 그래서 저희가 그 상황들을 좀 몇 개 가져왔는데 그거 보시면서 같이 한번 얘기 나눠보시죠.
일단 이 사람은 굉장히 이기적인 사람이에요. 자기가 솔킬 따인 것도 결국엔 내 문제가 아니고 팀에 대한 문제인 거예요.
그게 박상면 씨의 자기소개였군요. 난 좀 그런 느낌인 것 같아. 케어해달라는 거지. 응애. 나 해줘. 나 이제 혼자서 걸어갈 힘이 없다.
맞는 것 같은데?
사실은 자기가 하기 싫으면 그냥 알트 F4하고 나가면 되거든. 근데 이렇게 치는 거는 나한테 뭔가를 해달라는 뜻이야.
관심이 좀 있어야 되고.
이것도 얘 자기소개 같은데.
어떤가요? 저희 심리 분석.
예, 굉장히 흥미롭게 들었고. 네 분 얘기를 다 조합하면은 제 생각이랑 거의 비슷해요.
저희도 좀 여기 이쪽 분야에서는 좀 알아주는
얘는 자신감이 없는 거예요. 딱 보니까 안 되겠거든. 그러니까 징징거리기 시작하는 거예요. 근성이 있는 탑솔로다. 그래서 그냥 바로 탈타고 지금 복수할 생각을 하지. 그러니까 얘는 근성이 없어.
그러면 보면은 채팅 안 치고 한 15데스, 20데스 그냥 묵묵히 하는 애들이 더 무섭던데 그런 애들은 무슨 심리인가요?
두 가지겠죠. 게임을 너무 못하거나 아니면 딴짓을 하고 있다거나.
너도 한 20데스 넘게 옛날에 북미 됐으니까 뭐.
나 67데스. 근데 정확히 내가 그때 내가 딱 그 기분이야. 게임에서 영웅이 어떤 식으로든지 간에 되고 싶으니까 그냥 찍어본 적이 있지.
정말 일반인적 사고에
그러니까 이런 흑백 논리를 가진 사람들이 있어요. 나는 정규 1등을 못할 거면 그 정규 꼴등 하겠다. 완벽주의자들이 가끔 이런 경우가 있어요.
오히려 완벽?
네, 완벽주의자들은 안 될 게임에 별로 에너지 낭비 안 하거든요. 네, 그냥 아무리 해도 이 사람한테 안 될 것 같고 내가 이미 처음 기분이 안 좋은 상태로 시작하면 자기는 하고 싶지가 않은 거죠. 그러니까 예민한 완벽주의자들이 이런 성향을 보이기도 합니다.
근데 이거 진짜 자주 본 장면인데. 진짜 많지.
나는 부캐다. 가로치고 사실 본 게임 진짜 지면 큰일 나.
근데 이것도 좀 그런 심리인 것 같아. 그냥 방어기지 않을까? 사실 아무것도 없는데 뭐라도 있어 보이는 것처럼 얘기하고.
맞는 것 같은데? 자기가 실수 자기가 죽은 건데 깔끔하게 인정하는 게 아니고 그 잘못도 그냥 남한테 그냥 전가시키면서 나는 괜찮았는데 너네 때문에 내가 죽었어.
부캐 드립을 치는 순간 자기 자신도 그 자기 부끄러운 걸 알아요. 네, 말씀하신 대로 방어 기제고 거기다 대고 뭐 우리가 뭐 아무 얘기를 안 해도 내가 지금 실수 똥 싸질러 놓고 남 탓하고 있구나. 자기 스스로 다 알고 있습니다.
이것도 근데 너무 많이 봤어.
이거 진짜
많이 봤어.
내가 생각했을 때 일단 걔가 너무 싫어. 이겨주기도 싫고 같이 게임하기도 싫어. 그러니까 얘한테 긍정적인 효과를 난 주기 싫은 거지.
그런 것 같아. 모두한테 알아달라 이거지. 내가 나의 억울함을 알아달라. 플러스 나는 다짜기가 싫어. 시간 아깝고 내 점수 날리고 싶지 않아. 너네가 알아서 우리 둘의 트롤을 받든지 알아서 하라는 거지.
나는 근데 이런 애들 만나잖아. 웬만하면 내가 다치에 이런 애들 나오면.
저는 다치 해주는 것도 너무 그 사람들 의도대로 되는 것 같아서 너무 기분이 나빠.
그치.
다치 해주는 거.
그게 되니까 계속 그러는 거야.
그니까.
되게 저는 좀 놀랐어요. 그 네 분 얘기하시는 거 보고 아 진짜 혓바닥 소스 수준이 높구나. 심리학 쪽에 진짜 공부를 하신 게 아닐까 생각할 정도로 내공이 높으시구나.
사실 롤이 심리학 게임이에요.
헬리오스님 얘기에 가장 공감했던 게 불안감을 담고 있지 못해서 계속 얘기를 하는 거거든요. 자기가 또 질까봐 가만히 있지는 못하겠고 자기가 어떤 스위치를 누르기는 싫고 다른 사람한테 계속 자기 일을 대신해달라고 유도하는 거예요.
팬분들이 남겨주신 질문들이 있는데 답변을 좀 들어볼게요.
프로를 만나거나 멘탈 털렸을 때 대처법이나 멘탈 관리법이 있으면 알려주세요 선생님들.
진짜 우물에서 안 나온 사람이라거나 진짜 폐장로들 있으면은 요새 좋은 기능 있잖아요. 알차단. 그런 사람한테는 관심 안 주는 게 제일 밥 안 주는 게 관중들한테는 제일 좋은 방법입니다.
특정 챔프를 좋아하는 사람은 성격이 비슷하다?
그런 사람들 있잖아요. 나는 뭐 애니비아 장인이다. 뭐 야수 장인이다. 이런 사람들은 과몰입하는 사람들. 나는 이걸로 되게 멋있어지고 싶다.
그 말은 좀 정확해. 내가 이걸로 유명해지고 싶다. 내가 애니비아로 남들보다 잘하는 거 보여주고 싶다. 이런 것 때문에 난 애니비아만 계속 한 건 있어.
너는 도류를 좋아해?
그거 아니지.
선생님 오늘 오셔가지고 라인별 성격 유형에 대해가지고 좀 얘기를 해봤는데 어떠셨나요?
저는 되게 즐겁고 좋았습니다. 혓바닥 서스 멤버분들이 게임에 대해서 깊은 심리학적 이해를 하고 있다는 게 그러니까 뭐 제가 오늘 한 얘기들을 시청자분들도 거의 한 70%는 재미로만 들어주시고
좋은 말씀 감사합니다.
네, 오늘 라인별 성격 유형에 대해가지고 이야기를 해봤는데 여러분 또 궁금한 주제가 있으면 댓글 달아주셨으면 감사하겠습니다. 혓바 닥터스
수고하셨습니다.
The night beckons while you dream.
echoes of pain. Vi sörger, cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, fields of the fallen, blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world
the night beckons while you dream. Don't go out.
메라가 아니면 이런
Shut off your light. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here. Don't let it run wild. They can feel you. They can feel you. Don't hold
자, 이거 파이널! 자, 젠지가 지원해!
think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
As T1 will win the series. Lift that box, win in a crazy game. These players are so emotional right now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf here for the final match of the evening, and this is the big one. Liv Sandbox taking on T1, and Liv Sandbox have side selection as well going into this one with a lot of wind in their sails, Wolf.
Yeah, and T1 with that rocky series against Nongshim last week, not inspiring confidence in many, again, final matches of the season, not as important of wins for T1 to take. But at the end of the day, this is another final check for playoffs. These teams may match up against each other in that second round if Gen.G does choose the opposite team, of course, because they have the first seed priority. But there's about a 50% chance that if Liv Sandbox continues their form, they will match up against T1 in that second round. So kind of feels like an appetizer to what could be a semifinal match.
Yeah, exactly right. Let's bring up the standings and see what this one means. Liv Sandbox wanting to stretch their lead against the 9 and 7s. That round out the rest of our playoff qualified teams. T1 just wanting to get back on form, right? They just want to make sure that this last week is not shaky in any way, shape, or form, and they can get themselves towards the playoffs feeling confident.
Yeah, this is also going to be a big test for both of these teams on this new patch. We're going to see a read of where these two teams are prioritizing control over Herald, over Drakes. We saw some different looks in the previous series and, of course, in other regions. But I am really looking forward to seeing if T1 returns to form tonight, returns to dominant form, because that's what the T1 fans are hoping for here. And if Liv Sandbox are able to win, they are guaranteed to take that third place.
And they qualify for Worlds.
That's right.
Which is pretty crazy for Liv Sandbox. I know that you've been saying it. I know Chronicler doesn't stop saying it. But it will be really exciting seeing these guys head over to Worlds. Not entirely sure which seed they will get yet, of course, but definitely a fantastic place for Liv Sandbox to be, because of course they've got plenty more opportunities after this to try and secure that spot as well. So getting themselves third place, definitely going to feel fantastic, but they have to get through T1 to do it.
Yeah, KT as well, in still a decent position. As you guys can see, you know, we don't really get a look at this too often, but this is, of course, the probability for going to the final qualifier.
Yeah,
so
and the qualification isn't for Worlds, it's qualifying for the qualifier.
Yes. That's what that chart there means. And, you know, I think that for T1 tonight, it's a performance check. It absolutely is. Nongshim was, I think, a reality check in some ways in that last series. They used a lot of what they had been preparing. The Prowler's Claw, Renekton, the Zac Top, these things in that Nongshim series. I think today we'll see definitely a stronger look from T1 and one that is more meta and less celebratory, let's say. I think that might have been the best way to describe how T1 approached that series against Nongshim. They won in the end, but it was definitely not the cleanest look from them.
And they honestly, like, they do just generally win in the end. So let's see what they can actually do here. What we need is them to just tidy up the play. And I think Gumayushi's been, you know, under a bit of a microscope for his play. Because, of course, Ruler did indeed put him in his place last time they faced up. Ruler put Prince in his place as well, but Prince has had a lot of confidence, especially after his Top Gun ceremony, that I completely missed when he first did it and was very confusing.
Yeah, it's very, very funny. He's back in the studio today, of course, as he has recovered fully from COVID-19.
Yep.
So he's here, and these stats, you know, you look at the gold until 25 here, definitely looking way better for T1. Live Sandbox, goal difference in the early game, very poor, but it's their mid to late game team fighting that usually brings things back around, and decisive, confident play. There's no real reason to look at goal difference at 40 when most games don't go that long, but I think it is telling that in most 40-minute games, Live Sandbox do have a slight lead.
Yeah, T1 have a big one.
Yeah, but again, this stat is really stretching. I think the ones you really want to look at are 14 and 25, where T1 usually have bigger advantages than Live Sandbox does.
Yep, and having a look, like, Live Sandbox just generally fall behind, and they get down like 3,000 gold or something like that. That's their sweet spot. Like, if you remember back to the Noguri, like, 0-2 power spike, Live Sandbox have the down 2,000 gold power spike. That's how they play the game is, hi, everyone. And here is Live Sandbox. They're going to make their way out into Lol Park here. As we mentioned earlier on, they are the home team, and Prince just staring down the barrel as he gets back into Lol Park after having a bit of a week off. You know, it was fun having the little like Prince models, but I think the real thing is definitely better.
KT Rolster absolutely exposed Dove on the top side of the map in that last matchup that a lot of fans would argue KT could have won all 3 games.
Yeah, no, KT won 3 games and lost the series.
Yes.
That's what they did.
And, you know, as Dove here, you're playing against the best top laner in the LCK in Zeus. We haven't seen T1 try to utilize topside control like KT did against Live Sandbox last week. So that is one angle of attack I think that T1 could use, exposing Live Sandbox potentially further as they head into playoffs.
No, I 100% agree. I think this team, certainly Dove as a role player has worked out, but there is certainly weakness there that we saw Rascal really try and leverage. It wasn't to a series victory because the rest of the team sort of got behind Dove, and Dove's team fighting has been fantastic. But I don't think it's going to be even close when it comes down to the top matchup in this series, because the gentleman on the left is extraordinarily powerful up there on the top side of the map, and Carrier has become serious mode. He's gone back to the dark hair, no longer is it pink. And after their last series, when he was so frustrated, you saw it in his face, it was all over him, and now getting back to business by the looks of things.
Again, as I said last week, and I've said many times today, I don't think we should read too much into that Nongshim series, but going the distance, those 3 games, and the 3rd game itself did feel like it could be potentially a warning sign. I don't want to make that assumption just yet, but dropping that one, that game in that series, having the shaky 3rd game, coming into a series against Live Sandbox, if Live Sandbox look better and more confident, I do think we have to potentially worry about T1 going to that Damwon Kia series later on this week. They have 2 really rough opponents right before playoffs, so it's time to step it up. Show us the clean gameplay we saw in spring season and throughout a majority of the summer season.
No, exactly right. And T1, they like going to 3 games. They have all year long. This is going to be our key player matchup, of course, though. Prince versus Gumayushi. Prince, stats-wise, definitely looking a step ahead. And Gumayusi has the problem of having Zeus towards the top side of the map, taking away from a lot of his damage percent stats and things like that. But you can see damage per gold very low here actually for Gumayusi.
So Guma, you know, saying he got kind of destroyed by Ruler. He wants to win tonight to prove that he's second place. I do think that Aiming is probably scoffing at the TV a little bit. Like, well, I don't know, you have to beat me again as well, because I think right now, in terms of consistency, there are several AD carries ahead of Gumayusi in terms of the laning phase, in terms of late game power. Both Prince and Aiming being more of a damage share than Gumayusi in general. Like, they are more important to their teams. Ruler, I think, a little bit more similar to Gumayusi in terms of damage share, but has been laning better, has been more consistent. We'll forget about the series earlier.
Yeah, let's just try and
we'll forget about that one. But beyond that, I think Guma has a lot to prove going into playoffs, and tonight could be against a top 80 carry player in Prince, an opportunity to regain some form here, because even he has been critical of his plays in the last few weeks.
Yeah, this is an incredibly important week for T1 for confidence moving towards those playoffs. Like, absolutely. I think that it hasn't come at a better time either. Like, going up against very difficult opposition, moving towards playoffs does actually help your confidence more if you're able to actually overcome. And both of the teams that they're facing this week, T1 should be able to take down, but I don't know whether they can do so if they are in the form that they were, like you say, against Nongshim. And Live Sandbox get to test that theory now, and it's also on 12-14 as well. And I predicted that T1 were going to win this series largely because I think that 12-14 is almost a direct nerf to Live Sandbox and how they like to play the game, because it will make things a little bit more difficult as they're falling behind in the early game.
I could not agree more. I think that T1 and Gen G are going to be the biggest winners of this patch because they have such a strong macro sense and control of the early game, as this is a football player.
Yeah, Jung Sung Bin from Grasshopper Club.
Yeah.
And he was invited by T1 this evening. So very, very cool.
Showing his support.
Yep.
Love to see it.
I wonder who Live Sandbox brought with them today.
They brought Prince. Have you seen him? He's a celebrity. He's very cool. He's very famous.
And he's actually also actually here as well. They decided not to bring him last week. Didn't really want to. This time around, managed to bring in 80 carry. So all 5 members of both teams actually here, ready to duke it out. We did see, though, that, you know, Prince played amazingly when he was playing from home. We've seen this happen, actually, a few times where the player playing from home actually performs very, very well.
Keen also had his moment when he was playing from home. I think that sometimes the pressure is relieved.
Yeah, a little bit.
I am so looking forward to this series, Atlas, because I don't like to draw conclusions usually from last week of regular season when the matches don't matter, quote-unquote, but with how T1's last few games have looked a little bit shaky, fan pressure is at an all-time high. I think there's a lot to prove here for T1, for these players, and for Pult, and for the organization. This would be such a huge win going to that Dom 1 Kia series. They win that one, and then suddenly confidence from the fans for these players is back, bolstered up in what should be T1's expected run to the finals, right? We shouldn't be talking about this team being shaky here at the end of regular season, but we are, and so now it's time for T1 to prove that they're not, and that was just a bit of a fluke, those last few matches.
Yep. Hopefully, you know, LCK tightens up on parking policy around the venue, and then we're going to be all absolutely fine. Draven going to be the first ban, though, here, as Gumayusi has certainly proven that that one is worthy to be taken away. Lucian also banned as well, which is actually quite curious to me, as Kalista does go away.
Yeah, I think taking away Kalista is very smart here, especially when you consider the Draven and Lucian into it. But this also does make Zeri very strong here, and we'll probably have to see a Yuumi ban now from T1. There it is. So pretty much self-explanatory starts here. The Gwen also being taken away from Zeus so that Dove can have a little bit more safety and stability in that lane. Now we once again Prince picking up this Sivir, which has been such a big power pick for him since its rise to popularity on 12-13.
Yeah, so Sivir's going to be locked in, but there's Sylas left available. There's the Azir if Faker wants to go there as well. Of course, picking Azir into a potential Sylas is definitely dangerous, but still, a lot of big picks now up for T1 to take their choice of.
I think Zeri is going to be another one that, as Guma here, you feel priced into picking. But picking the Azir into the Sylas, risky pick. It's also closer's Sylas, and he has had some phenomenal performances on that champion. Don't like picking the Azir just here.
Yeah, I think Lulu Zeri would be fine, right?
Yeah, Lulu Zeri is totally fine. I think you don't necessarily need to lock Lulu away, but T1 making a statement here, putting Faker on his Azir. Now, it is Faker, one of the most storied Azir players of all time, if not the most storied Azir player of all time. And you put him in this position, you have some power in lane, and it's a sustained nerfs in lane that actually makes Sylas a little bit weaker, actually in the laning phase here against Azir. You could trade out more aggressively, harass the Sylas better with some of the changes that we did have to the sustained runes. So perhaps an argument to be made there, but Closer says he just wants to play the Ahri again.
So, Vi Ahri, very scary duo.
Very Live Sandbox.
Very, very Live Sandbox. That's what I was going to say next. And it's not the Sylas. The Sylas is sort of slipping down the rung just a little bit, and he doesn't have a great time in lane. 12-14, largely more about lane. And it kind of makes some sense here, as the very obvious Zeri pick will be locked in. The Lulu Zeri has been very powerful, and now T1 actually have their opportunity to ban away things for Kayle. I actually am very interested as to like why he didn't lock away his Renata that he's been so good at. But didn't want to do it here.
Well, I think that the Ahri is so strong with pick-based junglers, so they wanted to do that, and they're not as worried about the Renata here in this case. Now, by the way, we did have to shout out the Ornn ban. It is Dove's best champion. He is undefeated on this champion. He is 7-0 on it, and so you just do not want to be facing that one. That one was definitely going away no matter what in the second phase. But yeah, I think Live Sandbox have a tightly packed amount of power in these three champions, and losing the Renata for this, if they even do, I think doesn't feel so bad here when you consider the power it has in the mid game in general elsewise.
Yeah, the Ornn ban is actually kind of curious, just because I thought that they might just go for like the Tahm Kench Renata that we've seen so many times if there isn't a support locked in. The Leona will be what they decide to take away, and the read that I'm kind of getting is that T1 understand that Live Sandbox want Kayle on a engaged support of some kind. They're going to take away a decent one here. Leona has been jumping up in priority recently.
Yeah, Rakan still available, the Nautilus still available, and it's just more for that kind of dive in and engage. Taking away Owner's Xin Zhao, I think is very smart, works extremely well with the Lulu, and we've seen the power of Owner on this pick. He was playing it before everybody else, and it's still kind of a niche jungle pick here in the LCK, but he has been by far the best player of it. Sejuani will be the choice here, and with no Trundle to speak of here in this draft, there's just no real worry for this. It's a pretty safe blind pick. The Gnar becomes so obvious here, though, for Live Sandbox, and I'm really wondering what this jungle pick is going to be here for T1, because it's going to really link things together, as Lee Sin is still up, and it's definitely a power pick that we could see come through. There's the Nautilus, and Gragas, it's not a powerful pick into this matchup, but it is one that is very difficult to lose. And I think that's kind of the MO here for Dove, is just sit back, have some extra engage, body slam plus charm plus Vi plus Sivir damage is a good combination for Live Sandbox style gameplay.
Well, speaking of Live Sandbox style, they are going to go for the engaged support like we were talking about. The Nautilus is going to be locked in. Does have obvious advantages into the Zeri as well with targeted CC that is very difficult to avoid. So certainly a good call there. Carrier going to think about Owner's pickup, and you'd assume that it's going to be the Lee Sin, but Pantheon has certainly been doing the rounds, and it will be locked in. Yeah.
A Pantheon on this patch has, I mean, I know I do apologize for us telling everyone the patch notes repeatedly, because I know a lot of you guys watch other regions, but not everybody does. But Pantheon does more damage to jungle camps on this patch, so it's a significant buff he's received. Allows him to clear faster, makes him relevant in the jungle again. His ultimate will allow him to be a semi-global threat in these lanes where T1 are going to be looking for prio nonstop. They have the Zeri Lulu, so it's not just Sivir wins by default down there. You have Azir into Ahri. You have Pantheon who can keep up with Vi dives and will be able to match those rotations, so it makes it very difficult to actually crush the Zeri Lulu lane, even if resources are given down there. And it's just global presence here for an insanely smart jungler in Owner, who is going to be able to utilize that power very well post-6 and just guaranteed CC and lockdown is also going to be very valuable going into these mid-game fights.
Yeah, no, exactly. POG stands for Prince of the Game, by the way. I never knew that. I actually thought it was Player of the Game. So pretty cool that he has...
Yeah, today I learned.
Yeah, the entire title dedicated to him, and I'm glad that the educational fan signs are coming out. That is a very interesting drawing.
Yeah, it's a whirlwind of T1 coming at him.
Absolutely amazing. It's like the Tasmanian Devil from Looney Tunes.
She hasn't really made a statement of which side she's on. She just wants a really good game.
Yeah. I actually understood that because the gem part, yeah.
Yeah, Clear Gem literally translates to honey fun, but it's usually just a term that means something that's really awesome or really fun, really enjoyable.
Yeah, I remember Honey Gem. I was taught at the LCK for one random line in a show that we did a couple of years ago.
It's one of those things that's difficult to translate, but once you hear it once, you just, even if you don't speak Korean, like if you're a foreign fan watching at home, you kind of don't forget because honey fun sounds so unusual in,
yeah.
in English. So, yep, lots of fans here tonight for this really critical matchup, match of the week. And these
one
two drafts,
of many,
yeah, these two drafts colliding in such a way that I think it is going to be a very, I don't think either team wins the draft harder by any means. If we're talking about which teams are feeling more comfortable, I definitely feel that the answer is Live Sandbox. They have a draft that is exactly what they want, is hard aggression, engage, damage spiking around early, mid, and Gragas for Dove on the top side. Very difficult for him to lose the game, fall behind, beat Dove. He actually has a lot of counters there set up. So in terms of who got what they are famous for, I give the edge to Live Sandbox here. However, I think on this sustained patch with the Lulu Zeri,
yeah,
Guma is going to be able to get through the early game fairly easily. Faker's on his ear, so as long as he positions well against the Ahri, there's not a lot of kill pressure there. And with the buffs to Drake's, even though arguably Live Sandbox's and buff to Drake's health and their individual values, I think that Live Sandbox's comp, even though it's very strong at fighting, won't necessarily get that value early on because it's hard to commit, and T1 could just find value elsewhere.
Yeah, and there has been a little bit of a rune issue. We are going to probably just remake the game, get straight back into it. So it's been a while since we've had the old rune bug.
Yeah,
welcome back, I guess.
We've had those pauses at the beginning of the game to make sure that it doesn't happen anymore, and it actually hasn't happened since we implemented that until today, but hey, the system is working, Atlas.
Exactly. I do want to talk about the comps again just a little bit, just because the scaling question that we always have with these Sivir versus Zeri drafts, tried to say both of the 80 carries at the same time, is often about, like, which one of these is going to be the better late game carry. And it's so conditional, especially for both of these champions. It's very, very interesting to think about how it's going to go, because it's all about whether Live Sandbox can actually get the 5v5s that they're looking for with the amount of ricochet value that you can get if your opponent is grouped up.
Yeah.
But T1 have a lot of opportunities to scatter Live Sandbox and to scatter themselves, not necessarily be all in the one place. And so I think things like the Pantheon could make the Sivir's life very, very difficult, even if she does have the spell shield poise stun.
My big boon for T1 in that kind of regard is that they have way better skirmishing, because their jungler has just guaranteed setup CC the same way that Vi does, but can use it very effectively to turn fights, because he can, of course, ult in, then stun somebody, then put up his shield, block a lot of damage, and then help turn a skirmish with Azir then rotating in, getting an Emperor's Divide. And if the Zeri or the Azir get fed early because Live Sandbox are trying to force a fight, as they often do, to a fault, then I think there's a lot of defensive options in the Pantheon and the Azir that allow T1 to actually potentially have an early Zeri moment, let's just say, and then run away with the game. So I don't think the fights will necessarily be even, and taking fights on Live Sandbox's terms is something that they've found so much success with, but it might actually be ill-advised this time around, especially around, you know, the first few objectives and trying to steal away blue buff and stuff like that.
The thing that I'm going to find, like, that I'm going to be very interested in, as fans craning their necks to get into the shot, which is very, very cute. The thing that I'm really interested in is whether we're going to see the trade, because I think that T1 probably want to fight a little bit early with the fact that they have a lot of lane control, you could say. Even the Sejuani is able to lane quite effectively there towards the top side. Gragas is not necessarily going to be the biggest of a hindrance, plus it's Zeus versus Dove, which is largely the reason.
Yeah, Lulu, Zeri bottom, and you've got the Azir mid.
Yeah. Faker on that Azir is certainly going to have a lot of push. So being able to play around Ona with all of that extra aggression, they might be able to threaten for both of those objectives. And we haven't actually seen that happen yet as, wow, that was the immediate sit down of, oh no, I'm in the shot, I'm ruining everything.
Yeah, I think that it is so hard to pull that off right now. But if you have the extra power that Pantheon has early, and everybody's grouped up, and Faker has the level 6 advantage, maybe you win that Drake fight, then just go straight top. And also Live Sandbox, again, it is... We have to keep mentioning this because it is so true that it's almost sad, as they will fight even if it doesn't make sense, even if they're not grouped up, even if their composition hasn't added its biggest strength at that moment. So, yeah, there is definitely a world I could see where T1 force a Drake fight, win it, then just go straight to Herald and end up getting both. We'll have to wait and see what happens in reality. As we'll see if Faker gets POG tonight. Also, Spell Shield versus Pantheon should be insanely high value for the Sivir. Let's see how that one also ends up panning out, because it's very difficult to kill the AD carry.
I don't understand the piglets, Wolf.
Yeah, I'm trying to... She keeps shaking it. I saw Ambition's name.
Interesting.
I don't know what else was going on.
Oh, that's the Sandbox CEO.
Oh, he's hiding out.
Wow. Very, very cool.
And if he's here, they've got a buff.
Yeah, well, maybe. You never know, because maybe it's adding extra pressure. You know, you've got the athlete in the audience on the T1 side, and we were asking who Live Sandbox brought. Well, they brought a famous YouTuber as well. It's Dottie, and their CEO. So I guess, you know, they're doing their best to try and one-up. There's also a crab rave happening and a dab happening towards the back as well. So there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Apparently, the YouTuber is a Minecraft god.
Yeah, he's very famous. And is, I believe, a Sandbox creator as well, if I'm not mistaken. So, for those of you guys who don't know, Sandbox is a massive company that does content creation out here, helps manage YouTube channels and stuff like that. So, they are a very big company in entertainment. And, of course, Live, their title sponsor, is a bank. We've talked about this before, but people do ask me a lot, why are they called Sandbox? That's why.
Mm-hmm. Would you say that it's somewhat similar to Afrika and what they sort of did, or is it less streaming platform, more videos?
I guess, yeah, it's more videos, but they also do live streaming and stuff like that. Afrika, for those who do not know, is also a massive streaming platform here in Korea, and they are sponsored by Kwangdong now, of course, as their title sponsor, which is a vitamin company.
Oh, cool. Apparently, Castajon just asked if he's going to give the players something special if they win today, and he apparently just said yes.
Nice.
So we'll have to stay tuned to the interview afterwards if they do manage to win somehow, as to whether or not they actually manage to get something special and what it is. Very interested. I think the likelihood of Sandbox winning is not above 50%, but we'll see how they're going to go, because I think we just want to get into the match, as I think we are getting very, very close towards loading in once again.
Yeah, I see people checking runes back there, so we know it's getting close, and...
Everyone has their correct champions as well, by the looks of things.
Now, I don't want to be a downer, but there is a chance that when we get into the game, it will have happened again, but considering that it's only happened once, basically, in the last 3 weeks, I think the chances are very slow, or very low, excuse me.
Yeah, I don't know whether you've jinxed it, or because you've now... you know, acknowledged it, that maybe it's less likely to happen.
You could see that they are on the rift and it is paused, so they're doing the final rune checks now.
Yep. Just if it comes out of sepia mode, that's when we know that things are going to be all right. And it hasn't come out of sepia mode yet. And so that's not great. I think we're just making sure that we're checking completely. As here we are. Let's have a look at these drafts again, Wolf.
Yep. So, Prince on the Sivir here. Dive composition, pick composition here for Live Sandbox. Tons of CC and engage. On the other side, skirmish heavy composition here for T1, where Zeri can get over walls, do a lot of damage early. They have the global in the Pantheon, and great ults here for engage as well.
Yep. Short, sweet, and to the point, Wolf. Let's get into game number one. Well, as it turns out, there are more T1 fans in Lowell Park at the moment. We are also on T1's side, I guess. I always need to say the caveat.
Yeah.
Because they are just closer, and so it might just sound louder to me. But let's see whether T1 are going to be able to make this Pantheon work. For the first time in the jungle that we've seen on this patch, the only real change was the fact that the Q now does more damage to monsters. Yeah. But it's a pick that we've seen elsewhere, as well as, you know, in solo queue for a long time, that you can just pick up in the jungle. We did see it in support, I think.
Yeah, Keria played it, I believe. And we saw Pyke versus a Pantheon in the bottom lane of supports. So really cool tech that we saw there in the LCK. It's a very awesome pick, I think, for me, because it reminds me of the 2021, where you saw the early parts where it was a lot of squishy AP jungles versus Pantheon, and we actually had like hard jungle counter picks back then, and Pantheon was one of those strong picks you could have to actually just 1v1 the jungle and take a bunch of camps away and start snowballing the game when you hit level 6. I don't think it'll be played quite like that this time around, as he is laning in, or jungling into the Vi from Croco here, our resident Vi expert. But yeah, I'm really excited as after post 6 where T1 decide to fight and what the priority is going to be, whether it's Herald priority or Drake priority for them, because like you said, this team fighting comp in skirmishing comp is so good in those parts, and if T1 win it decisively, they get such a lead, so it's worth trying, and they could just walk away from it if it doesn't work out or if they don't have the prio set up for it.
I'm interested in this ward, Wolf, because I think Faker might have been trying to get it into the Raptor pit.
Yeah.
Instead did not.
But now he knows if Croco is walking around through that little sliver right there.
Yeah, that's true. Which is often a gank path that you take on the red side, but could also be an unorthodox position to set up. So could have been intentional as well.
Joke's on him. He's just not going to take the Raptors at all, regardless.
Yeah, there you go.
Just going to go straight to red buff and path down to the bottom side.
Might have all just been mind games. Not entirely sure. I don't like to just first assume that a mistake has been made, because sometimes I just don't have a brain that big, you know?
Yeah, I think in this case he definitely wanted it to be in the Raptor camp. You know, I think your first instinct is correct, but you know, I did think of some alternate ways that this could be valuable and kind of came up empty. In terms of this laning phase here, the observers are showcasing that Faker took first strike and is trying to harass his way to an advantage. As Zeus up here.
He's just going to have a drink. He's going to walk it off. It'll be fine. As you can see, walking in a relatively straight line, so I think he's doing all right.
Owner's like, if at first my teammate can't get the job done, can't do anything right, I'll just do it myself.
Gets on over there, does manage to put that one down. It's been almost 2 years since we've seen the Pantheon jungle. It was Canyon, who was pretty good at that point in time.
Yeah, also versus the Mundo from Pyoshik, I'm like, yeah, that was not a fun time back then. I remember the Pyoshik Mundo, the first pick. I wonder if it was actually the first pick Mundo jungle game that happened last year. That was a crazy one. Either way, Pantheon much more powerful last year in a meta where diving was a lot more of a strong thing to do, and you picked him as a counter pick to a lot of squishy junglers. And it wasn't durability patch, so Pantheon a little bit weaker in actually setting up for kills, obviously on just patch 12 in general in the second part.
Yep. Here as well, I mean, this, I believe, is the same matchup that Faker played into BDD in game number 3 against Nongshim, and Faker destroyed BDD in that game number 3. It was not even close. It was a large reason why T1 won. I think it had been a while since we'd seen the full Faker 1v9, but I think he did it in both of their wins against Nongshim. He was very good. May have just cast a Kirsten, though, as Vault Breaker is going to come through. Croco with a fair bit of damage here, but hasn't flashed yet, and Croco's just not going to look for more.
Yep.
It's going to push him away.
Faker doesn't care because he was planning on backing soon anyways, because he has no mana. Closer will get a little bit of extra power here in this lane and is going to hold this wave. So trying to get the maximum value out of this tiny little lead the gank will offer, but it's not going to lead to too much.
Nope.
So no caster curse to be found, no flashes exchanged.
Thank goodness. I'm safe for now. As Kyle's moving in as well. All right, well, they didn't get the flash last time, but now if they do some damage to Faker, it's going to be much more annoying to have to go back. As this wave pushing towards Closer, and Faker will have to walk out and start trying to pick up these minions in relatively dangerous territory.
He's setting up a shuffle just in case. He definitely knows there's a pretty good chance that with Sivir gone here that Nautilus is rotated over. Puts the soldier down so he can shuffle back towards his turret. Pre-6 at level 5, he is at his most vulnerable in these types of scenarios where he cannot self-peel and would have to flash.
Yeah, really smart play from Faker.
And, you know, he went Dematerializer here. I think he's knowing exactly what he's getting himself into in terms of this laning phase. Now here comes Owner.
Yeah, just escorting Carrier back to the lane. The googly eyes of this skin always make me very happy.
And Pantheon versus early Drakes here, I think it's not enough setup here. I like the idea of trying to look for an early Drake, but unfortunately Closer has Preshow, has 6, Krako's nearby, and you do not have control of the bottom side, so he won't be able to get anything done. We'll just go over and take his Grump. Has an early pickaxe, so a lot of damage on this Pantheon, but won't unfortunately amount to anything here just yet. Yep. As, you know, I was hoping maybe we'd see some sort of really cool early Drake attempt here from T1, but even they don't have a way to break the rules of the game with this new additional hit points Drakes have.
Yeah, it is more difficult to lock it down. Not going to be an Infernal Soul either. We actually had back-to-back Infernal Souls in our previous series, and so the Rift is going to give us something new. We'll be able to talk about another one of these upgraded dragons as that one does come in, but we're not entirely sure what that's going to be. It's just not going to be an Infernal.
Yeah.
That's all the information I have for you.
And I can tell everyone, of course, the solo Infernal Elemental will be a little bit more damage.
Hey, that's true.
For the Zeri, for the Azir in particular, will be quite massive. And
might help mitigate the Sivir nerf as well, perhaps.
Owner is just so smart in terms of what he's doing pathing-wise here. Comes down to the bottom side, paths over there a little bit towards Drake. Then, you know, just going to go straight back to the top side where he can both threaten Dove here potentially as
All right, well, Dove was looking for it, looking for the possible angle as both of the teleports are down there towards the top side. So if Zeus did spend a bit of extra time underneath the turret, it could have been very detrimental.
But Owner he's not going to back until he has enough for his whip here and he hits level 6. So he can actually ult in if there is a skirmish here or on Herald spawn. So comes over here, finds that final bit of experience to hit level 6, gets it a little bit faster than Krako, and now can just ult back in if T1 wants to start this one up. No Zeri coming over here too. Prince may just look for a plate trade, but that's much harder to actually get value from with a local gold now on Herald.
Well, now we've got, 4 members rotating up. If Prince can also get a lot here, but Kroko's going to go for the engage. Zeus taking the brunt of the damage here as the Sultan Battery comes down. That's first blood going over to the Orbit Deception from the Ahri. As Zeus also is burning down, but Gumayusi, he's made it into the fight. Can he actually pop off? Finds the ult. Dove body slams to get himself away. Dredge line is fantastic, and Vault Breaker is going to be there. Liv Sandbox are going to be able to get out, although Gumayusi is still going very far forward. Faker's now underneath the turret. The stun comes through, and Kale has the shield. Oh dear, this is a lot of aggression, Wolf.
Sivir picks up a plate bottom side here and is timid about getting a second one, knowing that Owner has respawn, does have his Starfall back available. Oh, I say back available, he didn't use it in the last fight, so this is going to be a lot of minions deleted down here, but Prince doesn't actually overstay his welcome or look for more. Looks like Owner is just going to go over here and try to start up this Drake as T1 push in mid Prio, trying to have control on both sides of the map. This is the power of Pantheon, is he can take this Scuttle away, threaten the Sivir, but also help protect his team with that mid push. But T1 will need to be more decisive about whether they're going to start an objective up or not, because now Liv Sandbox are grouped to fight.
Yeah, Prince also able to move on over here as Gumayusi. That plate, I believe, is just going to go into the nether. No, actually doesn't actually get taken down. So Prince has the opportunity to possibly get that money. 500 gold, the lead here for Liv Sandbox. So we're still waiting for one of these neutral objectives to be taken.
Yeah, Faker is unfortunately the biggest loser of this exchange. Loses his flash and also sacrificed a lot of CS because so much CS was lost in the bottom lane. Guma took the mid farm because he needs to actually stay on parity with this Sivir to be a carry later on. But notice the difference in terms of farm between Closer and Faker now is almost 20 CS up. And this is because Faker spent a lot of time down there in the mid lane. And this fight, not very clean here from T1. Faker has Emperor's Divide, uses it defensively at the last second, but it's too late to actually save Owner. Doesn't get any value, unfortunately, in a skirmish like this out of his ultimate. I think if they had cut Liv Sandbox in half and Guma was there on the front lines, maybe they would have gotten a pick early. But As it is, just very late, and Faker wants to salvage the play. Looks for a flash here, but again, doesn't have Emperor's Divide. Yeah, or looks for a shuffle, has to flash, doesn't have Emperor's Divide, so no kills going over. Prince gets a plate bottom side, now he's got 2. And T1 significantly behind in this early game now.
Yeah, they have fallen behind. It's like 500 gold or something like that, but the way Live Sandbox are playing, and remember, this is Live Sandbox. They're not a team that gets leads in the early game. That is just not their thing. They've had a lead for the majority of the time, as T1 do finally eclipse them by just a few hundred gold. But still, this is definitely good news if you're a Live Sandbox fan, because this is not a position that they usually find themselves in. But that first objective fight is going to be the really important one.
Yeah, and we still haven't had either the first Herald nor the first Drake taken by either of these teams. Live Sandbox grouped up here for that said Herald. Sivir coming up here. Prince does have his ultimate and Ghost available here.
Yeah.
Round done for Faker, and this fight is going to be such a pivotal one.
Well, Zeus, he's booking it, running real fast towards this fight now as the Orbit Deception does a little bit of damage. It looks like Ona won't be able to get over here. He's slowed down. There's the cast. Dredgeline doesn't quite hit the mark, as now they're going to try and go in onto the Pantheon, who takes so much damage. He's been tanking forever, though. The Vi is going to be traded. Zeus now just walking it out as Prince is on the wrong side of the fight. The Charm picks up Gumayusi, though. The hook is going to land, but the Emperor's Divide is just amazing. Not enough to save Gumayusi, and now Closer is looking to clean this one up. Prince is going to grab it with the Boomerang Blade, and Live Sandbox win another fight.
Live Sandbox win a fight, grab Herald. Unfortunately, Dove is the one who holds the eye, so they can't drop it down here just now. It looks like they're going to back off and go bottom side, so basically forcing the lane swap here, then actually turning it on its head by going bottom side. Actually really smartly played by Live Sandbox, as the Herald's in the Gragas' hands right now. But this fight here for Live Sandbox is so slow and measured. When they see the ult coming out from Sejuani, they're like, okay, well, now we can turn on this fight. Owner absorbs all of the peel here. And unfortunately, this is not enough damage. Faker finally comes over, has Emperor's Divide, but it's not going to be high value here, as unfortunately Guma is just out of the fight. You can see the Herald is actually just straight up dropped mid.
And Closer benefiting from that Herald, I'm right there with them, because he's been playing absolutely amazingly so far this game. 3-0-1 on this Ahri, and holds the Charm.
Yes.
It's like he read Gumayusi like a book.
He read him so well, and also they gave Prince the kill in that last part of the exchange. So, you know, give him a little bit back in the mid lane. So plate gold in bottom and in mid. A fed Ahri, a Sivir who's ahead. T1 really biting off more than they could chew in that last fight. And once again, this Pantheon pick not working out just yet for T1. Its biggest strength at this stage in the game is its survivability and its ability to turn fights with its ultimate. Like the Pantheon, just genderless calling Pantheon his ultimate. And the Starfall can turn a fight, but if you're just walking in as Pantheon, why'd you pick this one, you know? And he absorbs the wild growth so that Guma can't.
Well, he's going to dive on top of this Gragas, but Closer's over here. The Everfrost is fantastic. Cast is just going to pick off Zeus, and Croco will get in here. Sultan Battery doesn't really care about your Emperor's Divide, as Faker is just going to blast cone his way out. That's 6-2 now in kills, Wolf. Live Sandbox is smashing this early game.
And Faker, once again, tries to save with the Emperor's Divide, but unable to do so. Look at the plate gold here. Significant lead for Live Sandbox now. Some plates picked up in mid and top, but when you think about where the money is, especially with the Sejuani picking up plates, who really cares about that? And that was the one place T1 had the gold advantage. We were talking about their gold lead earlier, was like 100 or 200. It was a Sejuani CS, which is so insignificant here, but the Vi is accelerated. The Ahri, if she wishes she built Darksteel now, Closer's like, man, think of the value. But he's got an early Everfrost here, has stopwatch, and they're looking to fight a second objective here ASAP.
Yeah, Charm isn't going to hit the mark, but the Everfrost is. Hook connects as well, but Kale is going to have to get out of here. Faker diving forward. There's the re-engage, actually. Vault Breaker comes in. Orbit Deception is good, but the Boomerang not quite long enough range. That will mean the Live Sandbox should be able to take this turret. Yeah, exactly right. Prince going to rotate over. Faker gets back towards the turret there, but isn't going to be able to save it. Can put up a Sun Disc if he would like to.
And Zeus is going to be the one who benefits most from this, but again, he's playing Sejuani, so it's not that significant. And Live Sandbox here happy to say, yeah, well, you hit a turret a few more times here, you have demolished, but whatever. It's a 200 lead for 220 gold lead for Zeus here, and the rest of the map is blown wide open. First turret blood goes over in the mid lane to Live Sandbox, and they're going to pick up the second turret there in the bottom side in just a moment. And going back to the skirmish, looks good here. When you have the Pantheon, you have that setup CC, but Dove is just so incredibly tanky. He has his task to disengage and still had flash, so you forced a fight here with the insane turn that Live Sandbox have. You don't know where the Ahri is, but you better be guessing that he's on his way up. Closer comes over here, picks up some additional money, and there's that second turret I was talking about. Live Sandbox in full control of this game right now.
Absolutely, and so much of it is off the back of Dove. Just being able to outplay these scenarios. He's so unassuming in how he does it as well. He's like, oh, I've been caught out of position. Here, allow me to land the perfect cask to guarantee a pick for my team. It doesn't look like it's going to work, but when it does, I mean, it's just really good. It's a very strange situation. Dove is just a very interesting player, and he confuses and enthralls me. Wolf.
It's like he's a taunt. He's a bait. Like you feel like he's out of position. You feel like, oh, okay, this is the angle, but he just turns it around. And on champions like the Gragas, you know, like the Gnar and the Ornn, it's just so easy for him to do this. Croco.
Well, they're going to take Croco on a bit of a journey here. He flashes, but the Emperor's Divide still lands. Vault Breaker is going to get him to relative safety, but I don't think Croco's going to be doing that again. That was Emperor's Divide traded for Flash, Assault and Battery, and most of Croco's health bar.
Yeah, I think Owner was definitely considering ulting for the chase here as well, but doesn't have enough vision, isn't going to go for it. Still does lead to a lot of early turret damage, so I think the idea is good here for Live Sandbox, but maybe hold the ultimate until after the shuffle comes through from Faker, because yeah, once you lock onto a target, you will end up where the target does, and so as a result, Faker nearly takes the Vi out there. Gets a flash, but it is going to be nearly that top turret going down, so almost all outers here for Live Sandbox in the early parts. The dive could have been more successful if the timing was a little bit better. So good in theory here, and Closer's just going to look to push one more wave through. 2 levels up on Faker here. Faker is ultless. I mean, he cannot side lane against this Ahri freely. He's going to actually need backup.
And now Closer is looking towards potentially a Shadow Flame as item number 2. Often we see Zhonya's in that position, but he hasn't had to use Stopwatch, so I actually really like trying to push your damage even further forward. You're also against the Shifting Sands as well, which is, you know, some extra shielding, things like that. Carrier wants to add a few shields. I do quite like the idea of going for an earlier Shadow Flame.
He could also just be going for a really fast Horizon focus as well and boosting his damage. I think it will be the Shadow Flame, but I mean, you're this far ahead. You kind of get your pick of the litter. 300 more gold into his pocket here. And obviously the Horizon focus is going to be way better against the Pantheon and the Sejuani, but not as good against the Zeri.
Well, we're looking for a bit of a flank play here as the Assault and Battery comes down, and Live Sandbox say, don't mind if I do. The Glacial Prison leaves a bit to be desired as Croco picks up the kill on the Sejuani, and now Carrier completely out of position. They are going to be able to lock that one down very comfortably as Closer is on the chase, looking to lock down his former teammates here, but they'll settle for a Dragon.
That's going to be a 2 Drake lead here, and we'll find out what the soul is going to be. Would be a nightmare scenario, I think, for T1 here if it is Hextech or Mountain, and the chances of either are quite high. So, I mean, with a 2 Drake deficit here and your comp trying to scale up right now as T1, you're hoping it's going to be a Drake that's less impactful despite the elemental buffs. It is Horizon focused, by the way, second year for Closer.
Went for it.
And like I was saying before that fight broke out, great at stopping the tanks from actually being impactful. Burning down these tanks is something that a lot of AP mages who pick Leandries could do. Leandries on Azir, for example. But as Ahri, if you get a fast Horizon focus, which, by the way, you should never be able to have this early in the game. It should not be allowed. But look at how fast Zeus even dies with the chain CC here. With Ahri having Horizon focus, he dies even faster. Everfrost still going to be high value, so you don't sacrifice that utility with the Everfrost, but you do add a little bit of front-to-back damage here. And that's how Live Sandbox has been winning these fights, is just killing Owner and Zeus over and over again. That last fight was very reminiscent of the Nongshim series. Zeus out of position, caught. Carrier is trying to babysit. He dies as well. It's not even his fault. And getting flashbacks here, Atlas.
Yeah, exactly. The flashbacks are the big problem, right? As now we've got T1 setting up a bit of a gank brush. Live Sandbox just not really going to give them the time of day. Dove going to get slowed down. Doesn't really seem too bothered by the whole situation. As Live Sandbox is sieging this inner turret towards the top side of the map, and T1 don't really have too much of an answer right now. It's 4 minutes, and then we'll have our first Hextech Drake. Hextech Soul going to be a very interesting one to look at as Faker here towards the bottom side, but Dove's going to turn up. The stalwart protector of Liv Sandbox's stuff so far this game.
Look at the itemization across the board here for Liv Sandbox too. We have already talked about the Horizon focus a lot, so we'll leave that one out. But Chem Tank for Dove makes him very tanky in general, but also allows him to play the part of an engaged top laner. He can chase at somebody, he can look for body slam, so he's multifaceted here. Is of course building now into a little bit more armor, so he's more survivable for the Zeri, who's going to be chipping away at him, the Pantheon in the front lines. Then you have Vi just going straight into magic resistance here on her second item. Force of Nature completed already. This is insane.
Yeah.
Like the more I look at these items, the more I'm like, this is doomed to T1. I don't know if there's a way back in because Void Staff's being built here from Faker, but he sacrifices a lot with that since he already did have to go for this crown build. So he's not going to be a big damage threat in these fights. He's really just an ult button for a long time 1,600 gold behind T1. This is not the start to this series you were looking for.
No. They are on the red side. This has been a side that they've been struggling on as far as finding victories are concerned. So Liv Sandbox still, the 2-0 is not looking like it's in the bag just yet. But game number 1 certainly is getting closer and closer to that. Closer, he's going to head back home. 3-0-4 against his former team. Oh man, it must feel absolutely amazing to have this kind of indication for Closer, especially on his Ahri.
And Closer is a master of these type of assassin champions. He's great at Ahri, right? He's great at LeBlanc. Aurelia is what he was arguably most famous for, but he's played a lot of Zoe in the past too. You put him on the Ahri, you put him on the Sylas, and that's his comfort zone. And it feels like he's finally been unlocked at the last part of the season. He was a consistent / middling player for this team. It was all about Prince, but I think he's really come into his own in the second half of Round Robin 2 here, where he's like, yeah, Ahri is actually legit now, Sylas is really busted, and I can play champions that I like, and not what's just good for the meta. What I like is good for the meta, and he looks way, 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 way more comfortable as a result.
Yeah, I mean, he just benefits directly from agency. We've had this conversation. If he has mobility and agency as far as getting these flanks and actually making a difference, then Closer looks absolutely amazing. You put him on a control mage, not exactly the same story, but this is exactly the same carry duo that we saw Gen G just with. And they flubbed some team fights, and then the comp still looked real good as Croco going to steal away a red buff, just being frustrating here in the enemy jungle. And Liv Sandbox, I think, can just go and do Baron if they would want to.
I think so.
They're not wanting to take the risk right now, wanting to catch someone out beforehand.
I think taking these fights sooner than later is definitely optimal.
Well, Croco's just going to try and walk past the Sejuani's taking so much damage, though. The depth charge just bought so much space as Closer takes down yet another kill. Ona dies as basically an afterthought as Gumayusi is ulted, but I just don't see an angle that he can actually stand and do damage. They've already taken out the jungler and the frontline tank. Liv Sandbox will be able to take Baron.
Yeah, it looks like T1 might get a Constellation bounty turret here in mid as Liv Sandbox have full control. I mean, if you try to force this fight, T1, I do not think you're going to like the result. As look at where Guma is. He's trying to find a way, trying to find an angle to get Gromps, or rather Krugs, on the blue side here. He's just so starved for money, it's not safe to be in the mid lane with the rest of the team on Baron. T1 are so far behind this game, and that's why I was saying they should force a fight. Liv Sandbox should force a fight sooner than later, because the Zeri is an item behind right now, is so desperately trying to get her IE where she can actually be relevant in neutral fights with her poke. Just not the case in these fights. And Zeus, once again, the front line is just deleted. They're so far behind. Horizon Focus is going to give so much extra damage onto Owner here as well. And it's, once again, the tanks who die first, and Guma isn't online yet, so can't use the power of the front to back, whereas tanks do his job for the Zeri damage. And Wild Growth has to be used repeatedly on Zeus or Owner, so Gumayusi isn't survivable. Now has his IE, but unfortunately Baron's already taken.
Yeah, and Prince already has his IE too. And the Siva right now is doing so much more damage. The just the luxury Last Whisper hanging out on top of it as well, 2-0-5. And we mentioned that Prince played well when he was back at home. Well, it looks like here at Lol Park, Prince is also pretty good, as it turns out. And they are now 7,000 gold in the lead. But I still, man, I'm trying to come to terms with how good Closer is playing after seeing him have a really rough time earlier on, as Kyle is probably going to die.
He has
There's the
stopwatch.
explosive cask. He doesn't use the stopwatch, as this Drake is going to get taken down. That is sole point. But now Croco's going to have to get out of here. Dove, I don't think is going to survive this one, as the Grand Skyfall does come through, or the Grand Starfall, as it is now called. And that is 2 kills for T1 to answer back.
I was worried that Owner's R key on his keyboard was broken for a little while, but we do have now evidence that it is working.
Indeed.
that was the first time he's actually used the ultimate to success here in this game, and it's to chase down and punish. Now Kyle here, deep clearing vision. Dove is here to help save him, is the idea. But he's caught by Emperor's Divide. Dove was like, oh man, my only hope here was the cask would save you so that we could actually guarantee Drake. They basically wanted to shut the door on T1. Unfortunately, not only does he die, but then Dove's cask isn't successful, and it's Hex Tech Rift, so the portal allows them to chase down. Starfall comes through.
Yep. It was a fantastic little flank play with the portal there from Faker, and they'll be rewarded with a further turret. Also, the bounties are still up, so they bring it within 5,000 gold to T1. But control of the map still well and truly there for Live Sandbox. That was, in fact, T1's first turret of the game.
Yeah, and I don't want to get excited about T1 picking up bounty gold or
you can if you want to. It's not KT.
But in seriousness, I don't want to lie to you guys or give any false hope about T1 with these picks, because they still lose the critical objective. Yes, they pick up a little bit of extra money around across the board with that bounty. But the problems they have to solve, the Sivir and the Ahri, and the Gragas, who still exists, even though he was killed, he's 1, 2, and 7. These problems aren't solved by that. They still will have to win a team fight, and those are the only kills they've gotten in so long this game, and it wasn't fair. There were 2 staggered kills on Live Sandbox who were slightly overextended. But where's the front-to-back team fight here? We're going to have to see that before we can believe T1 has a chance.
Well, Glacial Prison does connect. There is a great Everfrost. The follow-up's beautiful as well. Look at the bouncy castle from Live Sandbox. The Piggy was not having a great time, as now Closer is dashing forward. Looks for Carrier. Actually, looks for Gumayusi. Doesn't find him there with the charm. And Live Sandbox, they'll settle for the inner turret for now. But these fights, every time one little bit of CC lands, it's the entire house.
And Zeus has, Frostfire Gauntlet. He has the Frozen Heart, but he does not have a whole lot of magic resistance, and he doesn't have any tenacity because he went for Lucidity Boots. And when he gets caught in these moments, just watch how quickly he falls. He's level 13. Everfrost comes through. Nautilus Hook, Nautilus Ult, Cast. Doesn't matter if he has Wild Growth. They can just use all of their tools to kill him, because without a frontline, T1's composition cannot function. Notice the second he's dead, Closer's like, I'm killing whoever is in my charm range. And he dashes forward, he darts into the team fight. T1 can't fight without Zeus, but if Zeus is caught, he's dead, and then they can't fight without him because he's gone. So it's a lose-lose situation, right? Like, Zeus has to tank, but he needs to be tanking a little bit more carefully. And I think as T1, you have to be willing to just hope for the late game now and stop trying to defend these turrets, because it's a lose-lose game at this point.
And also, how are you supposed to, go in for the engage if Zeus goes in? Because if your tank is getting hit by Prince, then Prince is just ricocheting all this damage. And if Faker and Gumayusi are standing next to the Sejuani, they just take half of their health bar in a matter of seconds. It's really, really hard to navigate how this fight is supposed to look for T1, but they've experimented with this. Let's try and hit some CC and hope that we can lock down a target, and it hasn't worked out. We need to see something else.
Yeah.
As Prince was backing on a ward. He is going to be able to spell shield the ulti, though.
There have been an increasing number of Sejuani ultimates shot at Sivers who have spell shield available this past few weeks of LCK.
Yeah.
Usually don't like to see that. Hey, he's got it upgraded once. Not the longest cooldown ever.
Well, Croco's decided that he's going to go for the fight. He manages to get into the backline onto Gumayusi, who's trying to get out of there. And immediately, Closer is polymorphed as the hook connects. What the heck was that, Kyle? That is going to seal the deal on this team fight. Faker's going to get flashed on. It's a double kill for Prince, and Live Sandbox are done. They want to finish this game right here, right now.
Like we said, this is the most Live Sandbox comp that they have ever been allowed to get. T1 let them draft this. They let them have it, and yeah, there are some really good parts of T1's comp. They are very good at scaling. They have some good skirmishing power, but they never got to show it. They never got to use it. They fell behind to Closer early, and it's lights out.
Yeah, these Nexus turrets going to be next on the menu as that charm onto Zeus is going to spell his end, at least after this stopwatch does go down. Immediately, 2 kills come through. This last Nexus turret will go down, and Liv Sandbox, they are 1 game away from taking down T1 like not many other teams have been able to do this year and even this season. First Nexus is going to hit the deck.
I think we'll see a pretty big swing in some of those goal difference average parts that we looked at before this, where it was all negative in the early parts for Liv Sandbox, only really growing as they crested 30 minutes. For T1, it was the opposite, but not in this game. It was a dominant, start to finish, better performance of Liv Sandbox, and we have to be critical of the fights T1 chose to take and how they chose to take them, because we never saw Grand Starfall in the early game. We never saw skirmishes turned. They were always just trying to straight up front to back against a team comp that has insane single target pick, and that includes Sejuani and the Pantheon frontline. Wild Growth was never used defensively. It was on the AD carry. It was never used to try to set up for Faker. It was only used on tanks that were deleted instantly. I think the smartest choice Liv Sandbox made this game was pivoting. I think they were considering the Shadow Flame, but pivoting to Horizon focus, because they knew we just keep catching Zeus. We just keep catching Owner in the front line. We burst down these tanks. Their team comp can't function anymore. And they took the lead and snowballed it so hard. This is one of the best games of Liv Sandbox we've seen. When they get a lead, don't drop the ball. They don't make mistakes. They're just oppressive. And look at that gold graph. We very rarely see that.
Yeah, and look at the difference between Prince and Gumayusi this game. This really does show that Sivir is starting to massively get ahead of the Zeri in a lot of these matchups. And I think that she will need to be respected in the next draft, or T1 could just pick that one up themselves. But I just don't think that we're going to see a draft that's similar. I think next time around, T1 will make the adjustments, and we'll see whether they'll be able to bring us to a game number 3 that I know all of us want. We're going to go to a short break, and when we get back, it is the analytical carpet space with the boys. See you there.
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So while you restless, each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause.
As T1 will win the series. Lift Sandbox win in a crazy game. These players are so emotional right now.
I conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. It's me, Valdez, with, of course, Chronicler and Cubby in the TV. And that was a Live Sandbox stomp. I think the biggest stomp that we've had today. And Gen G was playing today against Fred at Brion. And yet Live Sandbox looked like they were miles ahead of T1. So break it down, guys. How was this able to happen? Chronicler, what do you think?
As it turns out, it doesn't matter which of the Civerzeri handshake you get, because the other marksman ain't playing the game. Because every single time we get Vi Ari whenever it's open, because we were actually expecting the Silas, because it is one of the best picks for closer, looks incredible on it every single time. But this is the most, the cost is mentioned well, the most Live Sandbox of comps, and they play it out to perfection.
And I really liked the Draven plus Lucian ban from Live Sandbox, just to guarantee that they're in the Civerzeri handshake, which I really feel like is their comfort zone. And then the curious thing to me is that Sejuani on 4. Because to me, like, if I'm T1 playing on red side, I'm like, wow, Zeus gets free counter pick. We're playing in the Dove, that's a winning strategy. They deny the Sejuani from Dove. And then pair it with a Pantheon, which isn't great in the vibe. You can't attack the Sej lane and don't really go there until post 7. So I was a little bit not thrilled with that part of the draft from T1, but I think the identity for Live Sandbox, having Vi, Ari, into Lulu, Azir, Zeri, that feels so good coming out of the first phase of draft, and it was really well done by Live Sandbox.
Yeah, I think they piloted it really well right from the get-go, and it is right down Live Sandbox's alley, right? This is kind of what they want to do. They want to go all in like this, and they put closer, and their guys, of course, Krako on the Vi on huge comfort for them, and it worked out very well. So we can get into the first highlight, which was this Herald fight that we did have. And Cubby, you said you had a lot of thoughts about this this fighter on the Herald.
I mean, I had a lot of thoughts because this is the second fight. Like, Liv Sandbox won a 4v5 here first and got Prince free gold. And now Prince is back. I believe he has a Kraken Slayer at this point, and Gumayusi does not have his finished Mythic. And LSB are able to take the second fight, take the Herald, and walk out okay. And by now, I mean, they already have Prince ahead. That's the most important part of the comp for them. And, like, the fact that closer Prince gets to walk forward now with the lead for the rest of the game is huge.
In addition to that, personally, KL has played the Engage report so well over the course of the last few weeks, and it really ties into, you can maybe dodge Croco, maybe Croco and Closer, but like between Croco, Closer, and KL, at some point something's got to give, and that's kind of the flow of every fight that we see. Sandbox are just so decisive, and when they pick off weaker teams, you're like, okay, it's KT, but now it's happening to T1 as well.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they're climbing a ladder, right? Even just the way that their schedule has worked out, like slowly they've just gotten better and better, and now they're taking out bigger and bigger names. And that was the first fight on the Herald. Let's take a look at later on in the game. This was about 29 minutes in, and already Liv Sandbox had a pretty huge lead in this one. Cubby, what did you think about this fight?
Well, what Chronicler was saying earlier about the enemy marksman not being able to play the game, we get to see it here as it is a point-and-click Vyar, a point-and-click Not-R into a beautiful dredge line from Kyle that wraps this one up. And I think for T1, like in the first phase of draft, they weren't able to deal with the Vyari, and I think the answers that they had later on just were not there.
And in addition to that, I think T1 is also showing that they're not on good form right now because yes, Zeus died many a time, and I think Zeus is not playing as well as he has previously, but also T1 looks strangely indecisive in those moments where, like, they're still extending a ton of cooldowns and killing a Sejuani, and then the rest of the team is or there or they're not in a great position, and, like, I think the T1 of Spring would have done, okay, like, they've thrown 5 ultimates into Sej, go in. And there just doesn't seem to be that fire, that drive, that unity for T1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you mentioned the Sejuani thing because I was saying it over and over during the game. I'm like, they're just going all in on the Piggy every single time, and she's just dying for nothing. And obviously from behind is kind of hard to get value, but they could have done it, you know, 4 or so fights before because that's the way it was being played out over and over. Guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who just pick it up here. It will be Closer. Not a big surprise here on this Ahri.
Yeah, I was very torn between Closer and KL because I actually think KL's mid and late game was exceptional, but Closer's impact in these early fights is too big, and with the Ahri as well, there is such a barrier that you need to kind of cross, otherwise the champion just doesn't do that much, and it's a beauty to witness here. Like, hits incredibly key charms, and Closer performing against T1 specifically due to the history is always extra cool for me.
I also really like what Wolf was talking about during the cast, the fact that this has been the identity for Liv Sandbox from the beginning of this season. It's playing these aggressive mids, the likes of Silas, Zoe, a lot of Ahri as well from Closer. And the fact that the meta has just gotten more and more into the wheelhouse of Liv Sandbox, we've seen them really take that and run with it. Because it feels like they're playing this no matter what the meta is. It's just what is best for their team. The fact that the meta is now in their wheelhouse makes them a real threat for playoffs.
Yeah, everything is firing on all cylinders for the side of Liv Sandbox. Let's see if they can keep it up, or will T1 return to form here in this series? Back to the casters for Game 2.
Thank you so much, Valdez and the boys. Really glad Martin Freeman showed up. Absolutely fantastic. I loved the random Dove vote, Wolf. I was a big fan. I felt like he actually had a really good game.
Yeah, I mean, he absorbed a lot of the pressure. I thought Croco had a good game too, and I mean, the crazy thing about this conversation we're having about Closer, as T1 will pick blue side, shocker, like you mentioned, he was the one behind Faker, but he was only used during that 2021 year of play with the massive T1 roster when it was not a control mage meta or when they wanted to put him on an assassin type pick. And Faker is the kind of opposite type of player, right? He likes the control mages. He's fantastic on it. He's very good at assassin champs as well. But it felt like Closer, okay, he's the stronger player at that role. That's what he'll be used for. Ended up being that, you know, having the versatility and having Faker as a shot caller in a lot of these moments was way stronger. So Closer did get phased out of the roster. But still, it does feel like it's so interesting to watch Ari for closer versus Faker's Azir in these matchups. He's dominating lane, he's dominating these fights, and he's doing what he was supposed to do for T1, what he was trained to do for T1, but he was on the bench. Now he can get revenge against his old squad here. The meta suits him. It is just, it's all so narrative-based almost. It feels like the series. It's like it's a script that we have in front of us, but it's just beautiful play from the Sandbox.
No, they played fantastically well. T1 going to ban away the Sivir this time. I actually very much enjoy that. I felt like their composition after the Sivir got a little bit ahead. There was sort of nothing that they could really do about it. So just banning it away, certainly going to be a decent way of handling the situation. Now we'll see whether the Zeri is going to be looked at now that Sivir is no longer on the table. Kalista going to be taken away first, though, by Liv Sandbox, not wanting to see that pick in this particular meta right now. And in fact, it's a Zeri ban on the blue side, meaning that Aphelios is probably raising in stock value.
Oh, certainly. Now, if Liv Sandbox ban the Aphelios, we'll have 5 AD carry bans here in this first phase. Now, Silas's value, I think, also rises quite significantly here with the bans we have because there's Evolution. So it is 5 AD carries. Now, Aphelios stock goes up, but Silas controls Azir and also controls Gnar. And, you know, despite being really absent from the last draft, I think this might be first picked Silas angle for T1, even though they, like teams like Nongshim, aren't prioritizing it very highly for their mid laner. When you look at the bans here, it seems like the way to go. Now, Wukong in a similar state.
Yep.
And it looks like they'll pick him up instead.
Well, there's also a Yuumi that's still available, but Yuumi's best friends, the Sivir and the Zeri, are both banned.
And the Lucian as well.
Yeah, and the Lucian. So we've got 3 that have been taken away. Of course, Ezreal Yuumi is the only other real pairing that you'd expect to come out, but probably not going to opt in for that one just yet, as Liv Sandbox are just taking their time to figure this one out, and I would love it if it was just Aphelios Kench. You could just lock that one away now, and you'd feel pretty good about the situation.
Especially because Jinx is probably going to be pretty highly valued here for T1, and she'll also enjoy the Kench. But they want to take the Azir, and this is a strong pick for Liv Sandbox here because Faker and T1 don't prioritize the Silas really at all, so you feel pretty comfortable. Plus, the issues we talked about last game, the nerfs to sustain and stuff like that make Azir much stronger in the lane matchup than he used to be.
Yep. So. There's also the fact that Faker has been playing a bunch of Silas actually in solo queue recently, so it might be that he does opt into it. He's been very successful in the champion as well.
Well, if you're going to lock Sejuani in this early with Gnar available, with Trundle available, I think the Silas is almost a must pick at this point.
Or the Ahri.
The Ahri for Faker. I remember Faker basically pioneered how reworked Ahri was played. He was the best one. He was the one playing it the most. He was winning even counter matchups.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, that was a curveball I don't think anybody really saw coming, but the Swain here with the Sejuani, with the Wukong, is an insane amount of power. But this now allows Liv Sandbox to just draft around range and avoiding the Swain here, potentially even some more lockdown. I think Renata stock goes way up against T1's composition now, and I'd honestly like to see it here even over the Kench, but it looks like just for the extra safety, Kyle wants to lock that one in. I think as Aphelios and Tahm Kench, if there's a Wukong, Sejuani, and Swain on top of you, Tahm Kench isn't going to save you most of the time. I think Renata is going to save you a lot better, but they've made their call.
They have. So T1, very short range so far, a lot of control of that space as well. It will give Aphelios actually a fair bit of value in these fights, not to mention the Emperor's Divide. But I think it was actually Faker versus Closer in this exact Swain versus Azir matchup that T1 steamrolled Liv Sandbox.
Yes.
So very
early on in the season.
Yeah, it was very early on in the season. So this is a bit of a flashback as the Karma is going to be banned. There's the Silas ban as well. Very interesting that T1 are respecting Liv Sandbox's ability to flex the Azir towards that top side of the map as well.
Yeah, I think that the bans of the Yuumi and the Karma really scream, hey, there is one really viable pick for your composition that works extremely well with the speed ups that Karma and Yuumi can provide. His name is Ezreal, and I don't want you guys to pick him because that would offer a lot of range. So it'll be the Gragas. Safe blind pick here. Well, it's not even blind in this case, just a safe weak side pick is what I was trying to say here. For Dove, once again, into the Sejuani.
Oh, so good into Wukong and Swain as well.
You could split this team in half. You could body slam them for disengage. So it is going to be the Jinx that comes through here. Well, the question is what support? It'll just be Jinx Thresh with this composition that doesn't really gain that much from it. Whereas Liv Sandbox have strong front to back here, great engage, disengage, burst damage. They've got it all.
Well, it could be Blitzcrank.
Keria doesn't look very confident in it.
But of course,
the player cam.
Yeah, we have to remember Blitzcrank's ability to deal with shields as well of the Tahm Kench. So if the Devour comes through, then he spits someone out. They've got a big old shield. Blitzcrank presses his R button, and you're feeling pretty good about it. Also, recently had a couple of buffs, I believe, on 12-13 or something like that.
Yeah, he got a little bit more damage on his Q and his ultimate, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Or it might be his Q mana cost was decreased, but I know his ult got like 100 more damage, which is pretty significant. Trundle here very strong at defending against all-ins in the mid game and in the bottom side of the map. The value he's going to get out of Subjugate into the Sejuani is insanely high. Subjugate against Wukong also insanely high.
Yeah.
And as T1, what you are attempting to do here is slow somebody down with a Jinx Zap or get a hook, get Jinx excited, and then basically steamroll quite literally with Swain, Wukong, and Sejuani just running at Liv Sandbox with all the CC they provide. You know, we are going to see the Imperial Mandate here for Swain, and then once he ends up getting his slows later on, it's going to be a huge issue for Liv Sandbox in straight-up fights. But the fact of the matter is, Prince doesn't really need to be in these fights to be in range because, yeah, he's low-range Aphelios, but he can just shoot out his Moonlight Vigil. They have Emperor's Divide to push T1 away, plus they have Trundle. They have the ability to subjugate so many resistances. I think that turning fights becomes very easy as Liv Sandbox. I think the Blitzcrank is this really interesting X factor here, and it's not the first time we've seen Keria play it. It's something Chronicler mentioned a lot, is sometimes you see these picks where it's like, okay, well, Keria's not a master of Blitzcrank, but everybody knows how Blitzcrank works, but will he be able to make the same impact as Kyle on Kench here with this Aphelios is a real question. I think so much of this game hinges on, did the crank hit? Like, did we get the hooks? Did they actually find the pick? Did they get a lead that they can then further the lead into snowballing effect with the Swain ultimates? Because I think if this team comp falls behind even slightly, we might even have a more one-sided game than the last one because the team composition of Liv Sandbox is so much more versatile.
Certainly is. I'm a little bit scared for how T1 are going to navigate this. However, I think the mid lane matchup is one that Faker is very, very confident in. And looking at that early game, we also have the Wukong factor, right? Who has been so, so good, even though he was nerfed. His clear is slower, things like this. It doesn't seem to matter that he doesn't win out in a 1v1 against the Trundle or things like that. Those ganks have been very, very impactful, and once he hits 6, the Cyclone value is absolutely huge. And he becomes an extra threat for the team as well. And I think that was a large portion of why T1's comp kind of fell flat last time. It was very much a two-threat comp.
Yeah.
And they weren't actually able to leverage both of their threats at the same time, and it just didn't really work. This time around, it is working.
Yeah.
This time around, also, the Runebug's working. So we're going to have to wait until that is sorted out as well.
Oh, that's okay. We did it once before. We did all the gameplay talking now. And it is very hot in the studio. You can see a lot of fans with the T1 jackets on, but not really fully wearing them because it's a hot day, hot night actually here.
Yeah, and there's also, this is what happens, right? So we get the Fred at Breon series beforehand. There are some seats that are empty, and they tune the AC accordingly. And then everyone piles in for the T1 series, and the Liv Sandbox series is, of course, Liv Sandbox. Loads of fans.
Well, I mean,
these days, but it's very full of people, Wolf.
The other thing is there is I think, tension and heat that comes with losing game 1.
Oh, is that what you think it is?
Starting to get a little sweaty.
Everyone's getting a bit nervous.
Yeah. And watching that game 2 draft, also starting to get a little sweaty, starting to get a little nervous. Because, I do think it's a very strong draft, but it is reliant on so many things going well. Like the previous draft. Like, I liked the Pantheon pick, but the way it was used, you know, unfortunately in reality, with how far behind they fell, it was just, unfortunately, there's no path, as we have the rune issue confirmed. It's Zeus and Faker.
I can translate the Korean for you as well. It says rune issue.
Yeah, there you go.
Nailed it. I'm getting there. Slowly but surely, I'm able to read the Korean. And that's not just like a translation either, guys. That's actually how it sounds as well. It's just literally rune issue.
Yep. Yep. It's just transliterated cognates, rune and issue, both the same in both languages. What a crazy happenstance.
It's insane. It absolutely is. I'm gonna ask, just because we've got a bit of extra time. Figured we may as well ask the other boys what their takes on the draft are. We're not going to be able to bring them up or anything like that, but I can definitely pose the question and see whether anyone's still there wanting to have a chat about it.
Yeah, because I think you and I have made our opinions pretty clear and pretty known, and I think that there is, if the T1 draft falls behind, it just will crack to pieces.
Yeah, I'm
like
kind
the
of
last
feeling
game. And Live Sandbox have a draft that suits their play style, but they also have just so many ways to come back if they fall behind early.
Ooh, it's a rune save bug now.
Oh.
So we've updated our graphic. Very
so,
cute.
Yeah, I guess what that means is the runes that, it's the same bug, it's just now, the issue was when they pressed save before they went to the lobby, it didn't work.
Well, not hearing anything, so we're not. It's going to be a mystery until we get to.
They're like, oh, we're not going to
carpet
spill our
space.
desks.
Yeah. They don't want to give away all of their sweet content or anything like that.
Well, the last draft we saw, I think, from Live Sandbox was extremely their playstyle. This time, though, closers on Azir. I think it's a little bit harder for Live Sandbox to execute on this one. It's not 100% comfort. So that is one extra caveat I would like to give, as it looks like somebody had something to say.
Yeah, so Cubby did have something to say, or as I like to happily call him, Bilbo Baggins. T1 favored. He likes the marksman bands, and he thought that was a necessary switch up, and he thought that T1 playing faster comps into Live Sandbox was the move, and glad they're quickening the pace. So he agrees, more early game focus, and it's a good thing. We, on the other hand, are a little bit more apprehensive, I guess, just given the fact that even if Live Sandbox fall behind, they often find ways to get back into the game anyway.
Yeah.
And they also got a lot of what they wanted at the same time.
For me, the big glaring pick, the two big picks that I think could become, they could either be amazing and actually warp the game, or be very poor, fall behind, you have no power, is the Blitzcrank and the Swain. Swain falls behind, doesn't actually have any power around mid-game teamfights, just gets outzoned by a Fedefelios or an Azir who's just constantly in burst dividing him or poking him down. We'll probably see Leandri's this game, I have to imagine.
Yeah.
And then the Blitzcrank isn't going to offer you really any defensive options against the Azir poke, because Azir has quite a long range to actually do that damage with Leandri's, and if you miss the hook, Blitzcrank he's not a champion really anymore, unless he's ulting people or punching them up, but you're winning the team fight already if that's happening.
Yeah, he's a win more. It certainly works out very well in that way if you can use him aggressively. But we've also seen Carrier have some really creative hook angles and things like that as well.
This is just, like, Zhang means awesome or, like, to be the best.
Yeah.
And it's just scrolling through each player's ID. Deus is the best, Faker is the best, Owner is the best.
Whoa, Croco is punching.
Yeah, he...
It's definitely a very cool scarf thingy as well. And there's a Prince one over there as well. Very, very cute.
If you just take away Croco's face here and just put his fist, it's like way better than the Arthur fist meme. Just be the new one.
That actually should be the new one. As I like how they chose that as the owner picture to use. That's certainly a decision that you could make.
Yeah. Zeus, an owner fan.
Mm-hmm.
Or fans, I should say.
As we've immediately gotten embarrassed.
Sung K fan over there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but Caster Jun?
He's not, yeah, I'm like, he's not casting.
Yeah, he's not casting that.
That's
Anyway,
okay, you can still be a fan even if he's not here.
Yeah, it's a Caster Jun fan, so we're okay.
Oh, I
We're
thought
okay.
it said Sung K.
I was about, like, even if it did, let's just say that they're a Caster Jun fan, because otherwise it's very embarrassing. As we're going over the drafts yet again. This is Live Sandbox 1. This one, if they make it, relatively unscathed into a later stage, then they're going to be feeling good. Let's get into game number 2 finally. All right, here we are, finally back. All of the runes absolutely sorted out as T1 move over to the blue side. This has been their most successful side so far, as I haven't seen this Blitzcrank skin in competitive thus far.
It looks like the skin, that old Blitzcrank skin, where it's not actually attached, the arm just goes out, which I...
Oh,
really,
the eye Blitzcrank?
Yeah.
The one that was like disabled for forever because it was actually broken?
I really didn't like that one. Even as a Blitzcrank main back then, I was like, well, I'm not going to play that skin. That's just messed up.
Yeah, this one scares me.
This one looks like that, but yes, more terrifying. It's like the return of that skin, except pinker with a lot of other things attached to it.
Yeah. It's like if the Diva robot was controlled by 2 people. Yeah. It's just like, I don't know, man. It is very cute, but I didn't know Blitzcrank was controlled by 2 teddy bears that are mind-linked.
Isn't it? Aren't they cats, though?
Oh, are they cats?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I don't even know. Anyway.
By the way, I do think that Blitzcrank into Tahm Kench can be, especially with these early levels for the Aphelios, can be a matchup that is based on, did you hit the hook? No? Okay, I didn't think so. Probably not going to happen. But Tongue Lash is on a much shorter cooldown. You could use it more repeatedly, and you should be able to trade pretty aggressively. It's not just going to be, okay, Jinx outranges, we win, it's over, like this matchup would have you believe.
Yeah. That's definitely a thing that has been working out thus far, as Keria is still holding on to that hook, or at least holding on to all of his buttons. As you can see, hasn't skilled anything yet. Wanting to make sure that he has anything available that he might need. As Aphelios is on a 6-game losing streak, Prince is one of them as well.
Yeah. Prince not having the greatest win rate on this champion, but has played a ton this season. And we've compared Prince and Aiming's Aphelios win rates. Like, Prince has played it twice as much, but Aiming is undefeated, I believe, still on the champion. And there's so much to break down in terms of what these 2 comps do later on. But my biggest issue for T1 is that what they have to do is run at Live Sandbox, and Live Sandbox has several ways to say no. And that is Cask, Pillar, Tahm Kench, Emperor's Divide, and you push the Swain away while he's ulting, Blitzcrank hook doesn't land, and the Cyclone runs out, and you're like, okay, well, your move, T1. Ooh. That was close.
Yeah, hook is going to graze the sides of this Tahm Kench. Oh, no foul, though. You may as well throw out a few. You miss every hook you don't throw, okay? That's what you have to remember.
Yeah. It's on a very long cooldown for those who don't play Blitzcrank, and also uses a lot of mana, so you can't just spam it and, and then
the
look
mana
for trades.
thing's the big problem, I think.
Yeah, you can't just spam it and look for trades, because eventually then you will have a big problem. As I love the push-up of this wave, the vision denial, so that this Wukong rotation can come through. Owner is unseen so far.
Sweeper timing, pretty nice, as the hook is going to connect onto the Tahm Kench. Flame Chompers don't actually go off, as Kyle's able to get that flash off in the nick of time. Prince with his Gravitum actually doing a fair bit of work here, as Gumayushi's burning down to the Ignite. So, T1 do get what they want. They take the flash from the Tahm Kench, but not able to actually get first blood off that play.
Yeah. Also, by the way, we haven't talked about this just yet. We have talked about it a lot this season. Swaying into the Azir in the early levels is very painful.
Well, especially when you've got a troll coming from behind the turret looking to try and lock this one down. All right, can this dive actually work? Is the flash still available here for Crocos? Never Move is going to connect. Faker is on a merry jaunt as Closer's going to come on in with the Shifting Sands. Yeah, Vision of Empire is only going to see the vision of First Blood going over to Closer.
Yeah, Owner can't do anything. He's not here in time. They know that he was, of course, bottom side and was going back to clear camps and would not have likely been in this position in time. Plus, Croco took that path, so knows he wasn't there. And so as a result, you have really good kill pressure here in mid. Even if Faker somehow miraculously survives there with, like, Zeus rotating down, which would have cost him farm, Faker was going to lose so much of that mid wave, so dying actually almost a good thing for him because he could just teleport back, because he was about to lose tons of minions on any longer of a chase that happened there. He also did flash, of course, so not having that summoner down before Closer hits level 6. So now you have the threat of the Emperor's Divide in a lane that's already so Azir favored because of the range advantage he has. And yeah, Crocker just comes over here, forces him to flash, flashes for his pillar here after he gets caught by the root. Man, Faker, there's just no way out. And like I said before, look at the wave in the mid lane. If Faker lives any longer, it's probably even worse for him. So,
yeah, Ona's going to turn up a little bit late. Should be able to actually pick up that wave. Didn't actually notice whether or not he managed to do that. But as you can see, like you were talking about, lead is massive now for Closer. Dove taking a lot of damage, as he generally does in the majority of matchups in the top lane. But he's got plenty of farm. That wave's going to push back towards him as well. He can go for a back and then teleport in whenever he feels like it. There's Faker now with a minion wave underneath his turret.
Closer
to be able to close the gap a little.
Closer's going to get a turret plate at this stage. Gravitum is up.
Well, Gumayusi taking a fair bit of damage here as well, as Carrier's just getting poked down. Red-white guns here for Prince are so scary. As Faker has demonically ascended, there's the Emperor's Divide. Closer will be able to avoid the huge explosion, and it's just a trade of ultimates in the end.
Yeah, this push here on the bottom side, such a problem though for T1, and this is the first early Drake we've seen of the 4 games this this patch so far in our region. Finally, Live Sandbox have so much control of the bottom side. Ults are exchanged in mid. Closer has an insane amount of prio, and Guma's just forced to stay down here and try to farm under turret. They don't know where the Trundle could be lurking about, but I think they definitely are expecting the Drake is being taken right now. But he has to play so passively here because it could just be about to be dove again.
Yeah.
And Live Sandbox will take the first Drake here. It is going to be yet another solo Infernal, so yeah, not fun for Souls. But in terms of individual stats right now on this patch, it is pretty amazing. Good RNG here for Live Sandbox in the early parts with all the control they have. And once again, where's the advantages for T1? Top side, Dove sitting under turret. You'll take that every time.
Yeah, and this is how Live Sandbox play. Like, if Dove is ahead,
Something went wrong.
Live Sandbox will get very confused about how to play the rest of the game. We're like, oh, why do you have so much money, Dove? This is not how we're supposed to win the game. No. As he's just going to be very happily cleaning up minions, and I think he might actually have more gold, but it doesn't really matter. It is just 2 tanks smacking each other around. So, 1,000 gold the lead here for Live Sandbox, as Closer is Tokyo drifting there in the mid lane.
He's losing even more minions. Owner's picking it up the slack for him, but he took that trade of ultimates earlier and then took some subsequent bad trades in the lane. But I mean, what are you supposed to do? You're playing Swain into Azir. I mean, it's not one where you go, oh man, I outplayed him back there. He just puts his sand shoulders up and pokes you and chips away at your health bar over and over again, even if you do have ult.
Yeah, no, it's a tough matchup. In the laning phase especially.
And then now, you know, it looks like Live Sandbox with that extra control, the lead they have there, could potentially turn this into both early objectives. They have the Drake power, and yeah, I mean, this early stage, like Swain, his ultimate is very strong in skirmishes, but so is Emperor's Divide, so is Subjugate, which is coming online here for Croco, probably when he takes this red buff. And Live Sandbox, I mean, it's a huge lead this early on into the game.
Yeah, and you can see Owner is here just to help push this wave out, actually, trying to get some semblance of control back in this game as Abyssal Dive comes down. It's a nice little knock up there from Carrier, but Moonlight Vigil comes down here, and Prince is doing so much damage. The hook is going to connect. Tries to throw out the ulti there as well, does Carrier. So no one's going to die. They do get the heal out of Gumayusi.
Yep. T1 going to group up here for Herald.
Well, Cask is going to go entirely wide here as Fake is going to turn up. Looks to try and lock down a kill, and I think he should be able to. The Demonic Ascension is going to help out. And the first kill for T1 will go over to Owner.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty huge for them, grabbing control of this Herald now. And Subjugate not really utilized in this fight, not able to get it there in time. Don't want to waste it. Croco's going to catch this wave as you're going to back. So Closer going to, you know, walk away empty-handed here. Isn't going to be able to grab a second plate. Bottom side here, Guma does lose really nothing. Like, he lost a plate, but that's it. Despite Carrier hooking and ulting there. Doesn't have to flash. So this is honestly best case scenario, I think, for T1. All things considered, Guma's like, yeah, cool, thanks for the free wave here under turret. I know that Trundle is topside clearing that wave. And T1, with the snap of their fingers, they get a pick, and they're back online.
No, it's really nicely done, as I don't think Croco had any idea what was going on. Because Faker just walks on up here, and they'd already walked a little bit too far forward. And yeah, Dove, absolutely nowhere that he could go.
I think the expectation here is that Faker shouldn't be allowed to ever have enough control of the lane to actually be able to walk up like that. So without looking at the minimap, he just assumed Closer had him locked down, because that's been the case through all of this early game. But Faker's able to find an angle, get out of the lane, and rotate over. So a bit of a miscommunication there. I think Closer definitely should have been communicating, like, he's not here, he's probably coming up, you guys should back away. Because I think if Liv Sandbox do back away, Faker's lost time, loses a little bit more control of the lane, and then Liv Sandbox and then collapse onto Herald. Well, the pick like that puts T1 right back into the game.
Certainly does. Prince is pushing here for this bottom lane, though, as Croco's rotating down, and Gumayusi does have Carrier on the way. Flame Chompers come on in there as well, as now Prince trying to lock down the kill onto the Jinx. As the Devour comes through, and all too easily, Liv Sandbox will be able to pick up the kill onto the Jinx. Owner's rotating down. Vision of Empire was there from Faker, but not much more from the Swain can be given, as he's got a minion wave to pick up. Liv Sandbox, pretty comfy pick underneath the turret.
Yeah, taking out the Jinx here early. Kill picked up for Prince. And, you know, Faker and Closer were coming down there. I think that could have been an even crazier fight had Liv Sandbox tried to push the issue even further, but Faker had the faster rotation, so they back away. Closer holding on to teleport and flash here, both summoners, as this Drake spawns in 40. He's got Crown, a much bigger spike than what Faker has on the other side of the Rift. Don't know how much gold he's holding right now, but should be able to pick up first item here very soon. Question is, will he be able to do it and get this Imperial Mandate before the Drake? Other thing is, that's way less valuable than first item Crown in terms of a straight-up 5v5 team fight at this stage.
Yeah, as all this ward is so valuable if Closer is actually going to walk on over there. And you can see the pings, actually. I wonder who that was. Pinging out exactly where T1 might be looking for a play. Closer.
My money's on Kyle.
Yeah, my money's on Kyle too. Mainly just because I've been on the Kyle hype train recently. I think that he is an absolutely fantastic support at this point in time. And after his season last season, it's just mind-boggling that he has gotten this much better.
Yeah, it's crazy what he's been able to do just as a... I don't want to call him a shot caller per se. As okay, hold on. Closer has flash.
Yep, Never Move does come through here as well. Holds on to it for as long as possible, as the Emperor's Divide Shifting Sands is going to get Closer well and truly out of dodge.
This is really important for Closer to not overextend here and give over some kills, because that's the way this T1 comp works, and it just becomes extremely comfortable to play if Faker and the Wukong start to get ahead. Owner already has one kill.
Well, Hook comes through here as Croco is going to need to subjugate. Does do so, but is going to still be taken down. Owner picks up that kill. Now Closer's trying to get the autos through, but doesn't have enough mana for the Conquering Sands or the Shifting or anything like that. Prince is going to get another plate down here towards the bottom side, though, so that's definitely good news if you're a Sandbox fan. But now Carrier going for even more. Zeus finds the Glacial Prison, and this is the kind of follow-up that we've learned to expect from T1, and finally, they'll be able to deliver it. The Azir also falls down as he burns really far up that lane, as Dove up here clearing out a minion wave, not going to be able to answer nearly the amount of advantage T1.
I mean, he will get a plate or two here. It looks like just the one, because there's not a whole lot of time. Teleport does come through, but just the one plate, definitely not even close to the value. Plus, it's on a Gragas here. But I think Liv Sandbox definitely could have played this fight a little bit better. The problem is they didn't have great tools. Emperor's Divide was used just previously defensively. Prince is trying to push those plates bottom side. That's the MO for Liv Sandbox, so they don't actually have any real follow-up damage. The hook comes through from Carrier. Finally, it's a big, impactful one. And that's a huge swing of gold, again, going into T1's favor. Now 1,000 gold ahead. Top side here, Zeus getting some plate value, does not have teleport. Looks like they're going to trade that cross map here for Drake. Blue Sandbox feeling very good about this one. We'll see what the soul is. Will be Cloud. So
yes!
Pretty significant, though, for both compositions, actually.
Yeah, I think the Cloud Soul buffs are actually pretty huge, as that's a nice sidestep there from Closer, who I think almost did it accidentally. All right, Gumayusi's going to have to flash, but Croco's making his way in. Moonlight Vigil comes down, and Prince locks up that kill very comfortably. They take the turret as well, as the Cyclone will come in. Now, Owner, can you get any more out of this? As Faker's going to come down. Owner will fall, but can the cleanup actually come through? Prince now trying to fight it out against Carrier. Faker against Dove and Croco together, and he's losing out on the trade. Carrier's going to go down. There's the cast to divide the fight here. Try and keep Closer alive, who manages to walk it out. Gives him the thumbs up as well, as Zeus will be taken. My God, what did Closer have for breakfast?
I mean, I just never thought I'd see the day that we'd be watching Liv Sandbox out-hands T1. And it's Closer kind of out-handsing Faker here. And in a lot of these fights, Liv Sandbox have not the advantage. They're trying to force fights on their terms, and in moments like this, when Wukong's rotating down, it's very concerning, right? Karius here, he has punch, right? He has the ability to turn this one around if he can get close enough, but Devour is amazing. That's a pick. Now, in this next fight on the bottom side, which we have to watch this one first, because this was where things went really nasty here from Liv Sandbox. Really nice hook follow-up here from Keria. Closer burns down, and this is a ton of extra gold. But then when we go to the bottom side play, that's where it's like, okay, Liv Sandbox, you're really pushing the issue. Wukong's coming over. He's going to have his ultimate, but they do it cleanly. Prince takes very little damage, and they focus the turret, stop the teleport. Then Owner is left alone here. Cyclone, not very valuable, doesn't hit Prince. And look at the damage output here. You're feeding the 80 carries.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, I don't know how much more we're going to watch this because of picture-in-picture, but Closer just outplays everybody. Zayas can't get in there.
And also the cast to come through as well, like this one right here, to split up the members of T1. They let Faker get away, but that means that Zayas is 100% by himself, and that meant that Closer was given his opportunity to escape. Now Croco's going to get engaged on Emperor's Divide to try and split up the fight, but still, they're able to take down Croco, and now Liv Sandbox, no way to stick around for this one. Surely belongs to T1. Never move, not going to connect there. As Liv Sandbox, I mean, they can win a fight, and then they instantly lose one, and it's happened over and over again this game.
Yeah, T1's comp, when the game state is like this, it still works very well, and it's starting to get easier and easier as Faker starts to get more items. When he gets his Rylai's, that's when he's really going to be online. And this is going to be another charge coming through from this Herald.
Well, Moonlight Vigil comes down. It's a lot of damage. The hook connects onto the Tahm Kench, but he just wants to eat that gray health, and he's going to be pretty happy. Great Devour there from Kyle, who spits out Prince. And the Jinx is already being taken. Look at Dove. He's just in the back line murdering everyone. What is going on? It's so many kills over to Prince. It's a triple.
It's an ace.
And it's an ace for Liv Sandbox. And Closer was top lane.
And they did this without the Azir, like you say, and the turret was still up. T1 forced a dive here. There is Devour available. There's great health up. And you are really forcing a fight here. Now we're going to go back to this one, which we did see the Emperor's Divide. Low impact here. Croco does not get to really use Subjugate to any real value. Does get picked off here. Nice snipe coming through. But this fight is over just there. Now they really want to force the issue here and try to get this inhibitor turret down. But look at how little hits. Remember, Azir is not here. The hook comes through, but turret's still up. Turret's still up. Faker's pushed away. Doesn't have his ult up here. Cyclone, not good enough. Look at Kyle, saves Prince here, he's got the shield, Zayas still chases, turret's still up, Dove with the stopwatch. This was beautiful play from Liv Sandbox. And T1, massive overextension, no reason to hard force this. You get a hook with the Blitzcrank, you see what you can get, you do not need to be between turrets.
Oh my god, Kyle is too good at this game, Wolf.
And he's too good at Tahm Kench.
Yeah, man.
I regret saying I didn't think it was as good of a pick now.
Yeah, I mean, he's so good at engage that I completely understand. As we're straight into another fight, Zayas is going to go down. Prince gets another kill. He's 7-0-3. As Carrie is going to get knocked up, that's another one. Make it 8-0-3. He's legendary.
T1. Well, losing another series tonight here, I think, Atlas. Coming back from
right
this
now,
one,
yes, absolutely.
Coming back from this one, I think, is going to be a taller order than coming back from the first one, because this is a 8-kill Aphelios. It is, look at the build here from Closer. He went straight into Asher's Tooth, so he could side lane and split push, which he did very well to get that extra turret topside during the picks in that last fight.
Oh no, Ona's going to get knocked up. Dove finds himself a barrel as well, as Ona has no other option other than to try and get as much damage down as possible. And Liv Sandbox are just picking T1 off. This is going to be Soul Point now going over to Liv Sandbox, and Zayas looking for a flank. He was spotted.
Closer's like, do I want to run or do I want to kill? I want to kill.
Yeah, he does definitely want to kill as he puts up the Sun Disc, and Zayas makes it back to Faker, so he's going to be all right. As Liv Sandbox, they've started up the Drake, and they will be able to take that one down as well. And I don't think they mind too much that the health of the Drake has been buffed, because Prince probably just wants to test his DPS a little bit more on a beefier target.
I cannot stress enough how insane it is, the turnaround here for Liv Sandbox. We compare round 1 to round 2 with how these two teams are playing. And it's moments like this where Zayas and everybody's tunnel vision on killing the 80 carry, but it's a Tahm Kench comp. It's like throwing the Sejuani ult at Sivir when she has Spell Shield, which we saw last game as well. This is T1 not in their perfect headspace. You could really see it in their play. They are not playing up to their normal standards here. And getting punished like this, I mean, this is just good proactive play from Liv Sandbox, but you're out there as Wukong trying to hold a wave. Guma wants to farm. Why are you out there? And Liv Sandbox are just taking any mistake they see and punishing it hard, leading to a massive advantage across the board here. And now T1 have lost so much tempo that the straight up front to back fighting is not a thing. And they're going to have to hope for hooks and hicks, and Jinx getting excited because she's about to be down an item here, i.e. rapidly approaching for Prince.
Yeah, and Prince is just so extraordinarily gigantic. And when he has a Tahm Kench as well, Prince can basically frontline. We've seen it already as Croco's going to face check. Okay, well, can they actually kill him? As he's got Subjugate, there's a Devour there as well. Close is going to turn up. Zeus is fed to Prince. And now Faker's going to get popped back. Also fed to Prince. Prince is just lapping up the members of T1. 11 kills now as Closer dashes in. That might have been a step too far, but he does have the stopwatch or Azonia's. I'm not entirely sure what it is at this stage.
He's got a flash available too afterwards, doesn't have to use it.
Oh, man.
Shuffles his way out, and I think it is stopwatch he just broke there. Either way, that's a turret.
Yeah.
Stopwatch is broken. He went straight for the Nasher's second. And he's rewarded because he gets to keep his stopwatch until this critical moment. Baron is up.
Baron should just be taken.
Zeus, in these last two series, what happened to our frontrunner of MVP? He's been, in this game, just picked repeatedly like he was last time because his team isn't there for him, right? He's trying to frontline. He's trying to set things up here, going to the left here instead of going down. Definitely not the right call. But we're just not seeing the same level from him. We're not seeing T1 look coordinated. Curry is playing Blitzcrank here, had some picks in the mid lane, but they weren't ever able to win a straight-up team fight. And when it gets to the team fight phase, just like last game, Liv Sandbox are front to backing it every time, starting off with picks on those tanks. Zeus has 4 deaths this game. Yeah. Ever since he played that Prowler's Call Renekton, then played the Zac, last game caught several times on the Sejuani again. Liv Sandbox have him as their primary target. They're bursting him down quickly, and they have the items to back it up.
No, it's just... It's amazingly well played by Liv Sandbox. Once again, Dove's having a great game. His cast there in that last fight was absolutely beautiful. I like that he was trying to also clip Gumayusi with it to get him out of the fight and just lock down Faker. Didn't quite work out, but he got the target that he was looking for as carrier. Oh no, the Glacial Prison goes wide as well. As Liv Sandbox now with that on cooldown, they should just be able to go and take this Baron.
It's just incredible the form here of Liv Sandbox at the end, where it matters so much. This is such a stark contrast for them in previous summer seasons where they fall apart at the end. Closer very alone here.
Yeah, Dove also a little bit out of position as the Baron is going to be taken down. Ona looking for his opportunity. Dove, flash, body slam, gets to safety. What is this? Empress Divide onto 3, and it's a massacre for Liv Sandbox. Prince is so safe over the wall. Immediately, it's a double kill as T1 are getting routed. Gumayusi, the last man standing, and Liv Sandbox may complete the 2-0 right now.
I think they will. Guma getting just chunked down by a Trundle.
Oh my goodness, he's underneath the turret, he does not care. Kyle might also die, but instead, it's just going to be the Jinx falling.
That's
and
an
Liv
ace.
Sandbox, yeah, they pick up the ace, and they are going to win this game. They're going to win this series 2-0 against T1 and claim sole possession of third place.
A 23.5-minute victory against T1, our second place team here in the LCK. They made it look easy. Not one part of this series was close. Neither game for even a second did T1 have control. In this second game, there was that one mid-push. We did see the hook come through from Keria. They had control, but then they overextended. They threw it away. You give Liv Sandbox even an inch in a game like this where they have the better comp, and they're just going to stomp all over you. I think T1 took massive liberties in both of these games, and honestly, in their series against Nongshim as well. In terms of the drafting, they get punished.
Oh, man.
And, I mean, we have to have a serious conversation about who our second best team in the LCK is leading into playoffs, because right now it's not definitively this team on your screen right there, T1. It may, in fact, be Liv Sandbox. At the end of things, in their last meeting here in the second round robin, they just trashed on them.
Do you know what's crazy as well, Wolf? We just watched the KT Liv Sandbox series. It was one of the best series that we saw, honestly, throughout this whole season. The quality of play was absolutely fantastic, and it was much closer than the series we just saw here today. Definitely an off day for T1. You have to say that. You can't judge a team purely based on their most recent best of 3, but still certainly worth some eyebrow raises as Prince gives us his famous pose.
If we make the expectation, talking about brackets right now, because I'm just gonna bring it out there right now. Some extra ceremonies. It's just he's like, nah, it's not about me. Well, actually, a lot of that game was about you.
Yeah, Kyle, that is definitely about you. I'm hoping that we see some Tom Kench votes.
I voted for him.
Nice, nice.
But
I mean, Prince is gonna get it, but I like the vote.
DRX, 6th place. Live Sandbox, 3rd place. They meet in the first round. Gen.G, are they going to pick this team right now?
Heck no!
T1 just got 2-0'd by a team they will very likely face in that round of playoffs. This could be a precursor to Live Sandbox doing it again and going to the finals. Let's just let that sink in for a second.
Yeah.
Before we make any preconceived notions about T1 being 2nd place in the standings, what it means, how dominant they looked all year. What matters right now is this team's form looks way better. And it's crazy to say these words. I didn't think I'd be walking out of this broadcast tonight with 2 dominant wins for Live Sandbox, so we'd be worried and wondering what it means for that semifinal for T1.
And do you know what I was saying when we were leaving the desk last time around? I was like, I made the Dom 1 prediction. Why the heck didn't I make the Live Sandbox prediction? Because actually, this was Cubby's prediction, honestly. He doesn't get to go up on our graphic, but I believe he said that
yeah, he did.
This was the upset that he was expecting. And now that we've seen it happen, I mean,
there are only so many times, Atlas, where we could say, well, it's an off day for T1, not sure about their form. Well, this game doesn't necessarily matter as much as some of the other ones. Remember, if they had lost to Nongshim and lost this one and then lost to Damwon Kia, Live Sandbox would be going to semifinals, actually. So, you know, the form of T1 matters here a lot, despite this match not mattering for standings at all.
But it matters so much for Live Sandbox, because also this 2-0 secures them a spot in the Worlds qualifier.
That's right.
And they didn't have any points. Remember, Live Sandbox didn't go to playoffs last season. That's how absurd their resurgence is. And it's only the addition of Prince.
Yeah.
That is the only change that they made, and it's completely reinvigorated this squad. And it's made their other players better. Like you were saying, Kyle is so much better than he was in spring. And I still just, I can't understand.
I truly think the level of play for Live Sandbox, KT Rolster has increased so much from round 1. And I think T1 has also improved. But they haven't improved at the same rate. They haven't improved at the same explosive growth that Live Sandbox has. And Live Sandbox outdrafted T1 in this series. They played better. They played around their strengths and skirmishes. Closer played a control mage, man. But Closer pops off on his ear.
Yeah?
Oh, man, look at this.
I swear I saw almost this exact play by Jovi last week.
I know.
It was in the Mad movie. Oh my goodness, Closer has had just an incredible day.
Who's gonna get the jinx?
Who's gonna get
the jinx?
야 끝낼만해?
아 죽여 야 너무 맛있다.
Man, Crocco's really in
And after the really difficult series where Crocco is so emotional afterwards, I mean, this is definitely very cathartic to see.
We have such a crazy playoffs ahead of us, Atlas.
Yeah.
Anything is possible.
And Live Sandbox has such a crazy AD carry. As Prince is just yelling like a madman. And once again, does insane damage. From, like, the scoreline of this Aphelios was just absurd in this game.
23-minute game. Prince has fed so many kills. Dove did his job beautifully both games.
I'm starting to really love Dove as a top laner.
Yeah, you just can't let this guy play safe top picks. He plays Ornn, he plays Gragas, you're going to have a problem. You can't kill this guy, you can't put him down in lane, he's going to do his job later on.
Are we
Simple as
expecting?
that.
We need triple bans. We need Ornn, Sejuani, and Gragas. They're your bans if you're facing off against Live Sandbox. Let's see whether or not the Deskers also agree with that one, as we are going to throw it over to them now to break down the series.
I still don't believe they're good. Are we sure they're locked into play? Like, are we sure? Oh, do we really know? Is there not a way where they can let me down? Guys, it can't be good.
It just happened. It did happen. That 2-0 did just happen.
I mean, it's just crazy, right? Chronicler can't believe it. We can hardly believe it. But it did feel like the signs were there. As you know, our very own Cubby here, the man in the TV, did predict Liv Sandbox to win this one. Liv Sandbox, we're on the up and up. T1 struggling, even against teams like Nongshim, and we get a 2-0. You guys want to talk about the draft? There was so much that happened in this game. I'm like,
yeah,
I suppose we should.
Very quick note for me is I would have loved to see the Swain go bot side. I actually think Swain is a really good matchup in the Aphelios. And going back to the Jinx, Blitzcrank felt extremely underwhelming, didn't really get anything done. And it would have also allowed them to maybe pick up a Sylas. I know they banned it because I think they were afraid that either Dove would pick it up or they would flex the Azir and then it would be a mid pick. But compared to what they face now, that probably would have been preferable.
Yeah. Cubby?
I liked the T1 draft. I actually think the Blitz here, you can find a lot of value into Aphelios plus Tahm Kench. I think the bigger issue was just T1, they had to force the issue in the earlier stages of the game before Azir got online. I think they did it in a very sloppy manner. So I think the draft for T1 is winning angles. I thought it'd be better for them to play very aggressive early into LSB, the way that KT did in that best of 3. So I thought this was a closer, approach to that. Just the execution was not there, and Liv Sandbox played out of their minds in this game.
Yeah, they really did. Just for me, I thought the bans from Liv Sandbox were really cool. Just the fact that on red side we're banning 3 AD carries, not a lot of power picks taken out. Just kind of saying like, Guma and Keria, they used to be tippy top, right? Both of them individually, but also as a duo in spring, and now it's like, well, we can just ban them out and they're not really going to look that great, even on the Jinx, even on the Blitzcrank, whatever. We're just going to be able to win that lane all the time. And they essentially did. There were some plays down on the bottom side with the gank from Owner, did not work out, and the gank came out from Krako. Eventually did work out, on the bottom side, a lot of focus there. So just feels like T1 are really breaking apart down there, and I think they're struggling with how to handle that. And they did look a little bit tilted in that second game, especially, even at the end of game 1. So can't really blame them with what's going on here, but let's take a look at highlight number 1.
If we can, I kind of want to just string all the highlights together because that's the feeling that we had watching this game. Because Sandbox just never relented, and I think that is. We can talk about Dove being an absolute Chad in top lane, but honestly, the amount of aggression that this team showed consistently, I think, is the main reason why so many teams have a hard time dealing with them.
And this play, it's not just the aggression, but also it was set on the cast. They outhands T1. Like, look at Closer. He held on to his spells the entirety of this fight, waiting for, his team to help out. Magically gets out after dropping the Azir turret. It was plays like this that ended up snowballing into more for Liv Sandbox, but I think that, it's not only some of the fights that they're taking and their ability to outplay, it's also how they were playing when they do make mistakes. Because Liv Sandbox is not a perfect team, and part of that is what makes them a damn good team in the LCK. But, like, the fights they dropped, there was one fight, they dropped mid, they were able to take Dragon off it, the second Dragon. Another fight, they lost the pick at Herald. That might be our next replay. They ended up sweeping T1, who were over-aggressive, and they really punished. So this is a team that can really, punish T1 and other teams in the LCK when they are at their best.
Dude, Dove in this highlight, I didn't even realize until I saw the highlight at the end. Watch this cask. It's so good, it actually forces them into the turret. I didn't even notice it during the game, but I'm like, Dove had so many angles, and then the Devour from Kyle, it was just perfect.
Both Dove and Kyle had insane games, and if it's a Prince POG, I will be very upset because that doesn't tell the story of this game to me. Like, those two set up every fight so beautifully. I think, really, really impressive.
I don't know what else to say. Like, Dove, one of the reasons that I thought that, Liv Sandbox would end up taking this series is mostly, I think Krako Closer have been really impressive in these last 2 weeks, and I think the missing piece for T1 and some of the recent struggles, it hasn't just been Zeus on the top side, but I actually think it's been Owner. Throughout T1's entire streak, Owner was the best jungler that we had in the LCK, no questions asked. Watching him actually kind of struggle against Dread recently, and now today against Closer as well, I think that's kind of thrown T1 for a loop because Owner really is the engine that drives the train at time, that syncs up with Faker and Carry at all the right timers. I haven't seen that as much from T1 recently, and I think that's something to really look out for as we move into playoffs.
Yeah, I do agree. I think just as a team, they're really not meshing well together. I'm not really sure what happened. Maybe just a loss of confidence over time, things not going well. This is highlight number 3, where Dove, the absolute Giga Chad, does not care that his team is doing Baron, does not care about the 5 members of T1. He gets out.
Yeah, his piece is out. No biggie for Dove. And then Closer is like, I want POG points too, guys. Guys, one play's enough,
I'm
right?
really good too.
Guys, please notice me. It really speaks, I think, to the individual form of T1 and how this team right now looks. They're just very clearly not in a great place. So send them your support and live Sandbox fans. Enjoy it while it lasts. I'll be right there with you.
Kobe, any thoughts before we reveal POG?
You know what? The POG might be Prince, and I feel like that's appropriate. You know, LCK, marksman, very heavy. And the entire Live Sandbox theory is if our marksman can attack and yours cannot, we win.
I mean, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying there, Cubby. Let's see who the POG is for game number 2. It is Prince, indeed. And to be honest, I'm with you, Chronicler. I am unfortunately unhappy with this, but the guy did go 14-0, okay? He went 14-0. He did almost 1,000 damage. And his positioning and his gameplay was also insane.
He's still incredible, right? We're overselling it a little bit because in the LCK, we sometimes have a tendency to make fun of the POGs as at other times. Even we ourselves have votes that are not perfect. But when it comes to the mechanical execution, Prince doesn't let down, and outside of Ruler, he feels to me like the most reliable way to carry. If Prince gets fed, Sandbox wins the game. There is no getting caught. There is no he overextends it. Like, he will win you the game.
Yeah, there's a reason he has 1,200 points. What did you think, Cubby, about this one outside of?
It's marksman meta, and I think that Prince is the clear second best marksman in the LCK behind Ruler. And I think the way that LSB supports him as well is really, I think, what sets this team apart, because it feels like they support their marksman like no other. And Prince consistently delivers, as Chronicle is saying. So, yeah, I'm a bit bummed that, you know, it didn't end up going to Prince. I appreciate the Kyle shout-outs. I was on Team Dove that game, but Prince, when he dropped 14 kills in the LCK, that's a pretty rare occasion. So, might as well reward him.
It's pretty good. There was the one closer shout-out, by the way, and no votes for Dove after all of that.
Not okay.
Don't
Team
care
Dove.
about Dove. He'll just be in his lane up in the top side. Guys, we do have the interview ready to let's hand it over to Ji-sun right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview, joined by the POGs from Live Sandbox Closer and Prince after taking down T1 2-0. With this win, you guys are confirmed 3rd place of the regular split and also qualified for World's Gauntlet. It was a very important match for us, and I'm so happy that we got the win. And thank you, Prince, for carrying us. Yeah, I mean, we knew that, you know, if we take down Freddy Bruno, we'll still make Gauntlet. I mean, like, make Gauntlet, not Worlds, but still, you know. Yeah, we knew that after getting another match win, we will be able to still make Worlds Gauntlet, but still, I'm so happy that we took down a strong team called T1. How was playing against your former team, Closer? It meant a lot to me and I really wanted to win, and finally I got the win over T1. And Prince, we actually had 3 players tied for POG leader, but with this POG, you are now on the 1st place. Well, yeah, and Zeus was also tied for the 1st place, so I was like, yeah, the winner tonight will be the POG leader. I had this feeling. And welcome back to Low Park, Prince. How was playing in front of the live audience? Do you feel like even stronger with live fans out here? Absolutely. I think I get to play better when I get to perform in front of the live audience and fans and their cheers and chants. I mean, we have so many things to celebrate today, you know. The third seed for the playoffs and also the World's Gauntlet. I mean, you guys also had the idea that beating Bro will bring you all this stuff, but still, today was a very important day. So what was on your mind on your way to Low Park? Well, I mean, it was since like last night. I really wanted to win because today was a big day, but I was also a little bit more nervous than usual. I mean, we lost to T1 more than we won T1, so, and there were not many matches where I played well to bring my team to victory, but today I finally had the game I wanted. In game number 1, you guys were actually acting like you guys were trying the Herald, but instead you guys then jumped over the wall to open a team fight. So at that time, I was getting ready for the team fight, and then Kuroko was making the call to focus fire on that Pantheon. So with that call, we were able to actually show the best value out of our comp. And also the second Herald fight was the game ender, to be honest. And Closer, you were the playmaker on Ari game number 1. However, there were many picks on the side of T1 that can actually shut down Ari. So I was so fed, you know. I had Sonya's Everfrost, so I was feeling confident to just go in and set up for fights because I have Sivir behind me to do the damage and as a follow-up. And then in game 2, as Sivir and Zeri got banned, we had a Aphelios Jinx matchup, a very classic one this summer split, and then we knew that Jinx was having a huge favor of this matchup, 12-3. So was that on your mind, especially the fact that Aphelios was on a 6-game losing streak? Well, Aphelios is definitely one of my confident pick, and also other than the Aphelios pick, but also my teammates were doing a great job, so I was not worried about, you know, losing the game because of that Aphelios lock-in. First off, you know, well, I mean, my team did support me really well, but still, I have to say that I carried the game because I did well. Now let's take a look at the replay where T1 actually forced a turret dive around the tier 2 turret on the mid lane. Tom Kent got hooked, so what was your kind of plan to play out this team fight? Well, Azir was pushing top, so we were like, let's just defend what we can defend, and then, you know, T1 actually did a decent job setting up for this team fight, but I think we kind of outplayed them. We're expecting this ace in this 4v5 team fight. I mean, after the team fight, everyone was just shouting my name out. But I think it was not only my play, but also just the entire team playing their best at this team fight. But today, not only you, Prince, but also Kyle did a fantastic job, and so many fans are having the Holy Angel fan sign to kind of show their shout out over to Kyle as well. Well, I kind of call him the ogre because he never talks, you know, he has no emotion. He's not that loud, but this time around I could see that he was so happy that he was actually like showing his emotion after getting a huge win. And today, Tati, the owner of Leap Sandbox, also made his way to Low Park, and he made a pledge that he's gonna cash in some bonus if you guys take down T1. So any words over to him? I mean, we were playing against T1, so I'm expecting a bonus as big as, you know, the size of T1 as an orc, so I'm looking forward to it. What about your Closer? I'm looking forward to a very nice team dinner after this interview. I'm very curious to find out what was the CEO's bonus after this interview. Now, Leap Sandbox took down DRX, Tamon, Kia, KT, and then T1. You guys has beaten all of the playoff teams so far. Your next opponent will be Freddie Brion. I was watching the match earlier today, and they were doing a great job, actually. So I hope we can prepare hard for the upcoming last match of the regular split. I mean, the god, Freddie Brion, they are not behind in gold at about 8 to 10 minute mark in this series earlier today. So I will do my best to put up a great fight into the god Giga Chat Freddie Brion. And this will be the end of the interview from the POGs of Leap Sandbox, and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun. As always, we'll see how they do against Giga Chad, Freddie Brion. Not going to be an easy match. Let's take a look at the standings after this match. And yes, T1, they still have their spot locked in for round 2, but as Wolf was kind of getting into at the end of the cast, it's, you know, this could have taken a different turn if T1 started turning down early, or Live Sandbox certainly looking, at least tonight, like the better team.
Yeah, there really is something to be said for picking at the right time, and it's something that you don't always control. And right now, for Sandbox, it's looking great. For T1, just not quite the same. And tomorrow, so many big matches.
I really am excited for DRX versus KT. I think that mid-lane matchup, the form that we've seen, you know, both Zeka and Vikla, could be you know, very contested. Ari Silas picks across the board. Gonna have to see who goes where, and we'll see who ends up taking coming out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. Should be a lot of fun. We'll see if DK as well can stand up to Guangdong Freeze, because they would really like to get a good seed for playoffs themselves. But either way, guys, that's going to do it for us here. Thank you, Cubby, for once again joining us at a very early hour from where you are at here in this lovely TV. Chronicler, as always. And that's going to do it for us here on the Carpet Space. Everybody have a good night and join us tomorrow for more of the LCK.
I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the